The legend begins, ushering in a new chapter of power and dominance. For generations, tales have spoken of human triumph, with most dungeon raids culminating in mankind's undeniable victory. Among the Guardians, the homunculus known as Blade made Renee stand sentinel over the Red Crossroad, a formidable presence. In the heart of the dungeon, the Death Knight Pedrick, a skeletal archer, guards the crucial Blue Crossroad. Yet, the path to the right remains shrouded in mystery, a filth-tainted route guarded by enigmatic tentacles, their true nature unknown. But the true challenge lies beyond, for the unconquerable fortress is ruled by a singular, terrifying entity. Ancient murals depict a grand staircase leading to a horned figure enthroned, overseeing a realm where warriors clash with monstrous beasts. These murals speak of a primordial monster, a creature from the very first chapter of the Empire's mythology, a force of nature. From the depths of the earth, an ominous power stirs, manifesting as piercing golden eyes in the swirling darkness, a being simply known as Devourer. Seojin's hand rests upon an ancient tome, confirming the legends within its pages. That's what it says in here. A maid-like figure, holding a book, acknowledges the truth. As you said, after this book spread among the humans, there have definitely been more intrusions. A shadowy, horned figure with a knowing grin explains their strategy. See, you gotta have the know-how to manage a dungeon too, you know. Wrap it up in a bit of mysticism and the humans don't even notice. The shadowy figure continues, detailing the deception. You gotta leak some information like this, so they make the mistake of thinking, ah, we know everything about that dungeon. He further illustrates his point, saying, so when they see books like these half-filled with fantasy, they're all over them like moths to a flame. The book erupts in a fiery display. The shadowy figure, deep in thought, admits, even so, I honestly didn't expect them to come flocking here like this. A grim scene unfolds as defeated human warriors lie scattered, their armor broken, while a dark, cloaked figure stands victorious over their fallen forms. Lamenting the losses, a voice states, yeah, but most of their gear melted while fighting Mr. 116 Black Tentacles, making it useless. The ones that remained intact were pretty expensive. The maid-like figure, looking dejected, expresses her frustration. I'm sure I could have managed to deal with them without damaging the goods. The shadowy figure merely offers a silent, contemplative gaze, his glowing eyes fixed on the maid. The dismissive sure. The shadowy figure begins to surge with dark, swirling energy, his form becoming more imposing. Overwhelming dark energy erupts and swirls violently, consuming the space in a vortex of power. The maid-like figure recoils, her posture shrinking as if overwhelmed by the sudden surge of formidable power. Seojin's eye glows with an intense, piercing yellow, framed by his dark hair, revealing his formidable presence. Dark, shadowy energy flows from Seojin's outstretched hand, a clear manifestation of his immense power. Seojin gently pats the maid's head, reassuring her with a subtle, perhaps sarcastic, yeah, I'm sure you would have been able to do that. Dark energy trails behind him. The maid-like figure blushes and giggles softly, while a skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes looms in the dark background. One of Seojin's skeletal summons, its glowing blue eye questioning their current activity. Hey, are you sure we're here for a meeting? We're not just hanging out for fun, are we? The skeletal figure, its glowing eye narrowing, further expresses its bewilderment. So why are you two the only ones so happy? Another armored skeletal figure, radiating exaggerated joy, exclaims, the vibes here are so sweet, I think just breathing could give me cavities. The armored skeletal figure, still radiating exaggerated joy, continues his thought, musing that the sweetness here is so potent, it might rot not just his teeth, but his entire head. Pedrick then calls out to Seojin, advising him to properly polymorph next time, having noticed 6 fingers on his hand while he was patting Renee's head. Seojin, looking at his hand, calmly confirms that there indeed are 6 of them. Pedrick laughs, reminiscing that it's still an improvement from Seojin's previous transformation, which had over 40 teeth and a smile that sent chills down his spine. Renee, visibly annoyed, snaps at Pedrick, telling him his clacking jaws are making too much noise. Pedrick glances at the fuming Renee, thinking to himself that he ought to tell her to quit being the dungeon gatekeeper if she's so disgusted by her duties. Renee, holding a document, adopts a serious expression and declares that she will cut straight to the chase. As the scene pulls back, Renee sits formally at a table with Seojin and Pedrick, informing them that humans have begun invading the right crossroad. Renee continues, explaining the dire consequences. 116 Black Tentacles, who guarded the right crossroad, suffered critical injuries in the invasion. Seojin, leaning back with a yawn, dismisses Renee's concern, reminding her that the tentacles possess regenerative powers beyond imagination. He suggests waiting to see what happens, and if all else fails, they can simply get a new gatekeeper. Pedrick bursts into laughter, jokingly asking Seo Jin to hire 2 new gatekeepers so he can quit his lifelong contract, a suggestion Seo Jin immediately shuts down. Seo Jin, looking thoughtful, brings the discussion back to the main point: humans are only targeting his right crossroad. Pedrick, his skeletal face showing concern, suggests that the humans might already be organizing a new raid force. Renee explains that humans actively use communication magic like telepathy, meaning news of the breach in the rightward filth crossroad has likely spread. Seo Jin then slams his hand down, declaring that in that case, they must plan accordingly. Seo Jin's eyes glow with determination as he tells Pedrick and Renee to listen carefully, announcing that they will be switching positions. Using a diagram, Seo Jin explains to Renee that she, who previously guarded the red path on the left, will now be responsible for the filth crossroad on the right. Seo Jin instructs Renee that the raid force will swarm the right crossroad, believing it to be empty, and her sole task is to stop them. Renee, brimming with confidence, assures Mr. Devourer that she can stop any number of invaders. Seo Jin then turns to Pedrick, assigning him the red crossroad on the left, the path Renee usually protected. Pedrick, surprised, questions the decision. Seo Jin clarifies his strategy with another diagram. Humans, realizing Renee is now on the filth crossroad, will head for the red crossroad on the left, expecting her there. Instead, Pedrick will be waiting to stop them. Seo Jin leans back, pleased with his cunning plan, stating that this way, they can stop 2 invasions. Pedrick, however, still has a lingering question for his boss. Pedrick asks Seo Jin what his plan is if the humans decide to head for the blue crossroad in the center. Seo Jin's face remains serious. A moment of ominous silence hangs in the air, represented by a simple ellipsis, as the 3 symbolic figures stand, contemplating the central path. Seo Jin's chilling answer comes with a monstrous visual. There's nothing they can do, as the invaders will simply have to enjoy a date with him, as a shadowy creature devours tiny figures. Renee, surprisingly, finds Seo Jin's brutal plan truly perfect, exclaiming with hearts, while Pedrick, utterly exasperated by the messy strategy, simply curses under his breath. Renee, regaining her composure, shifts the agenda, noting that the most urgent matter is handled, and the only remaining item is deciding what to do with that sword. Seo Jin, still lounging, asks which sword she's referring to. Renee clarifies that it's the one used by the leader of the recent raid force. Renee observes a powerful sword lying amidst the defeated invaders, noting that those carrying such weapons must have been formidable. She then prompts Seo Jin, saying he must have heard of it too, boss. Pedrick's skeletal face lights up with recognition as he exclaims, "Ah, there it is." Pedrick's armored hand reaches down, firmly gripping the hilt of the glowing sword. Pedrick proudly identifies the weapon as the 36th masterpiece, a very famous weapon among humans. Seo Jin casually remembers the weapon, dismissively calling it that 36 shitpiece or something, believing there are plenty more cramped in storage. Pedrick, exasperated, corrects him, emphasizing that it's a masterpiece. Indeed, the blade Renee currently wields is also recognized as one of the legendary 36 masterpieces. Seo Jin observes the quality of human artifacts, noting that humans carry pretty good stuff. He then asks Pedrick what they should do with the weapon, outlining the problems. If they give it to those at the entrance, humans will only snatch it back, and if it falls into their hands again, it'll be a headache for them too. Seo Jin sighs, telling Pedrick he'll have to take the weapon. Pedrick offers the weapon to Seo Jin, but Seo Jin deflects, asking why Pedrick, who also wields swords, can't just use it himself. Pedrick reacts with a comical expression of utter surprise. Still in disbelief, Pedrick questions the suggestion again, to which Seo Jin simply confirms his intention. Pedrick bursts into delighted laughter, accepting the weapon as a direct order from his boss, declaring he has no choice but to obey. The scene transitions, introducing Renee, a terrifying homunculus maid, and Pedrick, a death knight exuding deathly energy, now proudly holding the weapon. Exhausted, Seo Jin instructs Pedrick to tear up the resignation letter he's been hiding in his ribs, now that he's been given the sword. Narration provides humorous insights into the characters. Renee, whose thoughts are solely on the Devourer, Pedrick, the dungeon manager and master of irritating his boss, and the Devourer himself, the final monster, a pure embodiment of laziness. Renee addresses Seo Jin, asking how to handle the remaining income distribution. Pedrick, seemingly content, declares that his share is already sufficient. Seo Jin, with a calculating gaze, proposes they continue their usual strategy, utilize what they can and use the rest as bait to attract future challengers. Renee enthusiastically volunteers to handle the detailed distribution once more, while Pedrick internally grumbles about her half-hearted approach. Seo Jin simply agrees. Renee observes the collection of magic tools, noting their lack of utility for them. She then proposes extracting and selling the mana stones for a significant profit. Seojin ponders Renee's suggestion, a new idea sparking in his mind. Pedric's skeletal face appears, anticipating Seojin's thought, suggesting a visit to the human village. Both Pedric and Renee recoil in shock, Renee admitting she was scared. Seojin, bewildered, demands to know why they are so surprised. Pedric, still flustered, suggests that Renee would be a more suitable candidate for the trip. Seojin growls, explaining that Pedric is terrible at transforming into a human, pointing out his visible tail as proof. Pedric reacts with confusion, while a tiny Renee points out his exposed tail, confirming Seojin's statement. Seojin, with a sigh of resignation, agrees to go, but only if he can buy plenty of delicious things. A figure begins their journey, their footsteps echoing softly on the path. A hooded figure makes her way through a vibrant forest, remarking on the pleasant weather as she travels. Renee, now revealed to be the hooded traveler, turns with a smile, promising her return to the devourer. Flag flutters gently against a clear blue sky, signaling the approach to a human settlement. Renee stands before a burly merchant, who regretfully informs her he cannot purchase her items. Renee silently contemplates. Renee's eyes glow with intense frustration, demanding an explanation from the hesitant merchant. The merchant, still somewhat hesitant, leans forward, his eyes narrowed in careful consideration of the items before him. "Let's see," he mutters. Presents a small, shimmering B-ranked mana stone. "Here, these are B-ranked mana stones," he explains. "To buy one of these, we commoners need to work hard for 10 years. He gestures towards the array of larger, more vibrant mana stones Seojin brought. "But you see, the ones you brought in are all bigger than this. These can only be used by the mages from the royal palace or the high-ranked ones from the mage tower." The merchant strokes his chin thoughtfully. A jeweler from the capital who has an agreement with the royal family or the mage tower's wing might be able to deal with it. He muses internally, the capital or the mage tower. Seojin's emerald eyes narrow beneath his hood. He thinks, the capital's too far. Do I have to go to the mage tower? He places a small, leather pouch onto the table with a soft thud. His thoughts race. I don't want to go to the mage tower, but if it's for Mr. Devourer. Seojin turns and walks away, offering a curt then, "Goodbye." The merchant calls out after him, "Travel safely, kid." The merchant's hand hovers over the table, his eyes widening in surprise as a single, intensely glowing mana stone remains. Ha! He exclaims, utterly bewildered. The merchant stands abruptly, holding up the forgotten mana stone. "Hey kid, you left one," he shouts. Seojin glances back, his expression unreadable. Seojin looks over his shoulder, a slight curve to his lips. "That's a tip," he states calmly. "Thanks for the info, human." The merchant stares at the mana stone in his hand, a bewildered expression on his face. "What a strange kid," he murmurs to himself. The towering spires of the mage tower's wing pierce the dramatic, sunset-tinged sky. At its formidable base, a solitary hooded figure, Seojin, stands ready to enter. Inside the grand hall, a robed mage addresses Seojin. "You came to sell mana stones? If so, it'd be better for you to meet with the guildmaster." Seojin simply replies, "Okay." A robed figure leads Seojin up a sweeping staircase. "I'll guide you to his office, so please follow me." The narrator reveals that the mage tower's leader is located at the top of the tower. As they navigate the labyrinthine corridors, the narrator observes the human's mage tower is similar to that of a dungeon. The guiding mage points ahead. "It's this way." A woman with flowing red hair and a distinctive feathered hat sits regally, flanked by two silent, hooded figures. She greets Seojin. "Thank you for coming such a long way. I am Graumitz Amber, the leader of Wing, the guild of this mage tower." A faint purple aura radiates from Graumitz Amber as she scrutinizes Seojin. "And you?" "This human," she probes, her gaze intense. A system prompt reveals that Seojin possesses a fairly high amount of mana. From beneath his hood, Seojin responds, "It's Ren." Graumitz Amber leans forward, addressing Seojin. "I heard a young person had come, so I was going to ignore you, but according to the guard, you had a bunch of mana stones. You must be well aware of the fame of our mage tower, Wing." Graumitz Amber's crimson eye gleams with a calculating intensity. "I trust you brought high-rank mana stones that match our standard," she states, a challenge in her tone. With a confident gesture, Seojin lets a cascade of intensely glowing, multicolored mana stones fall onto the table. "Confirm it yourself," he challenges. Graumitz Amber's eyes widen in utter shock, her composure momentarily shattered as the magnificent mana stones float around her, radiating immense power. The narrator emphasizes the incredible sight, a dazzling pile of A-rank mana stones, each one shimmering with potent energy. "These are A-rank mana stones." Graumit's Amber carefully examines a single, brilliant mana stone, and some of them are top grades, approaching the highest grade within the A rank. These aren't items that such a young child should own. Graumit's Amber stares down at Seojin, his green eyes glowing faintly. This kid, who is she? She demands, her voice sharp. You, where did you get these? Graumit's Amber's gaze sharpens, focusing on Seojin's sparkling white hair. Wait, that hair, she mutters, a new realization dawning. A historical image flashes, detailing one of the Empire's 8 noble families, renowned for their hereditary silver hair. Graumit's Amber ponders, one of the Empire's 8 families hereditarily possessed silver hair. Did the daughter of that family run away and bring these in secret? Graumit's Amber's expression hardens, a hint of disdain in her eyes. There's no other way such a young child could have so many mana stones. So a noble lady, she must be ignorant of the world. Graumit's Amber's tone shifts, acknowledging her earlier misjudgment. I was rude. I never even imagined the product would be this good. At Wing, we want to buy all of these mana stones. What about 50 ounces of gold coins per stone? I'll give you 80 ounces for the ones that are in particularly good condition. Seojin looks up, processing the exorbitant offer. 50 ounces of gold coins? He muses, recalling the merchant's earlier words. To buy one of these, we commoners need to work hard for 10 years. Seojin's mind races, calculating the true value. He realizes that a mere 50 ounces of gold coins, which takes an ordinary human 10 years to earn, is an insultingly low offer. His thoughts turn menacing, warning the merchant that if this is a joke, she will pay dearly. The merchant, taken aback by Seojin's sudden intensity, stammers, asking for clarification. Internally, she curses her misjudgment, realizing this mysterious Miss Ran is far more perceptive than she initially assumed. The merchant candidly admits her guild lacks the funds to purchase all the mana stones, even if they pooled every last coin. Seojin, his eye gleaming with an unyielding resolve, simply instructs her to acquire as much as her guild can possibly afford. A magnificent chest, overflowing with 2,000 ounces of gleaming gold coins, is presented. The merchant declares this to be the entirety of her guild's wealth, a substantial but still insufficient sum. The merchant then proposes an alternative. In exchange for all the mana stones, she offers a collection of valuable objects equivalent to the remaining gold's worth. Seojin watches, a thoughtful escaping his lips as he considers the new terms. Seojin, holding a small, intricate artifact, questions the merchant about the item's marketability, emphasizing their need to be easily sellable. The merchant, with unwavering confidence, assures him there's no need for concern. The merchant rises, gesturing for Seojin to follow. She promises to reveal the proposed objects immediately, leading him deeper into their facilities. As they walk, the merchant explains that outsiders are typically forbidden from this inner sanctum, but she makes an exception for Miss Ren, granting him access. They arrive at a grand, multi-tiered chamber, the merchant proudly announcing it as their Mage Tower's secure storage, filled with countless magical artifacts. She begins showcasing the treasures, starting with a dazzling tiara made of 4-carat diamonds, embedded with mana stones, making it exceptionally useful for mages. Next, she introduces a living black pearl. The black pearl, now revealed as a ring with a vibrant purple gem, possesses the ability to cry out if poison is near its wearer. The merchant emphasizes that this unique item was forged through the ancient art of alchemy. The mention of alchemy causes Seojin's eyes to widen slightly, a flicker of surprise, perhaps even disdain, crossing his face. A comical dark aura emanates from Seojin, clearly indicating his displeasure, while the merchant looks on, utterly perplexed by his sudden, unspoken reaction. Noticing Seojin's discomfort, the merchant expresses concern. She quickly deduces that Miss Rin dislikes alchemy, acknowledging that many find the field unhygienic and have an aversion to it. Undeterred, the merchant swiftly moves on, presenting another dazzling item, a large, multifaceted heart-shaped red gem, asking if this one might be more to his liking. The sly smile, the merchant introduces the Scarlet Love Stone, claiming it's a mystical gem capable of fulfilling one's romantic desires. Seojin's eyes are wide, captivated by the merchant's description, the words, a gem hanging in the air, hinting at his growing interest. His expression remains fixated, processing the implications of a gem that can help you, his curiosity piqued by its promised power. Seojin's eyes transform into sparkling stars, his mouth agape in utter astonishment and delight at the gem's supposed power to grant love. The merchant elaborates, explaining that infusing mana into the glowing gem in front of a beloved person will awaken the spirit within, granting eternal love. Seojin eagerly reaches out, asking if the gem works no matter who. The merchant, staking her very title as Mage Tower Master, confidently affirms its universal power. A knowing smile plays on the merchant's lips as Seojin, overcome with desire, loudly declares, I want this one, his voice filled with an unexpected eagerness. The merchant hums contentedly, holding the love stone, surrounded by whimsical puppy faces, while Seojin looks utterly bewildered by the sudden, almost saccharine shift in atmosphere. The merchant, still holding the heart-shaped gem, clarifies that while other items might be negotiable, this particular scarlet love stone is exceptionally valuable, capable of even captivating an emperor's heart, thus commanding an exorbitant price. Seojin lets out a frustrated "H," his face contorted in a mix of shock and irritation at the merchant's sudden, steep price hike. His frustration quickly gives way to determination, Seojin's lips forming a resolute line as he begins, with a challenging tone, then, Seojin dramatically presents a new, unexpected item to the merchant, challenging her with a confident, "What about this?" The merchant's expression twists into one of profound shock and fear, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gasps, "How do you have this?" Seojin, now transformed into his imposing Lord Devourer form, wields a glowing scythe and a mysterious leash-like object. He asserts that with the money already exchanged and this powerful new item, the deal should be more than settled. The tense standoff with Seojin is abruptly cut short as an urgent cry echoes through a different, dimly lit chamber. "Guild Master!" Inside a grand library, a man with glasses frantically questions the guild master, demanding to know how she could possibly give away such a precious gem. The pink-haired guild master simply chuckles, asking, "What about it?" The agitated man, sweating profusely, insists the guild master knows the true nature of the object. He warns that sending her away with it will surely lead to her demise. The guild master, with a cold indifference, simply retorts, "So what?" as she holds the sparkling gem in her long, red-nailed fingers. She explains that the gem was merely an expensive item a foolish noble lady personally exchanged. The agitated man, still protesting, can only manage a desperate, but still. A smug smile plays on the guild master's lips as she reassures him, "Don't worry, there'll be no problem." Meanwhile, a small, hooded figure, Renee, travels alone through a dappled forest, unaware of the ominous declaration that the person that annoying girl likes will also die, so there won't be any evidence left. The scene shifts to the imposing, spired architecture of Chite Castle, identified as one of the 7 great evil dungeons, shrouded in a sinister red aura. Within its dark halls, a shadowy figure with menacing claws remarks, "The ends are quite dead," hinting at a grim fate. A red-haired woman, Elizabeth Bathory, is seen brushing the long white hair of Renee, who apologetically states, "I'm sorry for suddenly showing up. I always owe you one each time I come." Elizabeth Bathory dismisses it, saying, "Enough, it's natural for neighbors to help each other out." Elizabeth Bathory, revealed as the boss of Chite Castle, smiles warmly at Renee, adding, "And seeing how cute you are makes me happy, Renee." Elizabeth Bathory playfully asserts that if the source is pretty, anything she does will look good, while Renee blushes, speechless, surrounded by floating hearts. Elizabeth Bathory confides, "At times like this, I get jealous that you're a homunculus," as she holds a pair of combs. Reflected in the mirror, Elizabeth Bathory embraces Renee, lamenting, "To think this pretty face won't age," highlighting Renee's unique nature. Renee, looking at her reflection, observes, "You look super young too. Your skin is also paler than mine." Elizabeth Bathory, standing amidst a macabre scene of blood-stained objects, coyly asks, "Oh my, don't even mention it. Don't you know how much blood I use every day just for beauty treatment?" Renee, seemingly unsettled by the revelation, hesitantly calls out, Miss Bathory." Elizabeth Bathory, with a hint of vulnerability, asks Renee, "What do you think of me right now?" eliciting a surprised exclamation. Renee, blushing brightly, genuinely responds, "Of course, the most beautiful among all the women I've seen recently." Elizabeth Bathory, with a confident gesture of her red-nailed hand, assures Renee, "I'll assure you." Elizabeth Bathory gently touches Renee's face, affirming, "No one would reject you right now," as Renee giggles shyly. Elizabeth Bathory then probes, "Anyway, Renee, who did you want to look good for?" as Renee averts her gaze shyly in the mirror. Elizabeth Bathory presses further, asking if Renee is perhaps thinking of confessing to someone. Renee, flustered, covers her face. As a glowing gem is held up, Renee's thoughts confirm, a confession. With newfound determination, Renee exclaims, "Yes, I'm going to confess," her face beaming with excited resolve. Following Renee's declaration of confession, Miss Bathory can only stare in stunned silence, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Her shock breaks as Miss Bathory stammers, questioning if Renee is truly serious, reminding her that she only said it as a joke, demanding to know the target of this sudden confession. Renee beams, her eyes twinkling with hearts, as she confidently declares her intention to confess to Mr. Devourer. Miss Batery's expression remains a mix of shock and utter disbelief, unable to process Renee's serious declaration. Renee firmly reiterates, her resolve unwavering, that this is no jest. She is indeed going to confess her feelings to Mr. Devourer. The shadow creature sighs, questioning Renee's affections, pointing out Mr. Devourer's less-than-stellar qualities and the difficulty in even identifying his strengths. Miss Battery covers her face in exasperation. Renee passionately defends Mr. Devourer, insisting he possesses many strengths and is incredibly reliable. Miss Battery, however, mutters a sarcastic agreement, conceding his reliability with a hint of irony. The shadow creature groans, lamenting that Mr. Devourer's extreme laziness completely negates any reliability he might possess. Renee reflects on Mr. Devourer's less flattering traits, admitting he is lazy and quite large, eats like a pig, sleeps whenever he pleases, snores, lacks wit, and has an insatiable appetite. Miss Battery, with a challenging smirk, asks Renee if she still harbors feelings for Mr. Devourer despite knowing all his flaws. Renee's eye narrows with unwavering resolve as she simply affirms, yes. With a gentle yet firm conviction, Renee reiterates her genuine affection, stating that she truly likes him. Miss Battery offers her understanding and hopes for Renee's success, playfully adding that Renee is too good for Mr. Devourer. With a mischievous wink, she suggests Renee come to her if things don't work out. Tear forms in Renee's eye as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Miss Battery. Renee stands resolute, clutching a glowing, heart-shaped object, her determination radiating outward. Her hands tightly grip the glowing heart, a silent vow that she will definitely succeed. The scene shifts to a grand, imposing castle, its red banners fluttering under a foreboding twilight sky. This majestic structure is revealed to be the imperial capital of Riez. Inside the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters, a grim report begins, detailing the assumed fate of warrior Vern Hishitalt's raid force. A man with stark blonde hair listens intently, his face cast in deep shadow, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Report concludes with the chilling revelation: the entire raid force has been annihilated. A seated official reacts with explosive disbelief, shouting that it's impossible, his chair clattering loudly as he recoils. He frantically protests, demanding to know how this could be, recalling reports that they had easily overcome the gatekeeper. Another official points a finger, challenging the report's certainty, arguing that without any corpses found, their annihilation cannot be confirmed. An enraged official slams his fist down, agreeing vehemently, declaring that Sir Vern could never have fallen to a mere monster. Commander delivers the grim truth, emphasizing that 2 days have passed without word from the dungeon, leading to the inescapable conclusion that Vern is likely dead, the stark word appearing over a blood-splattered blade, sealing his tragic fate. With a heavy heart and a clenched jaw, the commander states that they must, by all accounts, presume Vern is indeed gone. The grim reality settles over the council. Communication magic was severed the moment Vern's force breached the primordial core's heart. A somber figure acknowledges the dire consequence, stating that without re-entering the perilous zone, retrieving the 14th masterpiece, Tannabella, remains an impossibility. His only response is a defeated, "Is that so?" One man, aghast, suggests they must hurry and re-enter, but he is sharply cut off. Another member firmly states that they cannot. This is a dungeon even Vern's elite raid force failed to conquer. A passionate voice vehemently refuses to give up, arguing that if Sir Vern fought the boss monster, it must have sustained significant damage. Another immediately concurs, emphasizing the prowess of warrior Sir Vern. Yet another voice of reason interjects, warning that while they debate, the dungeon's forces would have healed their wounds and reorganized. He proposes they gather all available forces to finish things before that happens. An older, mustachioed man, overwhelmed with despair, laments their losses, a precious masterpiece and a warrior cherished by the royal family. He grimly predicts that failure in a second raid would spell their absolute demise. His internal thoughts echo the external threat. Simply abandoning the situation would only provoke the furious royal family to turn their blades upon them. But a chilling possibility emerges. What if Vern failed to inflict a severe wound upon the ancient monster, the primordial core's boss? What if the dungeon sustained minimal damage from the previous raid force? From the shadows, a stark declaration cuts through the tension. It is impossible to attack the primordial core. Wave of shocked gasps and stunned silence ripples through the assembled figures, the gravity of the declaration sinking in. With measured steps, an unseen figure expresses intrigue, questioning the basis of such a definitive statement. The cloaked figure, now revealed, confidently asserts that, on the contrary, such an endeavor is definitely possible, leaving the other figures in stunned silence. The mustachioed man recoils in shock, questioning the unexpected presence of the Royal Magic Academic Society. The purple-haired figure smiles menacingly, challenging them to recall whose orders the Royal Magic Academic Society, known as the Third Eye, truly obeys. A grim realization dawns on one of the observers. The royal family has already begun their intervention. The cloaked figure continues to stride forward, declaring that their very presence signifies the time has come for the council members to pay for their sins. With a sneer of contempt, the cloaked figure denounces their foolishness, accusing them not only of contributing to the death of a precious warrior but also of carelessly losing an emperor's treasured masterpiece to the enemy. The council members remain speechless, their faces contorted in fear as they sweat under the immense pressure. The cloaked figure places a hand on a council member's shoulder, then poses a rhetorical question. If everyone present perishes, who would manage the empire's innumerable raid forces? With a sinister smile, the cloaked figure reveals they've struck a deal with His Majesty, offering a solution to save them all. The cloaked figure then announces their shocking proposal. They will raid the primordial core once more. A council member voices their immediate concern, questioning how they could possibly succeed in a place where even Sir Vern had failed. The cloaked figure, with arms outstretched, dramatically reveals their secret weapon, Nifrim. He reiterates his plan to send Nifrim, eliciting a chorus of bewildered and shocked reactions from the council members. The mustachioed man, utterly horrified, stutters out a frantic question, asking if Nifrim refers to the product with a lot of issues. The cloaked figure dismisses their concerns, asserting with a confident glare that Nifrim is not a failure, but an undeniable success. The deeper question hangs in the air. Why did Sir Vern Hishitalt and his raid force fail to emerge alive from the primordial core? Was it due to weakness or sheer sloppiness? The cloaked figure emphatically dismisses both possibilities, then provocatively asks, then what was it? He concludes with a profound statement. Sir Vern and his raid force were undeniably missing a crucial factor. Seojin, with a determined glint in his eye, raises a single finger, stating that only one crucial element was missing. He continues, contemplating the one factor Sir Vern's formidable raid force lacked. The blonde woman, bathed in a soft glow, declares that Nifrim possesses this elusive quality, ensuring their absolute success in the upcoming raid. A chilling, monstrous scream echoes as Seojin collapses to the ground, a guttural edge escaping his lips. Seojin shudders, a dark aura swirling behind him, as he senses an ominous presence, a premonition of immense disaster looming over them. Amidst the chaotic surge of power, a shadowy beast manifests, yet Seojin's mind strangely drifts, wondering if he's merely catching a cold. Lying amidst the dark tendrils of the cave, Seojin sighs, admitting his reluctance, but acknowledges the constant threat of human invasion and the impending scolding from Pedrick if he delays his patrol any further. A menacing skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes looms, prompting Seojin to internally quip about its scalery nature. Seojin, still sprawled on the ground, stifles a laugh, completing his internal thought about the surprisingly scalery characteristics of the bag of bones. With a weary sigh, Seojin slowly pushes himself up, his internal monologue revealing his profound desire to no longer be bothered. Seojin's glowing yellow eyes narrow as he considers the latest intel. Humans have appeared near Filth Road, prompting him to weigh whether he should investigate. Seojin stands atop a platform of dark, pulsating organic matter, bathed in an eerie light, ready to move. Observing the bloodied, pulsating organic mass, Seojin expresses a pang of regret, acknowledging his inability to intervene beyond simply waiting. Taking a decisive step, Seojin mentally declares his intention to move on to the next task. A system prompt identifies the manager of Room 5 as Atrapapago. Seojin recalls from his memories, identifying the sprawling, plant-like entity as Atrapapago. Seojin steps onto the massive plant, mentally noting that as long as its main body and nutrients are intact, Atrapapago will regenerate autonomously. Kneeling beside the glowing, pulsating core, Seojin expresses relief that the main body is still alive, concluding it will recover without his intervention. The plant's core pulses with a soft, organic light, a testament to its latent regenerative power. Seojin rises, his internal thoughts signaling a transition to his next objective. The swift motion, Seojin leaps away from the massive plant, moving onward. As his feet land, Seojin's thoughts shift to a new concern, identifying the core problem. Standing before a gaping, jagged cave entrance, Seojin realizes the true issue lies with the destruction of the first through fourth rooms. Seojin rubs his neck, a worried expression on his face, realizing he must discuss this with Pedrick, anticipating another scolding. Seojin stretches and yawns, his glowing yellow eyes heavy with fatigue, deciding to postpone further thoughts and consider if he should finally rest. Seojin reflects on his progress, acknowledging he only checked Filth Road and Room 5, yet concludes he performed quite well. As a mysterious light sparkles in the cavern, Seojin hopes Pedrick will understand his efforts. Seojin closes his eyes, a faint glow surrounding him, believing his patrol is finally complete. Suddenly, a sharp, glowing projectile pierces the air with devastating force, signaling an abrupt and violent end to his momentary peace. Shadowy tendrils of Seojin's power writhe around him as he braces, a silent gasp escaping his lips. A malevolent thought echoes, "Dirty human bastards," as an unseen presence takes a resolute step forward, ready for confrontation. A chilling declaration rings out, "As long as you have stepped foot in this place," as a colossal shadowy entity fully manifests, its dark form towering over Seojin. Seojin stands perfectly still amidst the swirling darkness, a confident, almost amused expression now gracing his face, completely unfazed by the recent chaos. A young girl, later identified as Renee, floats in distress, profusely apologizing. "I'm sorry," she clarifies. "I thought another puny human had invaded." Renee looks up, a hint of recognition in her voice as she asks, "Was it you?" Then bows deeply, repeating her apologies. "I'm truly sorry, Amar Devourer." Seojin, still visibly shaken despite his words, tries to dismiss the incident, claiming, "Well, it's fine. I only jumped a little." He quickly shifts the topic, putting that aside. Seojin observes Renee, now elegantly dressed in a new outfit, and stutters, "Renee, de-dressed up?" A radiant smile blossoms on Renee's face as she exclaims, "You noticed. I'm happy, Mr. Devourer." Seojin's panic rises, his thoughts racing. Who is Renee? He desperately tries to understand the situation. There must be something special happening? A new fear grips him. Tio thinks she'd take OFF the maid outfit. She isn't trying to quit before Pedrick, right? Renee gently asks, "Amar Devourer, can you give Renee some of your time?" Seojin, still in a state of terror, immediately shouts, "Okay." His internal plea echoes, "Anything but a letter of resignation." Renee welcomes Seojin into a radiant, hidden cavern, declaring, "Welcome, Amar Devourer. This place is Renee's secret place." Renee gestures to the table, inviting him, "Please sit here. I'll bring out the tea." Meanwhile, Seojin's mind is consumed by a single, desperate thought. Please no letter of resignation. Please no letter of resignation. Renee gracefully pours a steaming cup of tea, the liquid glinting in the soft light. As they share tea, Renee confides, "Originally, IT was a place only I knew, but now, Amar Devourer knows as well." Seojin awkwardly responds, Yeah. Renee smiles sweetly, holding a pen, and adds, "Also." Seojin's panic intensifies as he gulps his tea, his mind screaming, "Also, please no letter of resignation. Please no letter of resignation." Renee looks at Seojin, asking, "Do you remember?" Seojin's eyes widen in realization, his reflection visible in his teacup as he replies, "Oh, of course." The narrator reveals a pivotal moment. It was during this time that Renee's status soared, earning her a nickname, as a powerful, shadowed form of Renee with glowing green eyes is depicted. Seojin expresses genuine concern. "Yeah, you suffered a lot. Is your right eye feeling better?" Internally, he sighs in relief, "Thank God. It wasn't a letter of resignation." Renee's eyes soften, touched by his memory. Renee's eye. "You remembered." A gentle smile follows. Renee is happy. Seojin reassures her with a smile. "Oh, of course. I have always kept it animandi." Renee then expresses, "I was glad I could keep you safe." Seojin echoes her sentiment. "ASMI." Seojin's expression shifts to confusion, a single word escaping him. A wave of dread washes over Seojin as he frantically thinks, "And oh wait, what do you mean, was glad? Aren't these parting words?" Renee stands, addressing him, "Amar Devourer." Seojin is consumed by absolute terror, his mind screaming, "Please no letter of resignation. Please no. Please no, please no, please no, please no." Seojin's please turn into a confused whisper. "Please, huh?" Renee turns her head, a soft blush on her cheeks, and gently confesses, "I like you, Amar Devourer." With a look of profound emotion, Renee reveals, for 80 years, Renee has waited for this moment. After Renee's profound confession, Seojin, visibly flustered, tries to address the situation, stammering, Look, Renee, firstly..." Seojin continues, attempting a gentle approach despite his discomfort, acknowledging her feelings with a strained, "Thanks for confessing to me." Turning his gaze away, Seojin reveals his deeper concerns, explaining that our lives are always hanging by a thread. Renee, her face etched with sadness and a faint blush, echoes his sentiment, stating, "We never know when we'll get hurt or die." A single teacup steams gently, symbolizing the quiet, melancholic atmosphere as Renee's unspoken thoughts linger. It's not like we want either of us to live the rest of our lives in solitude, right? Her hand clutches her dress, a gesture betraying her disappointment as she murmurs, as expected. "Turned out like this. I knew it was a burdensome request." Seojin watches Renee from a distance, who stands with her back partially turned, her voice filled with a desperate honesty as she admits, "But I couldn't keep it inside any longer." Renee turns her back fully, her long hair flowing as she reveals her deepest fear. But the thought of Mr. Devourer rejecting Renee and walking away, touching a glowing pink heart-shaped crystal. Renee's posture is tense with despair as she whispers, "That's too scary." The glowing crystal in Renee's hand pulsates, a symbol of her desperate resolve as she declares, "Renee has always wanted to be loved by Mr. Devourer, no matter the cost." With a sudden burst of energy, Renee lunges forward, a determined cry of "so" escaping her lips as Seojin is violently thrown back in his chair. Renee hovers menacingly over the falling Seojin, declaring, "Even if it means resorting to despicable measures." Seojin, shocked and surrounded by dark energy, desperately shouts, "Renee, calm down." Sweet, almost sinister smile graces Renee's face as she holds out the glowing crystal, believing her wish fulfilled. "With this, my wish is fulfilled, Mr. Devourer." Seojin's eyes widen in horror, glowing yellow as he begins to realize the gravity of her actions, uttering, "That's just stop the magic power." Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from Seojin, taking on a monstrous form as his power reacts to Renee's spell. A system notification flashes, simply stating, "Renee." The shadowy entity intensifies, its claw-like forms reaching out as another system notification appears, ominously declaring, "You." The scene of chaos is revealed. An overturned chair, a spilled teacup, all consumed by creeping dark shadows. A system message flashes, marking the moment, "Just now." Renee stares in absolute terror, her green eyes wide with fear as the dark shadows loom behind her. A system prompt reveals the consequence. "What you did to me." Renee covers her face in despair, the heart-shaped crystal in her hand now visibly cracked as she lets out a pained gasp. With a sharp crack, the heart-shaped crystal shatters into countless pieces, falling to the ground as tears well up in Renee's horrified eyes. Renee looks up, utterly distraught and confused, demanding to know, what's going on? This? From beneath the shattered crystal shards, a small, shadowy creature with glowing red eyes emerges, the true, terrifying consequence of Renee's desperate act. A skeletal minion, one of Seojin's summons, grins cheerfully amidst floating flowers, exclaiming, "Wow boss, you're the best." Multiple skeletal minions playfully surround Seojin's massive shadowy form, teasing him, "You didn't just drive the humans away, you even chased Renee away." One skeletal minion reacts with exaggerated shock, its jaw dropped as it exclaims, "I'm so shocked, I can't shut my mouth. Your kicks really don't discriminate between friend and foe. It seems to be closing just fine. What? Never mind." Seojin, in his shadowy form, seems to sulk as he asks the skeletal figure, Pedrick, how do I fix something like this?" Pedrick, clearly exasperated, retorts, "You created this mess. Why ask me for a solution?" Pedrick holds a piece of the shattered pink crystal, contemplating the situation before offering a softening thought. "Well, still." Looking towards Seojin, Pedrick offers a slight consolation, suggesting, "It's not entirely your fault." The shadowy entity, with a menacing aura, declares to the skeletal minion, "What you did to me was definitely your fault." It then questions the minion, asking why it's covering its eyes, while the minion lets out a pained groan. The shadowy entity feigns ignorance, stuttering, "Tea to you," and claiming, "I can't quite recall," before sarcastically adding, "Ah, really?" A skeletal minion screams out in terror, urgently calling for its boss. The battle intensifies as chaos erupts. Above, a figure wreathed in blue energy descends, while below, a white-haired combatant is engulfed in swirling purple power. At the heart of it all, Seojin stands, dark energy crackling around him as he confronts shadowy adversaries. A skeletal minion is violently struck by a massive, shadowy hand, its form recoiling from the impact. Skeletal minion desperately shouts, "Boss, calm down dash," its glowing eyes wide with alarm. Seojin's face contorts in a grimace, his golden eyes blazing amidst the crackling purple energy as his minion's desperate call of BOSS echoes. A skeletal minion observes the scene with confusion. Below, a white-haired woman named Renee kneels, clutching a radiant pink crystal, seemingly incapacitated. The minion questions, "Renee, done?" The skeletal minion urgently commands, "Miss Renee, get it together," and then shouts, "Leave this to me and get out," attempting to guide her away from danger. The skeletal minion, surrounded by pulsating purple energy, internally curses, realizing, damn it, she's not in a state where words will get to her. The skeletal minion clenches its hand, concluding, she'll just get in the way right now. With a swift, decisive strike, the skeletal minion forcibly sends Renee flying, propelling her away from the immediate danger. Renee's face contorts in shock and pain, letting out a sharp cry of Gau Kaa as she is struck. The skeletal minion looks down at the incapacitated Renee, internally apologizing, sorry, Miss Renee, this is the only way I can think of. It then confirms, okay, I've distanced her for now. A menacing red aura permeates the air as shadowy figures emerge. Amidst crackling purple lightning, the skeletal minion observes, but what's this? As a powerful, glowing white entity begins to materialize, prompting the minion to whisper, you. Piercing yellow eyes materialize in the darkness, fixing their gaze upon the skeletal minion. A voice emanates from the void, challenging, came to kill me too? The minion looks up in stunned silence. The shadowy entity presses the skeletal minion, asking, you still don't remember? The minion hangs its head, groaning, ugh, damn it, I'm sorry. The shadowy entity, now emitting steam, acknowledges the minion's remorse, stating, it's good that you accepted it quickly. It then adds, but still, I get why you did it. The shadowy entity explains the underlying reason for the minion's actions, stating, because it just happened to be redacted. Below, several glowing pink crystals lie scattered on the ground. The skeletal minion tentatively asks, I should go find Renee, right? The shadowy entity retorts, why state the obvious? Surprised, the minion stammers, huh? I thought you'd say not to. The entity then declares, that's offensive, and chastises, don't you know how important Miss Renee is to our dungeon? The shadowy entity elaborates on Renee's indispensable roles, detailing from sourcing your food and managing the diet of the other monsters, to cleaning and repairing the dungeon, healing the monsters and setting up traps. She also provides counseling and resolves any monster complaints, and convert the treasures, distributes income, and takes care of the ledger. The panel visually depicts Chibi Renee diligently performing each task. Shadowy entity emphasizes Renee's critical role, declaring, Miss Renee practically runs this dungeon single-handedly. It then adds a cutting remark, her absence would be more crippling to the dungeon than yours. The skeletal minion, reeling from the revelation, thinks, I know that, but it's still shocking to hear. The shadowy entity, radiating intense frustration, barks a command, so find her before it's too late. The shadowy entity continues its impassioned directive, asserting, whether it means bowing, begging, groveling. The shadowy entity concludes its forceful command, or even kissing her feet, just bring her back. Seojin, visibly exasperated by the intensity, groans, Yug. The skeletal minion extends a hand towards Seojin, offering, and if you're gonna go find her, take this. Seojin looks on curiously, uttering, HM? The skeletal minion presents a bracelet with a glowing green gem, explaining, this is the Demura. It's a bracelet that helps with mana stabilization. Seojin questions the mysterious item, and the skeletal minion casually dismisses his curiosity, simply stating its exorbitant value. The skeletal minion elaborates, warning Seojin about his severe mana backflow, which might limit the bracelet's effectiveness, but assures him it should at least prevent seizures during his polymorphed state. Seojin acknowledges the information. Annoyed by the minion's foresight, Seojin demands to know where he acquired such a valuable item, to which the minion nonchalantly replies he picked it up on the way. Skeletal minion then earnestly requests Seojin not to misuse the bracelet, cautioning that it isn't very sturdy. Seojin dismisses the warning, stating he'll figure out its use as he goes along, causing the minion to cry out in exasperation. As Seojin assures him he'll try his best, the skeletal minion entrusts the place to him during his absence. Seojin, however, lightly retorts that he's not leaving the village. The skeletal minion's glowing eyes intensify as he gives Seojin a strict 5-day deadline, warning that human forces will soon arrive. The skeletal minion reiterates the urgency, telling Seojin to return before the raid force bastards arrive, to which Seojin simply confirms, yes, boss. A grim inner monologue reveals the skeletal minion's true concern. If he cannot defend against the invaders in Seojin's absence, the consequences of them reaching that place are unimaginable. Skeletal minion firmly stresses the 5-day deadline again, emphasizing it as the safest bet and urging Seojin to keep it in mind. With a dark aura swirling around him, Seojin gives a resolute got it. Seojin strides away, his form enveloped in a dark, swirling aura, declaring his intention to bring back Renee within 5 days. The skeletal minion frantically shouts a warning, urging Seojin not to draw attention if he passes through a human village, as revealing a dungeon monster's presence would bring no good. Seojin's footsteps echo as he dismissively replies, got it, got it. Seojin flashes a sinister grin, a dark aura flaring around him, and declares that if things go south, he'll simply destroy everything and return, much to the minion's horrified exasperation. The skeletal minion can only let out a resigned sigh. The minion mutters to himself, realizing that the situation is far more complicated than he initially expected. A breaking news report reveals the true complexity. Renee traded the brachycephalic tooth for a mana stone containing a demon, leading Seojin to nearly kill her in a fit of rage. The minion's glowing eye narrows as a dire prediction surfaces. If Boss finds out about this, the minion envisions a terrifying apocalypse, a monstrous shadow devouring countless figures as he screams in horror, "Arg, these bastards! An apocalypse!" Stressed minion clutches the document, his internal struggle evident as he insists, but it's not time for humanity to fall yet. He glances at the paper again, a confused huh escaping him. His glowing eyes widen in absolute shock, a startled huh dash bursting from him. The document reveals the shocking truth. The Dungeon Raid Union headquarters is confident in raiding the core in just 3 days. Minion's previous words echo, so 5 days, that's the safest bet. Please keep that in mind. His eyes dart between his own words and the news, the realization hitting him as he gasps, 3 days? A furious arg, damn it, escapes the minion as his glowing eye burns with frustration. Meanwhile, Seojin lies spread-eagled amidst a desolate, broken landscape surrounded by the remnants of what appears to be a recent battle. Seojin stirs, groaning in frustration as he lies amidst the desolate, broken landscape. His eyes open, Seojin's mind reels as he realizes this is already the second time he's been randomly teleported to an unknown place. A massive skeletal guardian looms over Seojin, warning him that a boss's mana is unstable, cautioning against using magic. Seojin ponders the advice, murmuring in thought. As dark energy swirls around his clenched fist, Seojin questions if magic is the cause of his current predicament. Despite the risks, Seojin decides to attempt using his abilities one more time, pushing himself up from the ground with a determined resolve. Dark, swirling energy engulfs Seojin as he focuses, attempting to pinpoint the coordinates of the place Renee visited to sell mana stones. The desolate canyon reveals itself as the town of Harston, a location Seojin now identifies in his thoughts. From a grand throne, a powerful demon declares her intent to bestow a glorious death upon the lowly and insignificant creatures before her, emanating an aura of dark power. A new voice dismisses the demon's words as funny, openly questioning her pride. The voice continues, proudly declaring his group a seasoned subjugation party, ranked 32nd in the Empire. He then introduces his formidable group as the elite mercenaries of the Dawn Tiger Mercenary Party. With fierce determination, he challenges the demon, proclaiming their fame will soon spread across the continent and vowing to drag her down from her lofty throne. The demon glares down at them, dismissing them as insolent fools. From her throne, the demon reveals her lineage, proclaiming herself the 17th descendant of the formidable demon king Asmodeus. A surge of raw, violet energy erupts, crackling with immense power. The demon activates a powerful skill, Mel's de Lymf Agria, as sharp purple energy manifests around her like menacing wings. Her glowing eyes fixed on her opponents, the demon commands them to bask in the glory of having heard her name and die. Despite the pressure, he responds with a defiant glare, accepting her challenge. He leaps into the air, charging with his sword, vowing to return her arrogant words directly to her demon king. The demon effortlessly blocks his sword strike with her empowered arm, the impact echoing with raw force. He grimaces, surprised that his seemingly ordinary vault attack was so easily repelled. One of his comrades, enveloped in a fiery aura, calls out, offering to provide support to their leader. A violent explosion of dark purple energy engulfs the area, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of smoke and power. He grunts in pain as he is caught directly in the demon's powerful purple energy blast. The sheer force of the demon's attack shatters the ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the earth with a powerful impact. He cries out as he is violently flung backward by the overwhelming purple energy. His face contorted in shock and pain, he realizes he's been struck by ice particles, questioning the nature of the attack. Lying amidst the shattered ice and debris, he stares in utter disbelief, defeated by the unexpected power. Even as the battlefield lies shattered, the formidable spearwoman unleashes yet another devastating ice spell, a colossal crystal forming above her. The sheer speed of her casting leaves onlookers stunned, questioning, did she cast a new spell already? The air shimmers with residual arcane energy, a chaotic swirl of light blue and purple indicating the raw power unleashed. Jagged fragments of ice and shattered debris litter the ground, glowing faintly with lingering magical particles. From behind a large chunk of debris, the pink-haired companion emerges, his expression a mix of shock and defiance as he begins. "Did you think I'd just let you get away with that?" The pink-haired companion shouts, launching himself forward with incredible speed, leaving a bright trail in his wake. With a sharp hop, the pink-haired companion plants his feet, the ground cracking slightly from the force of his powerful maneuver. The pink-haired companion cries out, "Hiih!" bringing his weapon down with immense force as ice shards explode around him, aiming directly at the spearwoman below. The spearwoman, unfazed by the assault and radiating dark energy from her wings, sneers, "Are you trying to incur your own death, you fool?" as two massive ice shards launch upwards to intercept the pink-haired companion. A golden barrier suddenly flares to life around the pink-haired companion, deflecting the incoming ice shards. He reacts with shock, exclaiming, "A barrier? When did he?" Spearwoman's eyes widen in disbelief and fury. "I'm certain I took care of the magician," she mutters, her previous confidence wavering. Her eye narrows, a silent scream of realization echoing her profound shock as the truth dawns on her. The elder scholar, staff glowing with arcane energy, strains to maintain the barrier, urging on the pink-haired companion, "Jigo, leader!" Enraged by the unexpected intervention, the spearwoman snarls, "Those insects!" her hand glowing with destructive power. Consumed by fury, the spearwoman propels herself through the air, a blur of purple energy as she closes the distance. The pink-haired companion is sent hurtling through the air, his weapon still clutched in hand, letting out a defiant hiih. The spearwoman's hand slams into the ground, unleashing a devastating magical shockwave that shatters the very earth and sends debris flying. A column of raw purple energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the battlefield and sending massive chunks of rock and ice hurtling skyward. Pink-haired companion is violently thrown backward by the blast, landing hard amidst the debris with a pained ugh. Even the spearwoman is caught in the collateral force, thrown off balance with a surprised arg, her wings flaring as she struggles to regain composure. The spearwoman's fury turns to confusion. "What the?" as the pink-haired companion, battered and bleeding, stares back with an equally stunned expression. From the swirling dust and debris, a new, ominous presence begins to coalesce. A voice states, "Something has appeared." One of the masked companions helps the pink-haired companion to his feet, asking, "Leader, can you stand?" The pink-haired companion, still recovering, replies, "Yeah, don't worry." With a grimace, the pink-haired companion asks, "While we're at it, who is that?" He adds, "I never heard of another subjugation party coming here." The spearwoman clutches her chest, a pained "Gah" escaping her lips as she stares at the emerging figure, clearly unsettled. The spearwoman watches the shadowy form emerge from the dust, her mind racing. Just what kind of person? She wonders aloud, a hint of fear in her voice. Another masked companion, his back to the viewer, calls out cautiously, "Hey!" as his gaze fixes on the silhouette taking shape in the smoke. From the dissipating smoke, Seojin emerges, his eyes glowing faintly as he calmly asks, "Do you guys know where Harston is?" The spearwoman stares at Seojin, a chilling question forming in her mind. Just what kind of monster is this guy? The spearwoman's chilling question hangs in the air as she demands to know, "Where do you lot think Harston is?" She presses, her crimson eyes fixed on Seojin, whose golden gaze remains unwavering. Her voice sharpens into a furious shout, demanding to know what Seojin burst in to say. He simply responds with a nonchalant as if just realizing something. A new voice warns, observing the scene, "Their appearance seems human enough, but you better stay away from that Demon King." Seojin, looking over his shoulder, echoes, "Demon King?" His curiosity piqued. A new demonic entity, radiating overwhelming power and purple energy, declares, "Send however many trifling humans you want. It'll never be enough to take down someone like me." A human soldier recognizes the immense threat, realizing that Demon is a Demon King. Seojin observes the new Demon King, his thoughts racing. The vibes are totally different from the other Demon Kings I've run into. Is it a generational gap? Meanwhile, the Demon King continues her enraged tirade. "Lowly scum, you will pay in spades for damaging my castle." Soldier reports to his commander, "Commander, the support squad has arrived." The commander, invigorated by the reinforcements, declares, "Great, let's take down that Demon King together." Seojin raises a hand, attempting to interject. "No, hang on." He sighs in frustration, muttering, "You guys, arg," at the reckless charge of the human forces. A human soldier confidently challenges the Demon King. "Watch as your magic fails to even leave a single scratch on our party." The Demon King scoffs, "Humans sure talk big if nothing else." In the background, Seojin quietly observes the name Harston echoing in his mind. The human commander rallies his troops. We've got support, so don't be afraid to go all out. The soldiers roar, it's on, as they charge. Amidst the chaos, Seojin quietly thinks, can someone show me the way to... The Demon King, enraged, snarls, savor the taste of pain. You lowly scum! A human warrior retorts, this spot will be your grave, Demon King. Seojin lets out a weary ha, observing the escalating battle. Seojin's patience snaps. His golden eyes glow intensely as he thinks, I'm seriously fed up. Looking up at the ravaged sky, Seojin's mind returns to his primary objective. I have to find Renee quickly, he thinks, the urgency mounting. Seojin observes the charging soldiers, his expression hardening as he concludes, and now it looks like this lot will be impossible to talk to. Seojin clenches his fists, thinking, any later than this and Patrick will chew me out. Just thinking about it is a pain. Meanwhile, the human soldiers, misunderstanding his pause, yell, Oi, get a move on and help us. Another scoffs, that guy's probably scared stiff. With a surge of dark, crackling energy, Seojin's hand glows purple as he clenches it, his golden eye burning with resolve. A single, chilling command escapes his lips, shut up. A torrent of dark, shadowy tendrils and crackling purple lightning erupts from Seojin, engulfing the surrounding human soldiers. Their confident shouts turn to screams as they are instantly overwhelmed. The dark energy swirls and dissipates, leaving behind an eerie silence, a testament to Seojin's devastating power. Seojin stands amidst the wreckage, calm and collected, as shadowy entities coalesce around him, devouring the remnants of the fallen. A chilling nom 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 echoes, signifying their absorption. Demon King, who moments ago was full of bravado, now stares in utter shock and terror, stammering, at Seojin's unexpected display of power. Seojin lets out a satisfied burp, a hint of disgust on his face, as the Demon King recoils with a terrified heek, witnessing his monstrous consumption. Clutching her chest in disbelief, the Demon King demands, what exactly did you just do? The Demon King, now completely subdued, admits it was truly astonishing and powerful. She bows her head slightly, acknowledging his might. With what I just saw, you may even be more powerful than me, my lord. Her fear quickly morphs into intense fascination as the Demon King, with sparkling eyes and a wide, fanged grin, declares, my esteemed self is now very interested in you. I want to know more about you. The now chibi Demon King, multiplying in her excitement, swarms around Seojin, bombarding him with questions. What is your true identity, my lord? What was that huge presence that emerged? Is it tucked in here somewhere? What about your name? What's the secret to your strength? Seojin's face contorts into an expression of utter disgust and exasperation, completely overwhelmed by the Demon King's sudden, clingy adoration. He can only manage a silent ellipsis. The chibi Demon King bounces with excitement, oblivious to Seojin's clear discomfort as he turns away. Within the grand, arched halls, the Demon King clears her throat, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity. Cough, cough, pardon my manners, she says. With a flourish, the Demon King extends a hand in a gesture of formal introduction, declaring, allow me to introduce myself. With renewed pride, the Demon King proclaims her identity. I am a great, renowned Demon King, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. Continuing her grand declaration, the Demon King strikes a flamboyant pose, her voice echoing with a powerful, arcane phrase, Mel's DLYMF Ejer. Her eyes gleam with playful curiosity as she then turns her attention to Seojin, asking directly, now then, what's your name? Seojin's face twists into an expression of utter revulsion, his internal thoughts screaming, I hate this, all of this. He tries to compose himself, reasoning internally, but if it's for the sake of intel, he begins to stammer out a name, that's, I'm Swall. The Demon King interjects with an intrigued, oh ho. Suddenly, Seojin pauses, a realization dawning on him as he mutters, hold up. A torrent of thoughts races through Seojin's mind. He considers the consequences. If I reveal my identity, wouldn't news of it spread everywhere? He recalls a warning. Patrick warned me not to let that happen, ultimately deciding, besides, there's no need to reveal it now. He finishes his fabricated name, Du Raunier. His internal monologue confirms his decision. There's no need for me to reveal my identity now. With a mischievous grin, Seojin confidently declares his new, albeit fake, identity. I'm Swaldo Raunier. He even conjures a mental image of a handsome village boy to match. Seojin mentally cringes. Damn it, that name's iffy, but it was the only thing I could think of on the spot. Meanwhile, the Demon King slowly repeats the name, Swaldo Raunier. With stars in her eyes, the Demon King eagerly asks, can I call you Lord Swaldo? Seojin, still a bit awkward, reluctantly agrees, aye if you want. The Demon King turns to Seojin, expressing her gratitude. Okay then, Lord Swaldo. First, I want to express my heartfelt thanks for coming to my rescue. Though it was rather overkill, Seojin, ever pragmatic, simply replies, say less. Pouting, the Demon King insists, no, if it wasn't for your help, my lord. It's shameful to admit, but they may have landed a single attack on me. She quickly adds, so you did save me, but it's not like I needed saving. Regaining her composure, the Demon King declares, anyway, since you helped me out, Lord Swaldo, I want to be of help too. She offers, do you have anything you want from me? Seojin's eyes light up with hope as he eagerly asks, yes. Do you know the way to Harston? The Demon King responds with a knowing, aha, Harston, you say? Seojin grins, confident in his decision, thinking, all right, she knows. It was the right call to kill off the humans instead of her. He adds, just a little longer, Renee. But Seojin's confidence shatters as the Demon King, with wide, innocent eyes, asks, so, what's a Harston? Seojin's face freezes in a silent, utterly stunned expression, his mind completely blank. Seojin's internal monologue spirals into disbelief. What's a Harston? He desperately thinks, wait, not only does she not know the way, but she doesn't even know what Harston is. The vast, empty landscape mirrors Seojin's despair as he internally screams, no way, did I really just ask the one person who doesn't even know the concept of Harston? Resigning himself to the situation, Seojin changes tactics. Alright then, where's the nearest human village from this place? The Demon King ponders, a human village. With a thoughtful expression, the Demon King reveals, far as I know, a city called Liège is the closest. Seojin's eyes widen in utter shock, his hand flying to his head as he exclaims, Liège, the imperial capital Liège? A map materializes, illustrating Seojin's growing horror as he realizes, doesn't it take 2 months to go from Harston to Liège by a human carriage? The chibi Demon King looks on with concern as Seojin collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. She asks, what happened, Lord Swaldo? Is something the matter? Seojin, muffled, admits, overshot it by a mile. Understanding Seojin's predicament, the Demon King offers a solution. Overshot? I see, so you want to go somewhere far away. She then suggests, in that case, how about using the teleportation hub? Seojin lifts his head, surprised by the term. What? A hub? The Demon King looks back, genuinely surprised by his ignorance. You don't know? The Demon King explains, describing a complex magical device. It's something the humans invented with magic and alchemy. She continues, apparently this device has tech that can forcibly transfer someone through space. Hope renewed, Seojin eagerly asks, where is this thing? The Demon King responds, you want to go? The teleportation hub. She then delivers the crucial information, revealing, is in Liège. The scene shifts to a picturesque view of the city, Liège. Seojin, with a determined gaze, asks for the exact location. Mealy, partially obscured, responds by questioning his intent, asking if he truly plans to go, and hints at the location of the teleportation herb. The grand city of Liège is then revealed, its majestic architecture sprawling under a starry sky, as Mealy confirms, in Liège. Seojin looks around, questioning if they've arrived at central Liège. Mealy, with an excited grin, confirms their location, declaring it the prime spot for gathering crucial intelligence. Seojin reflects internally, acknowledging the low probability of finding Renee in Liège but recognizing the necessity of gathering information, uncertain if she moved on to Harston. Mealy then gently reminds him of his objective, asking if he's still searching for the silver-haired woman. Seojin confirms his search, and Mealy confidently reassures him, pledging her full support in finding the woman he seeks. Seojin pauses, a look of realization dawning on him as he questions Mealy about her status as the lord of the Demon King's castle, wondering about the fate of her domain. Mealy grins, fangs glinting, playfully asking if Seojin is worrying about her. She commends his concern but quickly dismisses it, assuring him there's no need. Mealy declares her true nature as a Demon King, born to rule in her supreme body, emphasizing that the physical castle holds no importance. She asserts that wherever she stands becomes demonic land, and those by her side are her loyal soldiers, her form radiating a potent purple aura. Seojin, still processing, questions if this is a unique Demon King's power, allowing her to gather all demons at will. Mealy clears her throat, then confirms with a triumphant smile, exactly that. Mealy giggles mischievously, revealing that despite her grand declaration, she's never actually tried to summon demons before, much to Seojin's visible shock. Mealy, with fierce determination, declares that since her father accomplished it, she can undoubtedly do it too. Seojin, looking slightly overwhelmed, simply mutters, I see. Mealy then shifts the topic, her expression softening as she suggests moving on. Mealy explains that the Demon King's castle, inherited from her father, was partially destroyed, leaving her with limited options. She apologizes, but Seo-jin dismisses her concern, candidly admitting the castle wasn't particularly great, citing constant chaos caused by humans. Mealy shouts in frustration, proclaiming that even she, the king, struggles when the human capital is situated directly in front of her castle. Mealy abruptly shifts gears, declaring an end to the somber discussion and urging them to gather information. Seo-jin, slightly bewildered, agrees, a lingering feeling of unease settling over him. With their objectives set, Seo-jin and Mealy walk away, their forms silhouetted against a shimmering background as they begin their search for intelligence. 2 frothy mugs of beer are forcefully placed on a table, accompanied by a booming declaration. "Here are your 2 beers." Seo-jin holds his beer, a contemplative look on his face as he realizes that his companion's unconventional approach to information gathering wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Seo-jin nervously calls out to Mealy, who is already chugging her beer, questioning their presence in a pub when they have a long journey ahead. Mealy lets out a blissful cry, her eyes closed in pure satisfaction as she proclaims the beer refreshing. Mealy, with a smug expression, informs Seo-jin that he seems unfamiliar with human villages, confidently stating that pubs are the true hubs of information. Mealy gestures around the bustling pub, instructing Seo-jin to observe his surroundings and listen intently. The camera pans across the lively pub, filled with patrons engaged in various conversations, which Mealy identifies as the unpolished gems of valuable information. Mealy leans in, a mischievous glint in her eyes, explaining that the key is simply to discern and select the relevant information from the myriad of conversations. Seo-jin, still puzzled, questions Mealy's method, asking for clarification on what she means by pick and choose. Seo-jin's golden eye narrows, a subtle escaping his lips as he spots something intriguing. Seo-jin's gaze falls upon a bulletin board adorned with numerous handwritten notes in an unfamiliar script, prompting him to question its purpose. As they approach, Mealy expresses surprise, admitting she hadn't realized such a bulletin board existed here. Mealy gestures emphatically towards the papers, declaring this to be the very net of information she had spoken of earlier. Seo-jin, slightly confused, asks if she had already mentioned it, to which Mealy confidently affirms, "I did." Seo-jin's eyes widen as he reads the documents, realizing this is the very net of information Mealy spoke of. Mealy clarifies that it's a list of all subjugation parties currently active in the dungeons, explaining its purpose is to prevent multiple groups from entering the same dungeon simultaneously. The pink-haired companion, standing beside Seo-jin, adds that indeed, there's never been a record of 2 human groups in the same dungeon, citing potential issues with pay distribution if multiple parties were involved. The pink-haired companion scoffs at the low humans, remarking on their higher chance of success in larger groups, yet they are blinded by greed, willingly walking into danger. He concludes that it's ultimately better for us. Seo-jin, caught off guard, questions the term us. Seo-jin, his expression sharp, directly challenges the pink-haired companion, demanding clarification on what he means by us. A bead of sweat rolls down Seo-jin's temple as a chilling realization dawns on him, prompting him to ask if the pink-haired companion is also a dungeon demon. The pink-haired companion's eyes widen in surprise, then narrow in thought. He acknowledges the strangeness of the situation, pointing out that as the lord of the Demon King's castle, Seo-jin shouldn't be able to roam freely outside as a dungeon demon. Seo-jin, clearly flustered, tries to brush it off, stating it's too complicated to explain and asks if the pink-haired companion can just let it slide. Pink-haired companion sighs, acknowledging Seo-jin's many secrets and deciding not to press the issue further, trusting he has his reasons. They walk away, leaving the topic unresolved. Suddenly, Seo-jin's eyes snap open, a look of profound surprise crossing his face as he notices something significant. Seo-jin scans the wall of information, a faint sound of realization escaping him as he spots a familiar entry. He recognizes it. Oh, it's my dungeon. Seo-jin's gaze falls upon the subjugation list, a wave of relief washing over him as he sees it's still empty. He thinks there's still time, but his thoughts are abruptly cut off. Suddenly, Mealy cries out in alarm, her head snapping up as if startled by an unexpected event. Mealy, too short to see the new addition to the information board, jumps up and down in frustration, demanding Seo-jin show her what he's looking at, accusing him of being petty for showing off his height. The pink-haired companion watches the comical scene. Seo-jin, giving in to Mealy's insistence, lowers the paper for her to see. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she exclaims in delight. Mealy excitedly reads the new document, announcing it's a raid advertisement for one of the 7 malevolent dungeons, the core of the ancient. With wide, gleaming eyes, Mealy proudly declares that she knows all about the core of the ancient, responding to Seo-jin's implied surprise. Mealy continues her enthusiastic explanation, detailing how the core of the ancient combines the strengths of all 7 malevolent dungeons, possessing a power that even foolish humans can't help but admire. Seo-jin, noticing she's still holding the paper, asks if she's actually allowed to take it. Mealy strikes a dramatic pose, holding the paper high, proclaiming that the core of the ancient represents what every demon strives for. The narrator emphasizes that among the 7 malevolent dungeons, the core of the ancient stands as the undisputed strongest. The narration introduces the formidable ruler of this dungeon, known as the Lord of all creation. Mealy, practically vibrating with excitement, loudly proclaims the ruler's name, Lord Swallow. Seo-jin, meanwhile, looks utterly unimpressed. Seo-jin, holding a mug, deadpans internally that Lord Swallow sounds more like a struggling landlord constantly battling unruly tenants than a grand ruler. His skeletal companions float around him. One urges him to get it together, while the other wails dramatically about Lord Swallow. Mealy, her gaze fixed on the paper, reveals that the core of the ancient is her absolute favorite dungeon. Her eyes burning with resolve, Mealy declares her desire to become stronger. Mealy explains to Seo-jin that her ultimate goal in seeking strength is to one day meet Lord Swallow. Seo-jin's face contorts with internal stress, a bead of sweat dripping as he mentally screams that she is, in fact, meeting Lord Swallow right now. Mealy's voice, full of admiration, describes the unapproachable strength of Lord Swallow, expressing her deep desire to become as powerful as him. Mealy then reflects on her father, acknowledging his immense strength as a true demon king, unlike herself. However, she adds a melancholic note, revealing that even he was surpassed by certain humans. Mealy recalls the name of the hero who defeated her father, a young man named Burn. Seo-jin, looking utterly disgusted, asks if this Burn is the hero who defeated the demon king, immediately stating he wants nothing to do with him. A system notification then coolly reveals that Seo-jin had, in fact, swallowed that very hero with a yawn. Mealy's expression hardens with resolve as she declares her refusal to spend her life merely managing dungeons, unlike her father. Mealy passionately asserts her true ambition, stating that she simply wants to empower her demons to create their own dungeons. Her face lights up with a confident, almost mischievous grin as she explains this is why she intends to grow stronger, asking if her grand plan isn't wonderful. Seo-jin, with a knowing smirk, remarks on the exuberance of youth, acknowledging that it truly is a wonderful thing. Deep, resonant voice narrates a past life, recalling a time of immense vigor when he commanded armies capable of ruling the world and diligently pursued all knowledge with unmatched seriousness. The narration continues, describing a period where he chose to associate with humans he once considered pathetic, eventually forming emotional bonds with them. Seo-jin's piercing yellow eyes narrow, reflecting a profound depth of experience and a hidden resolve. A small, armadillo-like creature sighs contentedly, proclaiming its ultimate life goal, to simply sleep all day. Mealy slumps onto the table with a pained groan, while Seo-jin stands over her, observing her state. Seo-jin's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes Mealy has fallen completely asleep, indicated by soft snores. Seo-jin, still bewildered, asks if Mealy is truly asleep, his internal thoughts echoing his disbelief at her ability to fall asleep so suddenly. A hand firmly hammers a nail as a voice declares they are putting something up right now, inviting others to see for themselves. One voice chides another, asking why they haven't changed the notice yet, warning of fines from the Empire's inspectors. The other quickly retorts that they are changing it right now. An ancient, ornate document, covered in cryptic script, is displayed prominently, its meaning a mystery. The official notice details a new objective, Core of the Ancient, an S-rank dungeon located in Grapenia Forest, reserved only for those capable of subjugating equivalent S-rank dungeons. It warns of malevolent danger, lists the Phymore Subjugation Party as participants, and sets a subjugation expiry date within 72 hours. Chapter title flashes across the screen, The Unbeatable Dungeon's Lazy Boss Monster, marking the start of a new segment. The camera pans over a quaint town with red-tiled roofs, nestled beneath the imposing silhouette of a massive, dark structure in the distance. Sunlight streams into a room as curtains are drawn open, signaling the start of a new day. Mealy groans softly, stirring from her deep sleep while still buried under the covers. Mealy sits up, clutching her head and complaining of a headache, still disoriented from her slumber. Seo-jin lets out a wide yawn, asking if Mealy is finally awake. Mealy, still confused, looks up at him and states she has no memories of what happened, addressing him as Sir Swald. Seojin starts to confirm his waking state, but his words trail off into a shocked exclamation as something unexpected catches his eye. Mealy asks Seojin why he's so surprised as he stumbles back onto the floor, utterly dumbfounded and exclaiming in disbelief. Seojin questions his own vision, wondering if his eyes are failing him, as his wide, yellow eye reflects utter disbelief. Seojin points out that Mealy suddenly looks like a little kid. Mealy, now appearing as a small child with horns, gasps in shock and disbelief at his words. Mealy adamantly protests, her small, clenched fist emphasizing her furious denial of being a little kid. Mealy, still furious, lands a flurry of blows on Seojin, demanding to know if he thinks his comment about rejuvenation is too impolite. Seojin, surprised by the sudden assault, lets out a pained gasp. Seojin clutches his face, complaining that it hurts, as Mealy retorts, asking who told him to suddenly become so young, claiming she was merely surprised. Mealy insists that she didn't become younger, then with a hint of concern, asks if Seojin is actually hurt. As Mealy continues her relentless barrage, Seojin desperately pleads for her to stop. Suddenly, Mealy's form shifts, revealing a stunning, adult version of herself, complete with elegant horns and ethereal wings, radiating confidence. Back in her youthful appearance, Mealy proudly declares that her current form is merely version 1. The bleeding nose, Seojin points at Mealy, questioning if her real appearance is this current form, not the one from yesterday. Mealy, flustered, quickly denies it. Mealy then scrutinizes Seojin's bruised face, innocently asking why he looks like that, even wondering if he ate a midnight snack without her. Seojin can only let out a sigh. Mealy, still agitated, explains that transformation magic inherently projects the user's future appearance. Ecstatically, Mealy clarifies that this means when she grows up, she will look like her splendid version Z self. Seojin, still kneeling, simply acknowledges her explanation with a weary yeah, okay. Mealy firmly states her understanding, while Seojin can only offer a hesitant yes, well, okay. Mealy screams in frustration, accusing Seojin of lacking sincerity in his response, while Seojin muses that they'll need new clothes first. In chibi form, Mealy continues to protest being treated like a child, to which Seojin simply replies alright, but Mealy vows she won't forgive him. The scene shifts to the imposing gates of the Harston Earldom, a vast estate under a clear blue sky. The rhythmic thud of horse hooves echoes, signaling an approaching presence. An armored figure at the head of a mounted party raises a gauntlet arm, loudly demanding Earl Harston's attention. The hooded man, his face contorted in a shout, orders the gates to be opened immediately, announcing the arrival of the subjugation party. The subjugation party, a formidable force under their banners, declares their origin from Liège and their mission to suppress the core of the ancient. From within the estate, a voice questions the origin of the official papers that accompany this sudden arrival. The document is revealed, bearing the name The Third Eye and having been sent just yesterday. Lord of Harston, Earl Atark, clenches his fist in fury, recognizing the Third Eye as a damned association under direct imperial control. Earl Atark slams his hand down, fuming that for B-rank dungeons and above, permission is required from the territory's lord, but this isn't even a request, it's a mere notice. With a grimace, Earl Atark acknowledges that he cannot simply refuse them, as this is a direct command from the imperial family. Earl Atark turns to his subordinate, questioning if this subjugation party truly possesses the capability to completely suppress the core of the ancient. The subordinate subtly shakes their head, conveying their doubt without a word. Earl Atark confirms his subordinate's unspoken agreement, stating that the subjugation party is far too weak for their objective. He adds that he's never even heard of their leader, Nifrim, questioning the motives of the Third Eye. His face etched with concern, Earl Atark fears that if the core of the ancient is handled half-heartedly, his own territory will face a devastating crisis. Still grappling with the gravity of the situation, Earl Atark recognizes the dire need for a truly capable subjugation party to handle the ancient core. An advisor suggests that the solution might be closer than Earl Atark imagines, leaving him to ponder the implication. The thought immediately sparks a realization. Could it be the Magic Tower wing? The possibility of their involvement makes the impossible seem entirely within reach. Magic Tower Wing, renowned for its recent expansion fueled by high-quality mana stones, becomes the focus. Yet, even with their growth, an A-rank tower attempting to suppress the ancient core seems like madness, unless certain rumors hold true. A sly, calculating smirk spreads across Earl Atark's face, a hint of his true intentions and cunning emerging. The trail reveals a terrifying truth. The only monster remaining, one that even a guardian couldn't defeat, lurks within. This formidable foe is none other than Swallow, the boss monster that annihilated Hero Burn's entire subjugation party. Erlitarch, with a commanding gesture, declares his intent to promise immense wealth and fame to those who will suppress the ancient core by any means necessary. Suddenly, a door bursts open with violent force, accompanied by a desperate cry from an unseen guard. "You can't go in there!" Erlitarch and his attendant recoil in shock, demanding to know the identity of the intruder who dared to bypass their security. Three mysterious figures stride confidently into the room, the leader stepping forward to inquire if he is addressing Lord Etarch himself. A bewildered Earl Etarch asks the intruder his identity. Nifrim calmly introduces himself, explaining they let themselves in after receiving no response to their calls. Earl Etarch questions their unannounced arrival, but Nifrim nonchalantly asks if the Earl failed to receive the official papers from the imperial family. Nifrim's eyes glow with an unsettling blue intensity as he challenges Earl Etarch, asking if there's any reason they shouldn't be there. Earl Etarch, taken aback by the sheer bloodthirst emanating from such a young man, can only manage a hesitant no as a bead of sweat trickles down his face. The green-haired girl, one of Nifrim's companions, playfully demands tea, snacks, and chocolates, reminding everyone they are guests and should be treated as such. Female attendant clenches her fist, barely containing her frustration at the intruder's audacious demands. Nifrim, with an air of authority, instructs the attendant to quickly prepare the requested refreshments, leaving her no choice but to nod in compliance. Settling into the lavish room, Earl Etarch finally asks Nifrim why he sought him out, while Nifrim casually declines a snack offered by his green-haired companion. Nifrim, with a calm and direct gaze, states their purpose. They came to crush the ancient core. Earl Etarch is surprised by their swift arrival, noting it's only been a day since the official papers were delivered, and inquires about their departure timeline. Nifrim explains they initially planned to depart today, but a minor change of plans means they will leave tomorrow, asking if that is acceptable. Concerned, Earl Etarch suggests that tomorrow might be too soon for such an important task, offering shelter and amenities for them to fully recover before leaving. Nifrim dismisses Earl Etarch's concern, stating it's unnecessary, and reiterates their plan to simply visit the Magic Tower wing before heading off immediately. Earl Etarch grows suspicious, questioning Nifrim's reason for visiting the Magic Tower wing and if he has any acquaintances there. Nifrim leans back, a casual smile on his face, clarifying that his reasons are far from courteous. His face distorts into a horrifying, wide grin, eyes glowing with malevolence as Nifrim chillingly declares his true intention, just to kill them all. Chilling declaration leaves Earl Etarch stunned, as he stammeringly asks Nifrim to explain what he means. Nifrim, with a taunting smirk, reveals he easily eavesdropped on their plans using magic, finding the earldom's security disappointingly flimsy. Earl Etarch's eyes widen in dawning horror as Nifrim confirms he overheard everything on their way, including the plan to entrust the subjugation to the Magic Tower. Nifrim, with a predatory smirk, reveals his true intentions, stating that they, too, came for subjugation and have no intention of giving up. He coldly declares that any who become a disturbance should be eliminated. He continues, suggesting this situation is quite beneficial, as the stronger party between them and Wing will subjugate the core of the ancient. Earl Etarch bows an apology for his lapse, assuring Nifrim he will not request any other group and that they can start the raid whenever they wish. Nifrim's hand holds a small, round object as he responds with a feigned tone of surprise. Chilling smirk spreads across Nifrim's face as he claims to be overwhelmed by the Earl's favor. Two ominous, cloaked figures stand shrouded in shadow, their forms barely discernible in the oppressive darkness. A skeletal warrior clad in tattered armor raises a massive sword, poised to strike with deadly force. The glowing blue eyes of a skeletal figure fixate ahead, declaring its readiness for their arrival. The title card flashes, announcing the series, The Unbeatable Dungeon's Lazy Boss Monster. Seojin stands alongside Mealy, small yellow flowers drifting around them. They appear to be in a bustling town square. Seojin observes a large man with a bandana, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. From the bustling crowd, a voice exclaims, pointing towards a grand entrance and urging Sir Swald that their destination must be inside. Seojin inquires about reaching the teleportation hub, only for a passing guard to inform him that he still has a long way to go. Guard elaborates, explaining that the hub is situated within a castle just outside the Imperial Palace, requiring them to traverse 3 more castle walls. Seojin, with a hint of concern, asks if the journey will take long, to which the guard pauses to consider. The guard estimates the journey by foot would take at least a week, eliciting a shocked exclamation from Seojin. Both Seojin and Mealy scream in disbelief at the prospect of a week-long journey as the guard looks on, slightly confused. Seojin despairs, realizing a week is far too late, fearing that not only will they fail to find Renee, but Patrick might even run away from home. Mealy suggests using flying magic, but Seojin quickly dismisses the idea. Mealy explains that continuously expelling mana would risk exposure to humans, while Seojin adds that unleashing his own mana could lead to unpredictable consequences. From a higher vantage point, a voice calls out, observing Seojin and Mealy's predicament. Elder Scholar, with a friendly smile, apologizes for eavesdropping and asks if they are heading to the hub. Mealy confirms their destination but questions his identity. The Elder Scholar introduces himself as Belver, the flying coachman. Mealy echoes, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Flying coachman? The Elder Scholar beams, confirming his title with enthusiasm, as a peculiar winged creature and a carriage become visible behind him. The Elder Scholar explains that the creature is an abandoned fourth-generation homunculus, a result of the Empire's artificial angel manufacturing plan. Seojin acknowledges the explanation, while Mealy grimaces in disgust, finding the homunculus rather unappealing. Despite Mealy's evident disgust for the homunculus, the Elder Scholar continues his explanation, detailing its strengths. It's powerful, obedient, and capable of flight. Yet he reveals it was ultimately abandoned, having failed its original purpose to collapse the church. Mealy, still looking wary, queries if humanity's homunculus experimentation has finally concluded. Seojin, standing nearby, quickly dismisses her notion with a firm denial. The Elder Scholar, with a slight smile, confirms Seojin's intuition, stating the Empire would never abandon such a potent form of power. He then shares a peculiar rumor about homunculi being mass-produced on a grand scale somewhere. Seojin reacts with a furrowed brow, questioning the Elder Scholar's mention of large-scale production, reminding him that they are typically incubated in giant flasks. Seojin expresses surprise, realizing his information is outdated. The Elder Scholar clarifies that the flask incubation method was for first-generation homunculi, a technique from 150 years ago. Seojin's gaze drifts, a shadowy, ethereal figure with long, flowing hair appearing behind him as he internally muses on the vast expanse of time, wondering if it has already been so long since Renee's birth. Mealy, now seemingly inside a carriage, assesses its sturdy appearance and trusts the Elder Scholar's words. She then asks about the travel time to reach the hub, to which the Elder Scholar enthusiastically praises her sharp perception. The Elder Scholar elaborates on the journey, explaining that the flight will take 3 hours, and the mandatory inspection will add another hour, totaling approximately 4 hours. He stresses the critical importance of inspecting each castle wall, even for flying transport. Seojin inquires about the cost of the journey. The Elder Scholar, with a wide, cheerful grin and sparkling 8 symbols, declares the price for 2 people to be a hefty 8 ounces of gold. Seojin and Mealy are utterly flabbergasted, electricity crackling around them. Seojin mentally calculates the exorbitant price, realizing 8 ounces of gold is equivalent to 800 ounces of silver, 100 times more expensive than their previous night's accommodation. Seojin apologetically informs Sir Swald that he simply doesn't possess such a vast sum of money. Mealy, looking equally distressed, adds that she certainly doesn't either. A distinct clink sound echoes as a hand reaches into a dark cloak surrounded by shimmering blue particles, hinting at a hidden resource. The hand holds a crumpled piece of paper, prompting a surprised, questioning murmur as its unexpected contents are discovered. A skeletal figure, identified as Patrick, holds a note addressed to his clumsy boss, promising future gratitude, while a gleaming stack of gold coins rests below, a timely intervention. As a flying carriage soars high above the city's grand buildings, Mealy tentatively calls out to Sir Swald, while Seojin responds with a curt "What?" Mealy, looking out the carriage window, directly confronts Seojin, demanding to know the source of his newly acquired wealth. With a tired yawn, Seojin casually explains that an associate from the dungeon secretly provided him with the necessary funds. The homunculus flies gracefully above the city. Mealy, still pondering Seojin's answer, questions how he, a dungeon monster, can move so freely, especially after mentioning an associate from the dungeon. Seojin, lying back in the carriage, internally debates whether simply stating he was kicked out would be an appropriate response to Mealy's persistent inquiries. Mealy shrewdly deduces that the associate Seojin is searching for must also be someone who was kicked out. Seojin confirms her assumption with a vague, non-committal, "well, something like that." Yahello expresses a hint of jealousy, observing that Seojin cares for his associate even after leaving the dungeon, and wishes she also had such a loyal colleague. Mealy, now looking ahead with a faint, hopeful smile, declares her desire to live a life similar to Seojin's. With a wide, sparkling smile, Mealy elaborates on her ideal life, one where she has someone to care for and in turn, they care for her, emphasizing how wonderful such a reciprocal relationship would be. Seo-jin, still reclined in the carriage, responds with a simple, ambiguous, "Is that so?" his tone unreadable. The carriage glides over the street of gold and pleasure, Survey Rose, revealing a breathtaking vista of ornate, golden-roofed buildings under a clear blue sky, a testament to the city's opulence. Seo-jin's voice cuts through, his frustration evident as he demands confirmation. "So, you're telling me we can't use the teleportation hub now?" The camera focuses on a complex mechanism, hinting at the hub's function. A male official, facing Seo-jin, apologetically confirms the inconvenience, stating the hub is indeed unavailable. Mealy expresses her dismay, admitting she hadn't anticipated such an outcome and feeling ashamed before Sir Swald, her expression filled with distress. The official suggests returning around 8 p.m. if the matter isn't urgent, explaining that the hub is closed to ensure the security of a major auction. He offers a scroll, implying that after the VIPs use the hub post-auction, higher-ups will permit its use. Seo-jin reacts with disbelief, questioning if the hub is truly closed for a single auction. The official confirms, revealing that an exceptionally rare item is being exhibited this time, necessitating the extreme security measures. The official elaborates, explaining that the legendary beheading Fong, an item whose whereabouts were unknown for ages, was suddenly put on display just a few days prior, triggering these unprecedented security protocols. The document details the item as Masterpiece 34 of 36, Beheading Fong, submitted for auction. The official further clarifies that the strict lockdown is specifically to prevent any infiltration into the auction house by abusing the hub's systems. Mealy marvels at the detailed drawing of the item, but Seo-jin's brow furrows in thought, a dawning realization hitting him as he mutters that he's seen this exact item somewhere before. Seo-jin's eyes widen in stark disbelief, his mind racing as he recognizes the weapon. He questions if it could truly be the exact same one his associate wields. Seo-jin, visibly agitated, describes the beheading Fong as a weapon that transforms into a large blade, asking the official for confirmation. The official, however, shakes his head, insisting that Seo-jin must be mistaken about its properties. Seo-jin grips his head, a chilling certainty washing over him. This is undeniably Renee's weapon. Mealy, sensing his distress, looks up at him with concern, calling out to him. A dark, ominous aura begins to swirl around Seo-jin as his mind races. He grapples with the terrifying implication. How could Renee's weapon be in human hands? He questions if Renee herself could have been defeated by them. Seo-jin mentally recounts Renee's immense power, asserting that even the most formidable bosses from other dimensions struggle against her. He dismisses the notion of mere humans defeating her, emphasizing her legendary strength as the Blade Maiden. Seo-jin's shadowy form shifts as he tries to recall the last time he saw Renee, specifically wondering if she was even carrying a blade when she departed. He vividly recalls Renee, dressed in impractical, frilly clothes without pockets, and the memory of her once throwing a blade at him, mistaking him for an enemy. Mealy, trembling, looks up at Seo-jin, whose form is now engulfed in a terrifying, shadowy aura, her voice barely a whisper as she calls out to him. The floor cracks and dark energy surges, mirroring Seo-jin's grim internal declaration. If Renee was truly killed, the official recoils in terror, screaming at Seo-jin to keep away, calling him a monster. Yet, Seo-jin's dark thoughts persist, declaring that if Renee was indeed killed, then only one course of action would be right. With his back to the terrified official, Seo-jin's dark aura crackles with purple lightning as he coldly considers annihilating every single person present, questioning if such a brutal response isn't perfectly justified. Seo-jin's eye burns with a terrifying primal fury, his mouth contorted into a monstrous maw of shadows as purple lightning arcs around him. Below, Mealy's frantic voice cuts through the darkness, desperately pleading for him to calm down. A small hand, presumably Mealy's, firmly grasps Seo-jin's arm, attempting to pull him back from the brink, her voice sharp with urgency as she commands him to snap out of his rage. Mealy, still clinging to Seo-jin's arm, looks up at his shadowed form, her voice filled with desperation as she demands to know what has happened, urging him to answer her. Seo-jin's glowing eye narrows, his voice dangerously calm as he declares he will only ask once, focusing his question on the beheading Fong, known as one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. Seo-jin, his shadowy form still imposing, turns slightly to Mealy, seeking confirmation that there is indeed only one beheading Fong in the entire world. Mealy, her expression still troubled, confirms that according to her knowledge, there is only one such item in existence. Millie asks why he's suddenly so interested, and Seo-jin, his resolve hardening, explains that he has been searching for the beheading Fong because it belongs to his friend and he must find it. Seo-jin gently touches Millie's hand, then pulls away, dismissing her further assistance with a brief word of thanks. Millie, caught off guard, can only utter his name in surprise. As Seo-jin walks away from the terrified official, leaving Millie behind, he declares that he can make his own way from this point onward. Dark, jagged shadows swirl and intensify around Seo-jin, building with an ominous power as he prepares his next move. Seo-jin stands, now fully enveloped in his demonic shadow form, horns crowning his head as he issues a final, chilling warning. It would be best for them to get out of here as fast as possible. The air crackles with tension as Millie cries out in alarm, addressing Seo-jin as Sir Swald. As a foot lands firmly, Millie's voice questions if this terrifying presence is truly the friend Seo-jin was referring to. Millie's mind races, identifying the formidable entity as a silver-haired demoness, a warrior wielding the beheading Fong of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. Seo-jin stands silent, his glowing yellow eyes fixed, dark energy subtly shifting around his imposing, shadowy form. Revelation continues, naming the formidable warrior as the Blade Maid, Lady Renee. Seo-jin's demonic eyes glow with an unnerving intensity, his expression unreadable as the shadows deepen around him. Millie, with a knowing smirk, declares to Seo-jin that his reaction confirms her deductions. Seo-jin, his patience wearing thin, curtly tells Millie to cease her provocations, then asks how much she truly wishes to uncover. Millie laughs nervously, dismissing the need for a full explanation and boldly claiming that even Seo-jin's vicious voice cannot frighten her, despite a visible shiver. Millie beams confidently, announcing that she has already pieced together Seo-jin's true identity. Millie narrates her findings, explaining that Lady Renee is the guardian of the great core of the ancient, revered as the highest of the highest. Millie continues her dramatic reveal, stating that if Seo-jin claims Lady Renee as his friend, then Sir Swald must be. The shocking truth is unveiled. Seo-jin is none other than the master of core of the ancient, the great Lord Swallow. Seo-jin stands stunned, his expression revealing a rare moment of surprise at Millie's accurate, if dramatic, revelation. Faint smirk plays on Seo-jin's lips as he finally confirms, "Yes, I am Swallows." Millie triumphantly finishes his sentence, declaring him underling. "I'm sure of it." Seo-jin's expression shifts to one of deep annoyance, a phantom image of his furious self appearing behind him. Millie bursts into laughter, delighting in Seo-jin's exasperated expression and boasting that her supreme deduction skills caught him red-handed. Millie leans in, her smug grin widening as she adds, "And..." Millie confidently declares she knows the dangerous thoughts swirling in Seo-jin's mind, asserting she will help him and he will not object. Seo-jin, with a visible sweat drop, challenges Millie, questioning if someone claiming to be nearly on the level of the Demon King can rely on such simple reasoning. Millie retorts with a confident smirk, proclaiming that it is not the logical demon who becomes king, but the demon king who dictates logic. Seo-jin sighs in defeat, finding her words taking it a bit too far, prompting Millie to gleefully exclaim, "Oh, that face!" Millie observes Seo-jin, noting that this composed, slightly annoyed expression is the Sir Swald I know. Millie animatedly recounts how super-duper scary Seo-jin was just moments ago, describing the weird things shooting out of your back. Millie expresses her relief that Seo-jin is back to your normal self, then confidently promises her assistance from now on, telling him not to worry. Millie, holding Seo-jin's hand, makes him promise never to use that intimidating voice to say such things ever again. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the auction's front entrance, bathed in sunlight as various figures gather for the day's event. A grand woman, accompanied by Seo-jin, approaches the entrance, inquiring if they may enter the auction via this path. The armored guard, flustered, confirms their entry but immediately requests their identification and names. The elegant woman introduces herself as Mel's of House Agria, then gestures to Seo-jin, identifying him as her attendant, Swald. The armored guard requests a moment, diligently flipping through a ledger, muttering the name Agria as he searches. The guard apologetically informs Mel's that her name is not on the guest list for today's event. Mel's feigns surprise, remarking on how strange the situation is. Mel's turns to Seo-jin, asking if he might have the invitation on him, which causes the armored guard to recoil in confusion, questioning the very existence of an invitation. Seo-jin casually replies that he has the invitation, just as the armored guard begins to protest that no invitations were sent out. The armored guard's protest is violently cut short as a powerful blow sends his helmet flying, the impact distorting his face. Seojin stands over the now unconscious guard, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he declares that this is their invitation to the afterlife. Seojin, unfazed by the recent violence, turns to Mel's and questions her choice of attire. She playfully retorts, asking if he fears being charmed by her fabulous presence. The scene abruptly shifts to the imposing silhouette of Che Castle, its spires piercing a blood-red sky shrouded in an aura of dark foreboding. Within the shadowed confines of a bedroom, a hushed voice laments that Renee can no longer continue. The forlorn figure, with flowing white hair and tear-filled green eyes, is urged to return to the core of the ancient. Tranquil Graphinia forest is consumed by a raging inferno, its trees reduced to charred silhouettes against a sky ablaze with destructive fury. A somber voice apologizes for the devastation, expressing disbelief that humans would commit such a brazen act of destruction. Yet the voice wonders if the forest, despite the damage, will not soon rejoice and swiftly recover from its wounds. Earth Spirit Graphinia, a grotesque figure with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, declares with a sinister grin that she has already repaid the favor to those who wronged her. Seojin, cloaked in shadows, observes that the core of the ancient has utilized the forest as a natural fortress and realizes the importance of making a favorable impression on Graphinia. Seojin surveys the fallen bodies of those responsible for the fire, contemplating if Graphinia's anger will begin to subside now that her tormentors are eliminated. His shadowy form stands amidst the blood-soaked ground as Seojin ponders his next move regarding the unfolding situation. Seojin's gaze drifts towards a caged figure, dismissing it as seemingly unrelated to the current predicament. Yet the more Seojin observes the forlorn, white-haired child in the cage, the more intrigued he becomes, questioning if it might be a homunculus, a non-human creature made human. A sinister thought crosses Seojin's mind as he contemplates eliminating the child, deeming it unwise to leave any witnesses. Seojin, extending a shadowy arm, informs the child that these were their master's final words, granting them freedom to leave if they wish, eliciting a silent, shocked reaction from the child. Seojin acknowledges a capricious desire within him, but clarifies that while he grants freedom, he will not actively assist the child in escaping the confines of this place. Seojin, now fully enveloped in his formidable Lord Devourer form, looms over the small child, stating that their fate, whether to die trapped or free, is now their own choice. The small child, Renee, with white hair and piercing green eyes, stares up with a mixture of fear and defiance as Seojin, in his Lord Devourer form, looms over her. Seojin, his form cloaked in shadow, reveals his true objective, stating that Renee's master was searching for a maid named Lelo and concluding that Renee must be her. With a surge of dark energy, Seojin declares that his mercy, born of curiosity, has reached its end, hinting at the dire consequences for Renee. A close-up on Renee's face shows her struggling to utter a single syllable, a strained whisper escaping her lips. Renee's eyes widen in a sudden flash of realization as the fragmented name resonates within her, the implications slowly dawning. Amidst the wreckage, Renee manages to voice the full name, Lelo, as the narrator explains that Lelo was the title of the most talented head maid serving her household. A shot of Renee's small, bare feet on the debris-strewn ground emphasizes her vulnerability as the narrator clarifies that the current Lelo was an older head maid. The narrator continues, revealing that Renee, a homunculus, had never been called or addressed by the name Lelo before this moment. Renee looks up towards a brilliant, distant light, her long hair cascading down as the narrator builds suspense, hinting at a profound connection. With newfound clarity and urgency, Renee calls out Lelo, her green eyes glowing with a powerful, almost desperate light. The scene shifts to an imposing view of Che Castle, silhouetted against a fiery red sky, as Renee shouts a different name, Renee, now asserting her own identity. A cloaked figure informs Renee that the Empire's subjugation party is advancing towards the core of the ancient, a critical development. The cloaked figure, revealed to be the red-haired Bathory, asserts that despite any commands, Renee will not return to the core of the ancient. Bathory sits with Renee, explaining that she isn't forcing Renee to return, valuing Renee's happiness but prioritizing choice and freedom above all else. Bathory turns to Renee, questioning whether she shouldn't first resolve all her existing problems before making new choices. Bathory warns Renee that if those two discover her, they will relentlessly pursue her, leaving no stone unturned. Amidst a chaotic vision of fire and shadowy figures, Bathory asks Renee what Swallow and Patrick would do if they found out she was tricked by a human. Bathory advises Renee that if she wishes to continue living in the shadows, she must erase all her tracks forever, a chilling ultimatum. Bathory reassures Renee that even if her efforts are imperfect, Patrick will understand her intentions, and the subjugation party will keep the core of the ancient busy. Bathory states that if Renee plans to take the plunge, the opportune moment is now, leaving Renee in thoughtful silence. Renee's hands clench, her voice firm as she calls out to Bathory, making a clear decision. Renee declares that she is going somewhere far away to make a fresh start as she and Bathory walk away from the viewer. Bathory, observing Renee, notices her right eye seems blurry and expresses concern, asking if it's safe for Renee to go alone. Renee, with a determined look, dismisses Bathory's concern, thanking her, then sharply asks about the whereabouts of Renee's blade. Seojin presses a man against a cracking wall, demanding to know everything about the beheading Fong one last time. The terrified man, drooling in fear, frantically reveals that the beheading Fong was submitted by the magic tower of Harston, known as Wing, pleading for Seojin to believe he knows nothing else. Seojin's glowing yellow eyes narrow in thought as he processes the information, confirming the details about Harston and the Wing magic tower. Seojin releases the man, thanking him for the truth and allowing him to live, as the man collapses in a heap of relief. Seojin walks away, leaving the shaken man on the floor, his mission for information accomplished. The man, still on the ground, whispers curses under his breath, lamenting his near-death experience and his fate as a mere guard. Seojin's piercing yellow eyes fixate on the cowering guard, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He calmly states that the man has done nothing wrong, even as the terrified guard lets out a choked gasp of pure fear. A close-up reveals Seojin's glowing eye, radiating an ominous power. He continues, acknowledging the guard's innocence, but ominously adding that he simply had the misfortune of catching his attention. Seojin, now cloaked in a shadowy aura, looms over the terrified man. He questions what they call it when one steps into his territory, the dark energy swirling around him. Seojin's face is a mask of shadowed malice, multiple glowing yellow eyes piercing through the darkness. He dismisses their fancy words like raid or subjugation, his true intentions clear. The darkness consumes the panel as Seojin's voice cuts through, a resounding "no," followed by a chilling "grunt" sound effect, signifying an unseen, brutal action. The ominous darkness persists as Seojin's voice echoes, stating that the same rule applies to him, and the man is simply his enemy now, sealing his grim fate. The scene abruptly shifts to a bustling auction, where bids rapidly escalate from 38.4 billion to 70 billion. The auctioneer, a bald man in a suit, frantically tries to manage the surging offers. The auctioneer, seen from behind, bellows to the excited crowd, demanding to know if there is anyone else willing to raise the bid, his hand gesturing wildly. Mealy, with her pink hair, expresses her boredom and suggests joining the bidding for fun. Her pink-haired companion, however, scolds her, reminding her they are there for security, not to participate. Wooin Historia, an executive hero of the Black Tiger's Order, laughs playfully, admitting she can't joke around with Garrett as her official title is displayed. Garrett, an executive tracker for the Black Tiger's Order, stands firm, reminding Wooin Historia not to forget their true purpose at the auction. The auctioneer, eager to conclude, announces his intention to finish the auction and suggests getting something delicious to eat, asking one last time if there are any more bids. As the auctioneer prepares to give his third and final call, a voice from the shadows abruptly interjects, challenging his authority with a chilling "says who." Suddenly, a torrent of blood splatters across the panel, accompanied by a horrific scream, signaling a brutal and unexpected intervention. Seojin, in his Lord Devourer form, stands triumphantly over the fallen auctioneer, declaring that he will be the one to end this auction, his shadowy power swirling around him. Wooin Historia and Garrett react with wide-eyed shock and fear, Wooin calling out Garrett's name in distress, while he responds with a tense "yes, miss." Seojin stands amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, his yellow eyes glowing menacingly, asserting his dominance over the now chaotic auction hall. From the depths of the shadows, Seojin's voice resonates, questioning if those present are gathered to buy the beheading Fong, his tone laced with dark intent. Narration introduces the concept of 3 warriors of the Empire, explaining that one, Burn Hishtalts, perished in the core of an ancient realm. The story continues, detailing how the warrior met his end while attacking a dungeon for personal gain, with 2 remaining figures surrounded by grasping, shadowy hands. Out of the 2 remaining warriors, one believed it essential to instill trust in the people of the Empire, a silhouette of a warrior standing against a bright background. This warrior's resolve was strong enough to suppress their survival instinct and ignite their fighting spirit, as shown by a close-up of their determined stance. Wooin Historia, her face contorted in anguish and anger, is forcefully held back, a voice commanding her to stop. Historia. Garrett firmly restrains Wooin Historia, his expression serious, as he tells her that she cannot go forward, emphasizing the danger. Tears stream down Wooin Historia's face, her eyes wide with desperation, as she vehemently protests, repeating that she absolutely cannot be stopped. Wooin Historia's desperate pleas hang in the air, but Seojin, shrouded in a menacing purple aura, declares the path ahead is far too dangerous to proceed. His golden eyes blaze with an infernal intensity, the raw power of his shadowy form surging around him. Seojin lets out a weary sigh, confirming his suspicion that the item before him is undeniably real. A faint green glow emanates from the artifact, and Seojin senses Renee's powerful traces, too strong to allow him to dismiss its authenticity as a fake. The display case lies in shattered fragments, confirming Seojin's grim suspicion that Renee was tragically brought down by human intervention. Clutching the glowing artifact, Seojin acknowledges the intricate web of events, too complicated to fully unravel in the moment. Addressing the onlookers, Seojin declares the artifact already has an owner and he intends to return it, much to the crowd's disappointment over the lost prophet. As the crowd erupts in outrage, demanding the guards stop him, Seojin realizes they have no intention of letting him leave peacefully after witnessing his actions. The Grand Duke slams his hand down in fury, his voice booming as he vehemently refuses to allow Seojin's departure. Seojin's golden eyes flare with dark power, his expression hardening as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Female guard charges forward with a ferocious roar, launching a powerful punch towards Seojin, who remains unflustered. Seojin observes her competent movement and battle gear, but a critical assessment forms in his mind, hinting at a glaring weakness. Seojin fluidly evades the attack, dismissing her efforts as lacking true talent, eliciting a surprised squeal from the guard. As Seojin positions himself behind the flailing guard, he notes her reliance solely on gauntlets for combat, revealing a significant tactical vulnerability. The guard's powerful gauntlet swings wide, her attack failing to connect as Seojin moves with impossible speed. With a desperate, determined expression, the guard resolves to seize Seojin's hand, attempting to turn the tide of the skirmish. Seojin's hand crackles with dark energy, his golden eyes gleaming as he internally vows to shatter her gauntlets into fragments. Despite his assessment, Seojin acknowledges the guard's impressive strength for a human as their hands meet, activating the crush ability. Seojin's grip tightens, the dark energy around his hand pulverizing the guard's gauntlet with a devastating impact. A flicker of intense focus crosses Seojin's golden eye, a silent question or realization dawning on him. With a powerful force, the guard is hurled backward, sending debris flying as Seojin stands unfazed amidst the sudden chaos. Gasping for breath, the guard stares in utter disbelief, her face etched with shock and exhaustion from the overwhelming power she just faced. Through the swirling dust, the guard acknowledges Seojin's immense power, realizing he is far from an ordinary opponent. Amidst the dissipating darkness, Seojin remains standing, prompting the guard to question in disbelief if he could possibly still be alive after such an attack. Terror fills the guard's eyes as she recalls the devastating technique, one capable of obliterating even dungeon bosses without a trace, yet Seojin endures. Her shattered gauntlet is a testament to the power, as she remembers how even the replica of the Apocalypse, designed to withstand 3 blows, was once instantly destroyed by a single strike from that very technique. The remnants of the guard's formidable gauntlet are scattered across the ground, further emphasizing the raw destructive power unleashed. Observing the swirling black essence around Seojin, the guard concludes he is neither human nor an ordinary monster, his true nature remaining a terrifying enigma. As Seojin's eyes glow with an ominous light and a chilling smirk crosses his face, the guard's mind races, desperately trying to comprehend his true identity. With a predatory grin stretching across his shadowed face, Seojin utters a chilling "what a pity," his words laced with a dark, mocking finality. Immediately, a surge of dark, ominous energy erupts around a figure with flowing white hair, their form silhouetted against a crimson-tinged void. A close-up reveals a wide, purple eye, filled with shock and alarm as a voice cries out, "W-on." White-haired, unidentified woman turns, her gaze fixed on the pink-haired companion who dashes towards her and exclaims, "Garrett!" The pink-haired companion, crackling with blue electrical energy, defiantly shouts, "Don't come any closer." He unleashes a more potent surge of power, his face contorted in a scream, "Get away!" Amidst the ruins of a city bathed in twilight, the pink-haired companion cautiously approaches a dark-haired man, asking, Sire Swald, are you safe? I was worried. The man, identified as Sir Swald, replies, well, I'm fine. The pink-haired companion, still concerned, presses, are you really okay? I thought you died a helpless death. Sir Swald, with a calm, almost amused expression, responds, I wonder, I'm still alive. An unidentified woman, her eyes wide with shock, reflects internally on the preceding attack, realizing its unnatural power. That attack earlier, it's not something that a human is capable of delivering. If something like that had hit my heart. Sir Swald grimaces, a cartoonish, multi-eyed monster appearing above him as he thinks. I might have been so surprised that it could have undone my polymorph. He then exclaims aloud, that surprised me. His thoughts continue, a spectral skull with glowing blue eyes manifesting above him as he considers the dire consequences. And if my polymorph were undone, then Patrick would have definitely, I don't even want to think about it. I'd probably take death over that. His expression turns serious as he ponders, but more importantly, his silhouette stands against the twilight sky, overlooking the devastated landscape, a heavy thought weighing on him. I miss them all. Subtle smirk plays on his lips as he realizes there wasn't one, but two flying squirrels. Sir Swald's thoughts drift to the chaos, particularly the pink-haired companion, acknowledging his impressive capabilities. That redhead especially. While I was distracted by blue hair, he evacuated everyone, cast several layers of protection magic on blue hair, and escaped the clutches of my magic at the same time. With a chilling grin, Seojin acknowledges the unexpected turn of events, muttering, interesting. Two unidentified men discover someone on the ground, one exclaiming, HY, there's someone here. The other asks, are you awake? A pained groan, Yujich, is the only reply. The injured, unidentified woman lies on the ground, surrounded by concerned onlookers. One man shouts, she's very injured. Call the guard. No, the healer. The woman thinks to herself, even though I'm a warrior, I was defeated by an unknown monster with a single strike. As she is helped to her feet, the unidentified woman urgently asks, are the people in the auction house safe? What about Garrett? An unidentified man advises, stand carefully. She then thinks, Garrett? Unidentified woman flinches, a voice responding, how can I hear you when you call so softly? Tears well in the unidentified woman's eyes as a relieved smile spreads across her face. Realizing, you're alive, Garrett. The pink-haired companion playfully pinches her cheek, declaring, Miss Woin, you should thank me quickly. She groans in discomfort. Gwaroff. He continues, if I wasn't there, preparations for Miss Wuin's funeral would be underway. The unidentified woman looks up, her tear-filled eyes showing confusion as she stutters. Then, noticing the pink-haired companion's bleeding arm, she gasps, Garrett, your arm? He dismissively replies, don't fuss. There's no danger to my life. Overwhelmed with guilt, the unidentified woman cries profusely, hugging the pink-haired companion and sobbing, sorry. Because of me, Garrett, I'm a failure as a hero. Garrett, I'm sorry. He shouts her full name, Wuin Historia. Gently holding her face, the pink-haired companion tries to snap her out of it, saying, get a hold of yourself. You are a hero. I'm sure everyone's going to love seeing a hero of the Empire cry their eyes out, yes? He reassures her, and if it's just one arm, it's nothing, alright? Then, he leans in and whispers, do you not know who you were up against, Miss Woin? Seojin then reveals the terrifying truth, explaining that the monster they just faced was the very core of the ancient swallow, a cosmic entity. The light blue-haired woman recoils in disbelief, her voice laced with panic, questioning Seojin's words. She insists such a monstrous entity couldn't possibly be here, accusing him of jesting. Seojin's golden eye holds a grim certainty. He admits to not knowing the reason for its presence but is absolutely sure of his identification. The narrative shifts to an image of a shadowy foot, emphasizing Seojin's revelation. The Black Calamity is indeed the ancient monster, Swallow. He further explains that fresh traces, less than a month old, of the hero Burn Hishtalts were found on the monster's foot. Seojin's face tightens with concern, acknowledging the gravity of the situation to the light blue-haired woman. It's far more serious than we initially believed, he states. A chilling realization washes over the scene, as the thought of the Empire's impending collapse hangs heavy in the air, reflected in the light blue-haired woman's despairing posture. Suddenly, the light blue-haired woman's fear transforms into fierce resolve. She declares that if it truly is Swallow, they must redouble their efforts to stop him, asserting that as this is human territory, they hold the advantage. Seojin gently but firmly reminds the light blue-haired woman that this threat transcends their current capabilities, recalling the immense power she herself witnessed firsthand. Seojin's hand clenches, a stark visual of his grim assessment. Victory is impossible in their current state. He explains their only recourse is to seek assistance from the Demon Subjugation Coalition and report to the Imperial family, stating his intention to move ahead alone. Seojin, with green healing energy emanating from his hand, explains he lacks the strength to teleport both of them. He instructs the light blue-haired woman to remain there as the system activates Whispers of Light Cure, initiating her recovery. Seojin clarifies that the healing won't be complete, urging the light blue-haired woman to stay put and await his return, rather than wandering off. The light blue-haired woman protests, questioning the danger of waiting when the monster could rampage again at any moment. Seojin's voice cuts through, sternly reiterating that she must still wait. As Seojin begins to leave, the light blue-haired woman desperately reaches out, pleading for him to wait. Sudden, brilliant blue flash erupts, accompanied by a desperate cry from the light blue-haired woman, "Garrett!" The light blue-haired woman stands, her armored arms still visible, gazing into the distance where Seojin vanished. Seojin, now back in his familiar form with dark blue/black hair, stands atop a crumbling structure, contemplating his next move. He muses about the annoyance of the escaped individuals, weighing whether to pursue them to Harston or eliminate them as risk factors. Seojin remains lost in thought, his internal struggle personified by two chibi versions of himself. In the foreground, a purple-haired female figure looks on, utterly perplexed by his indecision. Seojin decides to let the escapees go, rationalizing that he has successfully recovered the beheading Fong. His focus shifts to a more crucial objective, a goal he cannot afford to forget. The resolute expression, Seojin turns and instructs the purple-haired female figure, Mels, to prepare. The purple-haired female figure agrees, but her concern is evident as she asks Seojin if something is amiss. She hesitates, then attempts to brush off her concern, claiming nothing is wrong, though her expression betrays her words. Seojin, unconvinced, presses her gently, asking what's truly bothering her. Seojin observes her intently, stating that her demeanor suggests otherwise. The purple-haired female figure then hesitantly addresses him as Sir Swald. The purple-haired female figure acknowledges Seojin's immense strength, admitting that while she witnessed his power at the Demon King's castle, she now realizes he is far more formidable than she ever imagined. Her hands clench as she expresses her surprise, noting that despite Seojin claiming to be a friend of Ms. Renee, his power far surpasses her expectations of Renee's capabilities. She questions if her assessment of Renee was simply too low. She earnestly implores Seojin, addressing him once more as Sir Swald, to reveal the truth. Her piercing question hangs in the air, directly challenging Seojin. Who actually are you? Seojin sighs, a hint of annoyance crossing his features as he utters "Ha, Mels." With a light tap to her head, Seojin playfully calls her a brat. Seojin continues to pat her head, teasingly asking why she's getting so depressed over such a matter. Seojin, still patting the shorter figure's head, assures them that he is merely Sir Swald. With a confident smirk, Seojin promises that once all matters are resolved, Seojin, his hand gently patting Spearwoman's head, promises to reveal the full truth once everything is settled, to which she subtly nods in agreement. Seojin declares it's time to conclude matters, urging Spearwoman to unleash a Demon King's power, to which she responds with a resolute, A surge of power emanates as Spearwoman begins her transformation, her form blurring with intense energy. Now fully transformed, the Spearwoman, with her majestic wings and glowing spear, confidently addresses Seojin, acknowledging his command. Spearwoman unleashes a devastating attack, activating the powerful magic known as Reconstruct, as a massive beam of purple energy descends upon the city. The Reconstruct magic detonates with catastrophic force, engulfing the area in a blinding purple explosion and sending debris hurtling outwards. Panic erupts among the onlookers as they witness the colossal explosion, questioning its origin and terrifying scale. A terrified woman realizes the devastating explosion originated from the direction of the auction house. The capital is thrown into disarray as citizens cry out in despair, lamenting the destruction of their homes and cursing the audacity of such an attack. Amidst the devastation, the woman's mind races, consumed by the frantic question of what steps she should take next. The distressed woman pleads for them to wait for her right there, not wanting to be left to wander. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widen in sudden shock, her arm instinctively reaching out as if taken by surprise. A small, frightened child clings to the woman, pointing towards the devastation and desperately crying out for their father. The woman's hand clenches into a tight fist, her resolve hardening in the face of the child's desperate cries. A brave figure steps forward, attempting to reassure the terrified crowd that everything will be all right. With unwavering resolve, he vows to take responsibility and handle the entire situation himself. The city lies in utter ruin, buildings reduced to rubble under a somber, smoke-filled sky. Massive chunks of debris litter the ground, stark evidence of the catastrophic power unleashed. Seojin, now clad in his dark cloak, furiously emerges from the rubble, shouting out, "Hey, Mel's!" Seojin demands to know the name of the magic she just used, to which Spearwoman calmly replies that it's called Reconstruction, a high-ranking magic design to collapse the very ground. Floating above the devastation, Spearwoman proudly asks Seojin for his thoughts on her work, to which a frustrated Seojin questions if she truly had no other spell to use in that situation. Spearwoman, striking a dramatic pose, defends her choice, reminding Seojin that he was the one who grandly declared "let's finish things," prompting her to use the coolest and most stylish magic, but now he's criticizing her. Seojin can only offer a silent, exasperated ellipsis. Spearwoman, still striking a dramatic pose, retorts that Seojin should have specified the magic if he was going to complain. Seojin, in turn, defends himself, stating he trusted her judgment. Tight shot on Seojin's intense golden eye reveals his internal struggle. Things are indeed getting complicated. Seojin turns to Spearwoman, asking if she remembers the way to that hub. She confidently affirms, remembering it well. Seojin instructs Spearwoman to proceed to the hub and secure it, anticipating a rush of humans heading in that direction. Seojin continues, tasking Spearwoman with making arrangements for his swift arrival in Harston. Spearwoman acknowledges, but a question mark hangs over her head as she addresses him. Spearwoman, still perplexed, calls out to Seojin, asking for the location of this Harston he keeps mentioning. Seojin, slightly annoyed, asks Spearwoman if she knows the location of the core of the ancient. A chibi Spearwoman enthusiastically confirms, "Of course I do." Spearwoman excitedly begins to explain that the core of the ancient is her favorite dungeon, only for Seojin to cut her off, clarifying that Harston is simply the town closest to it. Internally, Spearwoman sheepishly admits her knowledge of the core of the ancient comes only from books. Seojin, seemingly unfazed, simply tells her to get going. With a confident declaration that she will protect the hub, Spearwoman launches into the air, her glowing wings unfurled. Seojin, in the distance, casually assures her he will follow soon. Seojin strides through the desolate, ruined landscape, his footsteps echoing softly amidst the debris. His journey is swift, as his feet land on the broken ground, a system notification confirming his arrival. We're already here. Seojin surveys the smoky, ruined expanse before him, his thoughts focused on the potential numbers of adversaries present. A formidable group of masked warriors stands firm, identifying themselves as the Langair Blue Crane Subjugation Team, a force from the esteemed Langair House, one of the 9 pillars of the Empire. The subjugation leader, a man with a distinct scar over his eye, steps forward, directly challenging Seojin and demanding to know his identity. Seojin observes the approaching humans, noting their meticulous formation, and internally expresses his bewilderment at their predictable nature. The leader reflects on his earlier concerns about the strange gathering around the auction house, now realizing they were merely the soldiers of someone already inside. With a hand extended, Seojin coolly responds to the leader's demand, asking if he truly needs to reveal his identity. A menacing purple aura crackles around Seojin as an extreme close-up on his glowing yellow eye begins his chilling declaration. The shadowy energy fully engulfs Seojin, revealing multiple glowing yellow eyes within its depths as he completes his declaration, "Enemy." The scene shifts to a foreboding cavern, a chilling system warning echoing, "Nifrim said whoever enters this cave never returns alive. If you die here, your soul may become corrupted and wander the world for the rest of your existence." Deep within the treacherous cave, a green-haired adventurer named Sylvia nervously suggests retreating, even playfully urging her companion. The blonde-haired Nifrim sternly tells her to stop messing around. Sylvia, with a bored and defiant expression, dismisses Nifrim's warning, finding the situation boring. Sylvia turns to Nifrim, her expression serious, pointing out something strange about their surroundings. Nifrim responds with a questioning Sylvia explains her observation, noting that the first room they encountered was littered with monster corpses. She contrasts it with their current location, observing that this particular room is unusually clean. Nifrim's blue eye widens in alarm as Sylvia voices her unsettling conclusion, as if someone was cleaning. Nifrim turns to his companions, seeking their thoughts on Sylvia's strange observation, receiving a thoughtful in response. The adventurers murmur amongst themselves, debating the anomaly. One wonders if the Hytrit subjugation team cleaned the area, another posits an intelligent monster, while a third questions the dungeon's known progression. A fourth dismisses the idea of a monster cleaning such a vast space. Nifrim, deep in thought, refutes the monster theory, questioning why any monster would bother cleaning up the corpses of its own kind. Yet, from the encroaching darkness, an intense blue eye glares back, hinting at a presence far more complex than a mere monster. A furious adventurer, refusing to believe the situation, shouts that the monster is playing stupid pranks and deceiving them. From the darkness, the skeletal figure calmly responds, remarking on the adventurer's loudness and clarifying that he merely cleaned up the unsightly mess, not out of deception. The skeletal figure continues, explaining that he went to great lengths to clean for his impending guests, but warns that curses will displease him. The blonde-haired adventurer urgently calls out to his female companion for light, to which she hesitantly agrees. Activating the Illuminate skill, a brilliant light erupts from her hand, pushing back the oppressive darkness. As the area is bathed in light, the skeletal figure, seated on a grand throne, remarks on the brightness. He then welcomes the adventurers, acknowledging their effort to reach such a rare place despite not being summoned. Stunned, the adventurer exclaims, mistakenly identifying the imposing figure as Death Knight Patrick. Internally, the skeletal figure grumbles, lamenting the wasted effort on his prepared introduction, now rendered pointless by the adventurer's premature identification. He sarcastically thanks them for ruining his plans. Another adventurer, attempting to de-escalate the tense situation, urges his companions to calm their savage reactions and put away their weapons, specifically asking a mage to lower her staff and another to drop his fists. The skeletal figure tilts his head, seemingly confused by the adventurer's agitation, wondering if he said something strange. Suddenly, the blonde-haired adventurer lunges forward, sword drawn, declaring an end to the skeletal figure's deception as he clashes blades. The skeletal figure, blocking the sudden assault, expresses annoyance at the adventurer's lack of manners and impatience. The adventurer unleashes an ice bolt shower, summoning a barrage of sharp ice shards to strike the skeletal figure, who maintains its defensive stance. The ice bolt shower detonates upon impact, creating a powerful explosion of ice and magical energy. Amidst the icy impact, the skeletal figure reflects on the recurring challenge, finding the prospect of fighting one versus all to be overwhelming. Despite the challenge, the skeletal figure internally asserts his inevitable victory as he continues to parry the adventurer's relentless sword strikes. The blonde-haired adventurer's eyes burn with fierce determination as he presses his attack, wielding his blade with precision. The skeletal figure's glowing blue eye widens slightly in a moment of surprise or realization. Towering over the adventurer, the skeletal figure manifests a colossal greatsword, its sheer size emphasizing its overwhelming power. The skeletal figure admits that the human's unexpected strength is commendable, even if regrettable for his own plans. The adventurer activates a cascade of buffs, including strong body, reading omens, light feathers, step of silence, boiling blood, and bone ashes of famous warrior, enhancing his abilities. Skeletal figure scoffs, realizing the adventurer's power comes from temporary buff magic, and confidently states that these enhancements will not last. The skeletal figure internally calculates, focusing on a critical 1-minute window, implying a strategic move is imminent. Suddenly, the skeletal figure feels its movements stiffen, expressing surprise and growing concern as the effect intensifies. Electrical surges crackle around the skeletal figure as the stiffen effect takes hold, causing him to groan in discomfort and realize the gravity of the situation. The blonde-haired adventurer stands triumphant over the kneeling skeletal figure, confidently challenging who will ultimately emerge victorious. The kneeling skeletal figure, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light, lets out a booming, impressed laugh. It acknowledges the adventurer's power, admitting it never expected magic to corner it so effectively. Green-haired mage, Nifrim, looks back with a questioning expression, wondering if the battle has truly concluded. Her internal thoughts dismiss the ancient guardian's core as unimpressive. The adventurer, observing Nifrim, silently questions their own strategy, wondering if they should have eliminated the green-haired mage first. A sudden realization dawns. The adventurer barks at Death Knight Patrick to silence, as a powerful blow connects, causing the skeletal figure to cry out in pain and shatter. The adventurer's blue eye gleams with ruthless resolve as their blade plunges down, a silent command for Death Knight Patrick to perish. The adventurer's weapon pierces directly through the skeletal figure's skull, delivering a decisive, fatal blow. Death Knight Patrick erupts into a booming, theatrical laugh, revealing the entire confrontation was merely an elaborate act. It declares how much fun it had, fully immersing itself in the performance. The adventurer's blue eyes widen in shock, utterly bewildered by Death Knight Patrick's sudden revelation. The adventurer then internally reflects on years of boredom, admitting a desire to experience a true sense of crisis, even if it was just a staged act. A shadowy void expands, and glowing blue text appears, as Death Knight Patrick expresses gratitude to everyone for playing along with its elaborate charade. A blinding blue light erupts from the darkness, signaling a sudden, powerful shift in the environment. The visual reality distorts into vertical lines, indicating a system malfunction or a rapid transition between dimensions. The environment shifts dramatically, revealing a desolate, jagged landscape shrouded in oppressive darkness. The adventurer lets out a blood-curdling scream, their face contorted in a mask of pure terror and agony. The adventurer sits disoriented amidst the rubble, groaning softly as they try to comprehend the sudden, chaotic events that just transpired. The adventurer's blue eye snaps open, reflecting a sudden presence as a voice calmly asks if they've finally awakened. The adventurer looks up from the ground, their gaze fixed on the towering, imposing form of Death Knight Patrick, who stands wielding a massive sword. Death Knight Patrick gestures with a skeletal hand, suggesting it would be faster for the adventurer to witness the truth with their own eyes rather than hear it. Death Knight Patrick stands ominously over a gruesome pile of fallen adventurers, declaring that no human who has ever faced it has survived its onslaught. Death Knight Patrick expresses surprise that the adventurer, despite knowing its name, seems oblivious to its true nature and history, implying a lack of crucial information. Death Knight Patrick muses on the difficulty of dealing with the green-haired magician, Nifrim, as a flashback shows the adventurer desperately calling out Nifrim, while Nifrim collapses under a shadowy attack. Death Knight Patrick, hovering above the scene, remarks on Nifrim's wide-range divine magic, admitting it found the powerful spells irritating, even just thinking about them. Death Knight Patrick turns its attention to the adventurer, asking if they are Nifrim, noting that the magician constantly called out their name until their very end. The adventurer desperately calls out Nifrim, their voice filled with anguish as they gaze upon the fallen green-haired mage. Death Knight Patrick continues its taunt, telling the adventurer that Nifrim called out for them with desperate intensity until her last breath. Death Knight Patrick expresses disappointment at the adventurer's subdued reaction, finding their lack of emotional response boring. It then mockingly addresses the adventurer as Miss Nifrim, calling them ruthless. Death Knight Patrick declares it's time for a survivor Q&A session, then dismisses the entire subjugation party as subpar. It muses that even a fool wouldn't have sent such a small, ineffective group. The Death Knight's blade glints menacingly as it presses a lone survivor, demanding to know what secrets they might be hiding. The air crackles with unspoken threats. With a chillingly polite tone, the Death Knight, a skeletal figure in imposing armor, offers the survivor a grim choice. Here, since I'm a very kind and generous skeleton, I'm going to offer you some choices. If you're willing to answer, raise your right hand. If not, raise your left. The survivor defiantly raises their left hand, a silent refusal to cooperate. The Death Knight, twisting its words, declares, "Oh, a wise choice. If you tell me everything, I'll grant you a clean and painless death." In a final act of utter contempt, the survivor flips a middle finger, uttering a blunt "fuck you." The Death Knight expresses mock surprise. "Oh my, I can't believe I'd be sworn at in this way too." The Death Knight raises its formidable blade, accepting the challenge. "I shall respect your decision. Please die slowly." Amidst the carnage, the Death Knight muses to itself, when will I ever clean up all of these? The sheer number of fallen foes is a minor annoyance. Another body lies impaled on the ground, blood staining the cold stone, a testament to the Death Knight's brutal efficiency. The Death Knight hoists yet another survivor, a green-haired figure, impaled on its sword, casually remarks, "Still, I guess it'll be easier than before?" The impaled survivor, eyes wide with terror and blood on their lips, stares upwards at the blade, a desperate question escaping their dying breath. Is it gone? A sudden, intense blue light flares in the survivor's eye, a fleeting spark of an unknown power, hinting at something more beneath the surface. The green-haired survivor's body goes limp, blood dripping, as life drains away, leaving only silence. The white-haired survivor, witnessing the brutal death, cradles the fallen body, a single name escaping their lips, Sylvia. Tears mix with blood on the white-haired survivor's face, a look of profound regret and resolve hardening their expression as they whisper, "I'm sorry, but I..." Suddenly, the white-haired survivor's mouth transforms, revealing rows of sharp, monstrous teeth as they bite down with savage force. A gruesome crunch echoes through the area. The Death Knight, observing from behind a shattered structure, remarks, "Well damn, what an unpleasant sound. I knew it. I knew there was something underneath the surface." The white-haired survivor continues to consume, munch sounds filling the air. The Death Knight ponders the nature of this gruesome ability. Is it limited to human corpses only? What is the source of this ability, alchemy or magic? With a wealth of corpses available, the Death Knight decides to take its time observing and analyzing this unexpected power. Since there are plenty of corpses, I should take my time testing it. The Death Knight's thoughts drift, wondering about its master. Anyhow, I wonder where Boss is and what he's doing. It hopes Seojin isn't engaged in anything too peculiar. Hopefully, he's not doing anything strange in a weird place. Dramatic shift in scenery reveals Seojin standing amidst a swirling vortex of dark flames, looking down upon the white-haired survivor. The survivor, now identified as Wooin Historia, questions the overwhelming power. What is this? Seojin, eyes glowing with a dark, ominous energy, gazes down from his fiery perch, challenging Wooin Historia with a chilling question. Are you here to die too? Wooin Historia's foot firmly plants on the scorched earth, her resolve unwavering as she simply states, no. With fierce determination, Wooin Historia clenches her fists, declaring her identity and purpose. I am Wooin Historia, the hero. Seojin, a smirk playing on his shadowed face, dismisses her introduction. I never asked who you are. Well, I like your spirit, but you can't defeat me. Despite Seojin's confident declaration, Wooin Historia prepares for battle, her resolve burning bright. Even if that's true. Seojin's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise or intrigue crossing his partially shadowed face as he observes Wooin Historia's unwavering spirit. Wooin Historia unleashes a powerful, swirling torrent of blue energy, determined to halt Seojin's advance. I have to stop him. Her hands glow with the concentrated power of her attack, crackling with raw energy as she pushes her abilities to their limit. Seojin, his eyes burning with golden intensity, delivers a chilling ultimatum. He declares that his opponent will only land a single strike on him. His grip tightens on the captured fighter, a menacing crack echoing as he challenges her to try and escape again, if she can. Fear contorts the captured fighter's face, her purple eyes wide with a desperate, silent plea as the pressure mounts. As the captured fighter collapses amidst shattered debris, a young warrior lunges, only to be met with Seojin's unyielding stance. The young warrior realizes his efforts are futile against such power. Brutal counterattack sends the young warrior flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Despite the agony, he desperately wonders if his sacrifice bought precious seconds. Even as he endures a relentless barrage, the young warrior's resolve remains unshaken, his thoughts consumed by his duty to protect as a hero. Amidst the smoldering ruins, Seojin stands victorious over the fallen young warrior, still gripping the captured fighter. He calmly questions if the battle has finally concluded. From the depths of his fading consciousness, the young warrior affirms his identity, a hero named Wooin Historia. Captured fighter, blood blurring her vision, refuses to yield, her inner voice declaring she cannot fall here. Seojin's golden eyes flare with renewed resolve, a dark power swirling around him as he silently vows to prevent her escape. Wooin Historia struggles violently against Seojin's hold, a desperate blue energy flaring around her as she screams for someone to reach her people. With a primal scream, Wooin Historia unleashes a torrent of raw power, her face contorted in a mix of fury and desperation. Her fist, crackling with brilliant blue energy, slams down, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shatters the very earth beneath them. Seojin calmly intercepts the powerful blow with a single hand, his thoughts reflecting on his role as a hero. His hand firmly on Wooin Historia, Seojin concludes his thought, reaffirming his duty to protect the innocent. Seojin's hand rests upon Wooin Historia's head, a final gesture as he congratulates her on a valiant effort, ensuring her sacrifice was not in vain. Standing over the defeated Wooin Historia, Seojin acknowledges her by name, promising to remember her, though uncertain for how long. His golden eye glints with a cold resolve as he expresses respect for her unwavering perseverance. Looking down at the fallen Wooin Historia, Seojin offers a final, chilling mercy, a painless death. Suddenly, a new male figure, cloaked and radiating intense power, erupts onto the scene, his spiky white hair glowing amidst the chaos. Seojin's golden eye narrows, keenly observing the unexpected arrival. Seojin surveys the newly arrived armored forces, including the powerful white-haired figure, mockingly comparing their endless appearance to links of sausage. White-haired armored figure explains their drastic measures to save Ms. Wooin, asking for forgiveness. Seojin's internal thoughts, however, seethe with irritation, questioning how one could forgive such a rude act. The armored figure offers his belated greetings, but Seojin's internal monologue reveals his annoyance at being seemingly disregarded. The white-haired figure introduces himself as Arl Ethelbria's Gau Livison of the Ethelbria's Black Tiger's Order, expressing honor at meeting the Almighty Lord Swallow. Seojin, taken aback, questions the figure's knowledge of his title, Lord Swallow, and how he knew. Arl Ethelbria's Gau Livison smiles, revealing he has a talented subordinate capable of recognizing Seojin. Seojin, observing the man's smile, senses a hidden agenda, his thoughts wary of the deception. Seojin, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, openly declares his bad mood, his patience already wearing thin. His form shifts, shadows coiling around him as Seojin's voice hardens, demanding his opponent stop wasting time and attack if that is their true intention. The Grand Duke, in ornate armor, quickly clarifies their peaceful intentions, respectfully addressing Seojin as Lord Swallow and proposing a deal instead of a fight. Seojin's transformed face, all sharp teeth and glowing eyes, reacts with a flicker of intrigue and skepticism at the mention of a deal. The Grand Duke stands amidst a shadowy, monstrous aura, stating their proposition is a significant gamble, the weight of his words emphasized by the ominous presence. The gravity of the situation is underscored as the narrator reveals the immense stakes. The very safety of the Empire is on the line. Seojin listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the Grand Duke drops a critical piece of information. The original owner of the beheading Fong is still alive. Grand Duke, addressing Seojin as Lord Swallow, presumes his true objective isn't merely the virtuous masterpiece, offering assistance to fulfill his deeper desires. Seojin's heavy boots crush rubble as he challenges the Grand Duke, questioning their next move if he claims to have no need for their help. Dark energy swirls around Seojin's arm, crackling with raw power, a silent testament to his formidable capabilities. Seojin's face twists into a menacing snarl, his words chilling as he poses a hypothetical. What if his true intent was the extermination of all humans, not just the beheading Fong? Seojin leans in, his glowing eyes and sharp teeth mere inches from the Grand Duke's shocked face, demanding to know their course of action in such a scenario. Grand Duke, maintaining composure, counters Seojin's threat, suggesting their deal is still a worthwhile attempt if ultimate destruction is inevitable. Seojin then asserts their desire to avoid such an outcome. With a sharp, decisive command, Seojin orders the Grand Duke to immediately locate the owner of the item, his glowing eyes fixed on his objective. The Grand Duke pledges his obedience to Seojin's command, then sharply calls out to his subordinate, Garrett, who promptly responds. The Grand Duke informs Seojin that he might have previously encountered the person they are now searching for. Pink-haired woman explains her tracking method, stating she needs to examine traces left on objects, then politely requests permission to inspect the beheading Fong. Seojin, holding the beheading Fong, issues a chilling warning to the pink-haired woman, threatening severe consequences if she attempts anything foolish. Visibly intimidated, the pink-haired woman acknowledges Seojin's threat, her expression conveying her understanding of the grave stakes. As the pink-haired woman examines the map, she senses an overwhelming presence of traces, indicating a strong lead on their target's location. The pink-haired woman pinpoints the general location, but notes that the target is moving west, away from the Liè's imperial palace. Seojin's glowing eye focuses on the map, processing the information. He identifies the western direction as towards Harston, declaring the provided intel sufficient. A cheerful girl, adorned in a maid outfit, calls out excitedly to Seojin, addressing him as Lord Swallow. The shocking revelation is made. Renee, a presumed lost character, is still alive. Collective sigh of exasperation escapes the group, their expressions a mix of surprise and weariness at the unexpected news. Seojin acknowledges his debt to the Grand Duke and the pink-haired woman, promising to remember their assistance. The Grand Duke expresses his honor in helping. Seojin strides away, giving a curt command for everyone to move, leaving the Grand Duke and the pink-haired woman behind amidst the assembled figures. The grand architecture of a building stands tall, as a voice addresses Sir Swald from an unseen location. A small, fairy-like figure with vibrant butterfly wings stands triumphantly over a pile of defeated armored soldiers, delivering a chilling message: they are too late. Seojin surveys the aftermath, standing over a defeated armored soldier, a silent statement of his decisive victory. The small, horned figure with vibrant butterfly wings, bloodied but defiant, declares her success in defending the teleportation hub, proudly upholding her promise. Dark tendrils envelop the small figure as Seojin, standing beside her, calmly confirms that her efforts are indeed enough. The small figure collapses, blood staining her face, a pained gasp escaping her lips as exhaustion finally overwhelms her. Seojin turns his attention to a massive, glowing pillar, pondering aloud whether he understands its activation while the small figure remains entwined in shadows beside him. Focusing on the glowing pillar, Seojin theorizes that its internal cords connect to Harston, contemplating infusing his mana to activate it. Suddenly, cracks spiderweb across the glowing pillar, eliciting a surprised exclamation as it begins to fail. The pillar shatters explosively in a shower of brilliant shards, leaving Seojin and the shadowy figure below to witness the unexpected destruction. Seojin simply utters, "Huh." A look of disbelief crosses Seojin's face as he questions how the pillar failed to withstand his mana, especially given the stability of his polymorph. Seojin extends his hand, contemplating the use of Demura's mana suppression function to safely employ transfer magic for teleportation. A shadowy creature manifests above him as Seojin grapples with the dilemma. Undoing his polymorph for teleportation would reveal his presence to all nearby living beings. Seojin's face contorts in distress, realizing it is too late for a smooth resolution, as a spectral voice implores him not to give up. With a decisive motion, Seojin activates a glowing green device on his wrist. Seojin's form is consumed by swirling, ominous dark shadows, signaling a powerful transformation. Amidst the swirling shadows, a voice apologizes, uttering, "Sorry, Patrick." An ornate building trembles violently as a powerful, unseen force impacts its structure. The impact intensifies, causing the building to ripple with destructive energy and threatening its collapse. A formidable armored structure is violently ripped apart by surges of luminous blue energy. From the chaos, a massive, shadowy wolf-like entity coalesces from dark tendrils, looming ominously over the devastated structures. A towering Gothic magic tower stands silhouetted against a breathtaking backdrop of a fiery sunset. A hooded figure, smiling broadly, extends a greeting, welcoming visitors to the magic tower wing. A small, white-haired figure stands above the hooded individual, who then directly asks whether transfer magic can be used within the tower. The hooded figure clarifies that the magic tower is protected by a resistor, preventing entry without first undergoing a verification process. As the white-haired figure reacts with confusion, the hooded individual draws a weapon, declaring that escape is impossible. Blood splatters violently across the floor, signaling a sudden, brutal attack. The hooded figure recoils, bleeding profusely from a sudden strike, as the white-haired figure makes a swift escape, reflecting on a thought had upon arrival. The white-haired figure's initial assessment rings true. The human's magic towers are indeed akin to dungeons. As the hooded figures reel in terror, the grim realization settles. These magic towers are essentially dungeons made up of humans. White-haired figure stands amidst a gruesome scene, blood splattering the air as fallen hooded figures litter the ground, their bodies torn by her swift blades. She dismisses her slain opponents, deeming them nothing more than weak monsters. Her blood-splattered boots ascend, each step a heavy beat against the silent, macabre floor. The white-haired figure reflects on her progress, having eliminated every human on the first floor. Her gaze drifts upward, knowing only one challenge remains. All that's left is the top floor of the tower. A sly smile plays on Spearwoman's lips as she recognizes her opponent, remarking that it's the noble young girl from before. Spearwoman, regal and menacing, questions if the white-haired figure is even human. The white-haired figure, bloodied and startled, demands to know the whereabouts of the beheading Fong. Spearwoman, standing confidently above her kneeling opponent, declares the beheading Fong is now her property and questions the white-haired figure about something else. The white-haired figure's green eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them despite her injuries. Spearwoman observes her opponent with a cunning, almost amused expression. The white-haired figure's voice is laced with challenge as she addresses Spearwoman. Spearwoman maintains her unsettling smirk, her eyes glinting with anticipation. The sudden burst of resolve, the white-haired figure lunges forward, twin blades drawn, ready to strike. Spearwoman feigns surprise, mocking the white-haired figure for wielding such a weapon despite her cute face. As the white-haired figure attacks, Spearwoman activates a magic shield, questioning if a mere blade can truly challenge the Magic Tower Guild Master. Spearwoman's magic shield deflects the attack, and she scoffs, asking what the white-haired figure intends to do with a blade lacking attributes. The white-haired figure's eyes blaze with fury, internally questioning the sheer power of her opponent, recognizing her as a formidable monster. Spearwoman reveals the tower's true power, stating it's erected atop a spring of mana. She confidently asserts that by utilizing all the mana flowing within the tower, victory is assured. The white-haired figure stomps the ground in frustration, her voice filled with urgency as she demands to know the location of the beheading Fong. Her face contorted in a scream of rage, the white-haired figure fiercely insists that Spearwoman tell her immediately. Her face contorted in a scream of rage, Spearwoman unleashes a surge of dark magic, lamenting the absence of the beheading Fong, an item she put up for auction long ago. The area around her shifts into a magic realm. A massive crimson energy orb erupts between Spearwoman and Seojin, crackling with volatile power as their clash intensifies. Spearwoman activates her legendary weapon, the formidable Lance of Longinus, as raw power surges around her, ready to counter. System notifications flash, confirming the activation of Accelerate and a critical changing properties, Depravity of Holy Light, indicating a profound shift in power. Seojin's golden eyes blaze with fierce determination as he challenges Spearwoman, daring her to pierce through his newly amplified defenses. The fierce battle between them causes a catastrophic explosion, tearing through the top of a towering structure in the rain-soaked city below. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Seojin's shadowy form looms, a chilling confirmation escaping his lips as the ground rumbles from the sheer force of his power. Seojin collapses, impaled by radiant golden spikes, as Spearwoman coldly declares this the consequence for a monster daring to masquerade as human. He lets out a painful cough. Spearwoman, a cruel smirk on her face, looks down at the defeated Seojin, confidently asserting that such a being could never withstand her power. Seojin's eyes, now glowing with an eerie purple hue, widen in disbelief as he utters a stunned "huh" at an unforeseen development. Writhing in agony on the ground, Spearwoman cries out in pain, bewildered by her sudden defeat and the grievous injury to her hands. Standing over the defeated Spearwoman, Seojin's eyes glow with an eerie green as he coldly states he merely severed her hands, dismissing her agony as an unnecessary fuss for a mere human. Spearwoman desperately pleads for her life, repeating that she doesn't want to die and must live, her cries of agony echoing through the silence. Spearwoman lets out a choked cough, blood trickling from her mouth as tears stream down her face, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Her voice barely a whisper, Spearwoman attempts to call for help, her bloodied leg a testament to her severe injuries. As Seojin looms over her, Spearwoman's desperate plea for salvation trails off, her voice weak and broken. With a cold gaze, Seojin declares the battle concluded, informing the defeated Bathory that any trace of Renee has now been completely erased. His boots stand amidst the blood-stained ground as Seojin ponders internally, questioning what path remains for Renee now that her presence has been eradicated. Leaning heavily against a shattered wall, Seojin appears weary, his internal monologue continuing to question the fate and purpose left for Renee. His head bowed low, Seojin admits his profound exhaustion, a chilling thought crossing his mind about the potential consequences if Renee were to succumb to sleep now. Seojin's bloodshot green eye snaps open in alarm, a gasp escaping him as he hears someone call out to him as leader. An urgent voice cries out, addressing Seojin as leader and demanding to know what catastrophic events have transpired. A green-haired man, later identified as Hyam, cradles the severely wounded Spearwoman, urging her to compose herself as she weakly recognizes his presence. Hyam desperately implores Spearwoman to hold on, his voice filled with urgency, while she can only moan in unbearable pain. Still writhing in pain, Spearwoman demands Hyam either treat her or, more fiercely, eliminate her attacker, while Hyam remains silent, his expression unreadable. Seojin's green eye widens slightly, a silent question forming as he processes Spearwoman's desperate command. Hyam gently tries to calm Spearwoman, reminding his leader that she's lost too much blood, before presenting her with a glowing blue crystal, asking if she recognizes it. Spearwoman, disoriented and bleeding profusely from her eyes, struggles to identify the glowing blue crystal presented to her, asking what it is as her vision blurs. The mysterious figure, Hyam, reveals the object is a high-rank mana stone capable of escape, but admits he lacks the mana to activate it himself. Hyam instructs Spearwoman that she must imbue the mana stone with her own power to activate its escape magic. Spearwoman, her expression contorted in pain and recognition, identifies the crystal's essence as identical to that of the love stone, recalling the unpleasant sensation. With a renewed surge of determination, Spearwoman clutches the crystal, expressing gratitude that it will allow her to survive. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanates from Spearwoman's eye as she reacts with a surprised "huh" to an unforeseen development. Hyam cries out in agony as dark, thorny tendrils erupt from the ground, crackling with dark energy and ensnaring him. The shadowy entity binding the now identified Amr mockingly observes his extensive list of enemies, remarking on the severity of the situation that even Ren has come seeking vengeance. Amr, a chilling grin spreading across his face, continues to taunt, highlighting how even his own family, the Graumets, moved to eliminate him the moment he showed suspicion. Amr turns his gaze to the silent, cloaked figure, Ren, challenging him directly. Ren remains stoic, offering no response. Amr sarcastically thanks Ren, expressing gratitude for essentially doing his dirty work for him amidst the crackling dark energy. Amr's voice continues, a veiled threat in his tone, suggesting that if things continue this way, Ren might eventually come for him. Spearwoman, her body grotesquely distorting with pink, fleshy growths, screams in agony, realizing the true nature of her transformation. The narration reveals Amr's sinister plan. Spearwoman's transformation is merely a form of insurance, designed to buy him enough time to make his escape. A chilling farewell is implied. The transformation culminates in a monstrous form, a grotesque entity of raw flesh and screaming eyes, completely consumed by the dark power. A somber realization hangs in the air. Renee, the cloaked figure, has lost sight in her right eye. Grim truth is laid bare. Renee, battered and disarmed, stands no chance against such a monstrous opponent in her current state. The monstrous entity roars, but Renee, facing the horror, resolves that this is enough, accepting her grim fate. With a bloodied, defiant expression, Renee utters a single, self-deprecating word, pathetic. A heavy internal monologue reveals Renee's desperate resolve. She will pay the ultimate price here, erasing any trace of herself forever. With a furious grimace, Renee defiantly warns her opponent, "Don't you dare." Renee's fury explodes, her eye glowing green as she roars, threatening anyone who dares to defile Lord Swallow's scent with their dirty hands. Renee unleashes a desperate attack against the monstrous form, vowing that even her death will not allow her opponent to succeed. Renee is violently slammed into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves across the shattered earth. Lying broken on the ground, Renee's thoughts drift to Lord Swallow, wondering about his reaction should he discover her demise. Her final, fading thought is a poignant question. Will Lord Swallow be sad? Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, a Gothic tower pierces the night sky, its pinnacle shrouded in dark tendrils and emitting an ominous glow over the sleeping town. A swirling vortex of shadows and light hints at a powerful presence, its form both abstract and menacing. In the impenetrable darkness, multiple glowing yellow slit eyes pierce through, revealing a predatory gaze. A singular, piercing yellow eye dominates the frame as a surge of destructive energy erupts from the shadows. From the shadows where destructive energy erupted, a white-haired figure with a bloodied face emerges, eyes wide with terror. This scene is a stark reminder of Renee's initial rescue, which occurred in a similar chaotic situation. A powerful hand, shrouded in dark fabric, clenches tightly, as if gripping the very essence of the unfolding crisis. Seojin emerges from the darkness with an undeniable presence, appearing before her while cradling the unconscious Renee. Scene transitions to a stark title card, boldly declaring, "Act like a boss monster, Mr. Swallow," signifying a new chapter. Seojin stands resolute, the rescued Renee held securely in his arms, his dark aura a stark contrast against the fading chaos. As her eyes flutter open, Renee weakly questions her savior, "Lord Swallow." With a gentle motion, Seojin carefully places Renee onto the ground, a subtle act of care amidst the devastation. As Seojin stands over her, Renee wonders, is this a delusion? Grotesque enemy writhes on the ground, its twisted form crushed and bleeding, a testament to the destructive power unleashed upon it. Seojin's glowing yellow eyes burn with cold fury as he utters a chilling warning, "How dare you!" A monstrous maw screams in defiance as Seojin, shrouded in dark energy, launches a devastating assault, the ground shattering beneath his power. The monster's crimson eye dilates in agony, reflecting the immense force of Seojin's attack as its form distorts from the impact. Transformed into his terrifying Lord Devourer aspect, Seojin declares with menacing authority, "You don't know your place," as shadowy tendrils writhe around him. A blur of motion and dark splatter fills the frame, signaling the overwhelming speed and destructive force of the ongoing battle. The monstrous entity lets out a horrific shriek "K-I-K" as Seojin relentlessly tears through its form, leaving a trail of destruction. The dying monster emits a series of guttural cries "K-I-K-K-K" as its grotesque form begins to disintegrate. Seojin watches silently, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on the collapsing enemy, his expression unreadable yet resolute. A final, thunderous impact strikes the monster's eye, eliciting one last, piercing shriek, "Keek!" Seojin stands victorious amidst the shattered remnants of the battlefield, his dark coat billowing as he surveys the aftermath of his overwhelming power. Seojin delivers a decisive final blow, crushing the monster's remaining form as it lets out a weak, dying gasp. Kik. The monster's mouth twitches, a final, pained sound escaping kanji as its life force drains away. Seojin extends his hand, gently touching the fallen monster's head, an action hinting at a deeper connection or absorption of its essence. As Seojin's hand makes contact, the monster's flesh begins to bubble and dissolve, emitting a faint, final sound, kik. Seojin lets out a sharp tisk, a clear sign of his disdain. With a powerful slam, blue energy erupts around him as Seojin declares, disgusting, his glowing yellow eyes reflecting his contempt. A blinding burst of vibrant blue energy explodes outwards, purifying the area and leaving a trail of shimmering light. The powerful blue energy reverberates, echoing with a final, resonating surge before fading completely into the atmosphere. The last vestiges of the powerful blue energy splatter across a massive, fractured surface, the sound of its dissipation a resounding quang. Hand, stained with the same ethereal blue, drips with residual power as Seojin calmly observes, I see. Seojin lies within a fractured crater, blue energy still clinging to him as he realizes, now I get it. I was wondering how you kept regenerating. A grotesque, fleshy maw with bulging red eyes and tentacled appendages screams in agony as Seojin addresses it. You. The monstrous entity lets out a guttural shriek, its massive form towering over Seojin as a sharp, red attack descends upon them. A luminous green orb, crackling with potent purple energy, reveals itself as the true power source. The source was the magic tower's mana. Seojin, now cloaked in his shadowy Lord Devourer form, stands amidst crackling dark energy, his presence radiating immense power. From a high vantage point, Seojin looks down, his voice resonating with a chilling declaration. Well then, a sinister grin spreads across Seojin's masked face, revealing sharp teeth as he confidently states, it's easier. A colossal, shadowy maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth and writhing tendrils, lunges forward, ready to devour everything in its path. Intense, glowing yellow eyes pierce through the darkness, asserting dominance as a small, pink creature is seen fleeing in the background. The overwhelming sound of a final, decisive chomp reverberates, sealing the fate of the devoured. Seojin stands alone amidst the ravaged landscape, the battle concluded, as he casually remarks, yuck, tastes bad. Seojin's gaze is distant, lost in thought, a moment of silence hanging in the air. A figure with long, flowing white hair stands with bowed head as Seojin softly calls out, Renee. The white-haired figure's dark robes cascade around them, hinting at their solemn posture. The soft thud, Renee collapses onto the blood-stained ground, her strength giving out. Seojin and Renee sit back-to-back, Renee visibly injured. Seojin speaks with a hint of regret. I had a lot of things I wanted to say when I got to meet you, but now that we're here, my mind's gone blank. If I knew this would happen, I would have written it down or something. Seojin glances nervously, a bead of sweat forming on his neck as he adds, also, I met a green-haired human on my way here, you see? I did kill her, but that won't cause a problem or anything, right? Renee remains silent, her face hidden in her arms, the unspoken weight of Seojin's revelation pressing down. Seojin looks up, his expression softening as he calls out to Renee once more, Renee. Renee's face, streaked with tears and blood, is filled with sorrow as she apologizes. I'm sorry for what I did a few days ago. With Renee leaning against his back, Seojin reassures her, no, there's nothing Lord Swallow should be sorry for. It's Renee who doesn't have the right to face Lord Swallow. He then adds, but the core of the ancient needs a guardian named Renee. Tears stream down Renee's face as she clutches her arm, Seojin's voice gentle but firm, and to me, Renee, I need you. Renee looks up, asking, isn't Lord Swallow resentful of Renee? Seojin's expression is calm as he replies, I don't resent you. The silhouettes of Seojin and Renee stand together, a stark contrast against the blinding white light, symbolizing a new beginning. Seojin extends a hand towards Renee, stating, oh yeah, I have something for you. A mysterious, curved object with a golden bell-like charm is presented, its purpose yet unknown. Renee's eyes widen, glistening with tears of surprise and emotion as she beholds the unexpected gift. Overwhelmed with emotion, Renee clutches herself, soft sobs escaping her lips. Tears stream down Renee's face, a silent testament to the raw emotion she carries as the realization dawns. She was indeed Renee. Truth of her terror spills forth. Renee was consumed by the dread of abandonment, fearing the hatred of Lord Swallow. With a gentle yet firm resolve, Seojin reassures her, promising he would never abandon or hate her. His eyes glowing with a soft, comforting light, Seojin extends an invitation for Renee to return with him. His hand, a symbol of protection and invitation, hangs open, inviting her trust. Their journey would lead them back to the very heart of the ancient. Question arises, filled with disbelief. Could this being truly be a homunculus? The scene shifts to a gathering of Seojin's allies, the elder scholar, the pink-haired companion, and Mealy, the young homunculus previously known as Renee. The pink-haired companion recalls encountering her during a past arson incident in Grapenia. The armored skeletal figure explains that Mealy was brought along as if by fate, pondering if her small form contains all knowledge of homunculus research. Furthermore, the skeletal figure notes Mealy's complete composure, utterly unfazed within the chamber of the strongest boss in the Ancient's core. This formidable dungeon is also infamously known as the Lair of Demons, saturated with thick, dark energy. The skeletal figure turns to Seojin, asking for his intentions regarding Mealy. Seojin muses on Mealy's future, suggesting that if conventional teaching fails, she should simply be allowed to live in peace. He even considers her past experience, wondering if Mealy could serve as a maid or a cook. The skeletal figure reacts with utter disbelief, questioning Seojin's seriousness and demanding to know who would educate her, only to be met with the firm answer, "You." Seojin points directly at the skeletal figure, assigning the task, which elicits a bewildered from the armored summon. Seojin playfully chides the shadowy creature not to play hard to get, reminding it of its boredom, to which the creature reluctantly admits the truth. The shadowy creature remarks on Mealy's outstanding homunculus abilities and potential resentment towards humans, then shifts to inquire about her name. The shadowy creature struggles to recall, scratching its head in frustration, then utters a soft ow as if remembering a painful detail. Skeletal figure reacts with surprise, realizing that Mealy possesses the ability to speak. Mealy herself finally speaks, softly revealing her name, Lelo. The skeletal figure clarifies if Lelo is her full name, to which Mealy simply asks if more is needed. The shadowy creature then suggests Seojin, as her master, should bestow a new name upon her. The shadowy creature stammers, clearly struggling with the unexpected task of naming Mealy. Mealy gazes forward, her expression contemplative, awaiting her new identity. The shadowy creature declares the new name, Renee Lelo, before grumbling about the skeletal figure falling asleep again. The skeletal figure, now awake, addresses Mealy by her new first name, Renee. Mealy looks up, a subtle question in her eyes, as if processing her new designation. Mealy looks up, a subtle question in her eyes, as if processing her new designation. A chilling instruction echoes, "Let's start by learning how to smile," as Renee, with skeletal fingers, pulls a forced grin onto her own face, demonstrating a grim lesson. Patrick, a skeletal summon of Seojin, questions the situation with a surprised, "Wow, are you smiling in this situation?" his form crackling with blue energy. The monstrous boss questions Patrick, asking if he danced wildly in the middle of the village or something, then reminds him that there's always an exception in a monster's life. Patrick, intrigued, presses the boss further, asking, "So what's that exception?" The boss hesitates, glancing at the small figure of Mealy clutched in his hand, stating, "Well, this is also quite a long story." Patrick exclaims in disbelief, "Wait, boss, did you just kidnap a child?" The boss, holding a struggling Mealy, dismissively replies, "Do you really think I'd bother to do something that troublesome?" The boss, settling down, continues, addressing Patrick, "Patrick, you see." The boss's form shifts, dissolving into a dark, viscous mass, its multiple yellow eyes still glowing eerily. Patrick watches the amorphous boss, silently processing the unexpected transformation. Patrick asks the boss, "So you did meet her. Was she injured?" The boss replies, "She looked tired." The boss reflects, "Perhaps we were restricting and limiting Renee's life." Patrick walks away, a thought bubble indicating his silent dissent, then states firmly, "No." Patrick confronts the dejected boss, "If you've been rejected, just say so. Why are you expressing it so poetically?" The boss groans in response, "H&G." Patrick, holding up a maid costume, declares, "You'll have to wear a maid costume and manage the dungeon." The boss, appalled, immediately replies, "My resignation letter is always ready, boss." Patrick ponders, asking himself, "So, what are you going to do now?" His internal thought concludes, "There's nothing else to do." Patrick considers the situation, "But wait, I guess, since we don't know when she'll be back." Patrick sighs in resignation, "Ha, I understand." Patrick walks away through the cavern, thinking, "It's best to leave boss alone when he's in this state. It may be tough and depressing, but after some time." Patrick suddenly stops, a surprised "huh" escaping him as he notices something. Patrick calls out, "Boss." The boss stirs, responding with a questioning "hmm." Patrick announces, she's here. The boss, confused, asks, who? As a small, glowing figure emerges from the dark cave entrance. Patrick reveals, the one you've been waiting for the most. Renee, now in a maid outfit, politely asks, Lord Swallow, have you eaten yet? If not, would you like me to prepare it now? Renee's eye widens in a silent exclamation of surprise. Patrick exclaims in shock, Boss, did you? The boss responds with a bewildered, huh? The boss's eyes narrow in deep thought, questioning internally, did he finally go insane to give her that? Or was he sincere enough to give it to her? The boss's thoughts continue. While being sane, a stark realization then echoes, Renee, your right eye, it's completely ruined. Seojin stands over a kneeling Renee, questioning her. If you could see properly, would you have been able to tell it apart? Renee weeps, tears mixing with dark liquid from her eyes, as she declares, just like I said before, if you still have that heart, I don't care when. Seojin's golden eyes gleam with a cold intensity as he raises a hand, his gaze piercing. He demands, just look at it properly. With a powerful, dark aura swirling around him, Seojin stands over a prostrate figure, concluding his statement, and give me a Real love stone next time. White-haired girl with striking heterochromatic eyes, one yellow and one green, beams brightly, her expression full of anticipation. She exclaims, now. Deep within a cavernous space, dark, organic formations drip with glistening liquid, reflecting a faint light from below. A single drop falls, creating ripples. Suddenly, a purple-haired girl with small horns jolts awake, her eyes still closed in distress. A startled cry escapes her lips, eek. Sitting up in a bed, the purple-haired girl rubs her eyes, her face etched with confusion as she tries to comprehend her surroundings. She murmurs, where am I? What happened? Her confusion turns to terror as she looks up to find a massive, armored skeletal figure looming over her, prompting a terrified gasp, HIIK. Trembling uncontrollably, the purple-haired girl stares at the skeletal figure, convinced of her demise. I'm dead. Are you the Grim Reaper, and this is hell? The skeletal figure, unfazed by her panic, calmly responds, excuse me, but this isn't that kind of place. The skeletal figure continues, revealing the location. This is the core of the ancient. The purple-haired girl's eyes widen in utter shock, yelling, what? Realization dawns on the purple-haired girl as she points, then you're not the Grim Reaper. But Patrick, the skeletal figure gives a thumbs up, confirming you're quick to catch on. Patrick, the skeletal figure, glows with an intense aura as he calls out, boss, wake up. The purple-haired girl watches, wide-eyed in surprise. A massive, shadowy beast, Lord Swallow, yawns lazily, stretching its immense form. Lord Swallow groggily asks, Patrick, I was just having a nice nap. What now? Patrick then responds, you're awake? The purple-haired girl's jaw drops, drool escaping her mouth as she stares in utter disbelief, struggling to form words. You're... Patrick proudly introduces his master, the owner of the core of the ancient and the embodiment of all things, the guardian of God who punishes those trembling in fear, the ancient beast that stands above all things, Lord Swallow. The purple-haired girl internally giggles at the name. The purple-haired girl quickly corrects herself, kneeling in apology. The king. No, that's not it. My apologies. Let me introduce myself. Lord Swallow looks on with a smug expression as the girl announces her full, grand title, the 17th descendant of Demon Asmodeus, Mels de Lymf Agria. Lord Swallow casually interjects, I already memorized it. It was too catchy. The purple-haired girl looks up in astonishment, wondering, how does Lord Swallow know my name? The purple-haired girl, still perplexed, considers a possibility. Did Swald tell you this? A human form Seojin stands calmly in the background. Lord Swallow, facing the confused chibi versions of the purple-haired girl, makes a shocking declaration. It's me. Purple-haired girl's confusion reaches its peak, her eyes wide as she questions. What? Lord Swallow, what did you just say? Lord Swallow's expression turns serious as he confirms his identity with an impactful statement. I am Swald. The purple-haired girl's reaction is depicted through two chibi forms, one calm, then one utterly shocked, as the realization of Swald's true identity hits her. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and distress, the purple-haired girl cries out, purple energy radiating from her. What disgrace have I shown toward Lord Swallow? Patrick urgently calls out, boss. Lord Swallow responds with a curious, Patrick then reminds him the words that Demon King Mels said. Patrick continues, his voice urgent, about the topic of punishing the humans in liaise. The purple-haired girl's chibi form looks on, still confused. Patrick's skeletal face glows with intense blue light as he presses for information, demanding, what have you not told me? The pressure from Patrick's glowing blue eyes is palpable, forcing a nervous, hesitant reply from the unseen individual. Well, Under the serene glow of the moonlight, a vast, ancient forest stretches towards imposing mountains. The voice from before confirms, yes. A system notification appears, pinpointing the location, the treacherous Grapenia Forest, Harston territory border. Deep within the shadowed expanse of Grapenia Forest, an unseen adventurer scoffs, "Haha, what is this?" A hooded explorer, carrying a glowing lantern, ventures deeper, remarking, "They said not to enter, but nothing is happening. There are so many herbs and mushrooms in this forest." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes through the dense foliage, startling the hooded explorer. "Chike?" The explorer discovers a severely wounded person lying amidst the undergrowth, gasping, "A person? And they're hurt real bad, too." The flickering lantern, the hooded explorer approaches the injured figure, offering aid. Wait just a moment. I have the herbs for NGH. The wounded person, eyes wide with a manic intensity, snatches the offered herbs, their face contorted. "With this herb, it'll, huh?" A sickening crunch reverberates through the air, followed by splatters of blood across the lantern, indicating a brutal, sudden action. A stark message appears. To survive on a battlefield, there are several virtues one must possess. A monstrous, green-glowing entity looms in the darkness. A voice implores, "If you're truly a demon king, please stay still for a moment." Mel's. Another virtue is highlighted. One of those virtues is maintaining a minimum level of tension. Renee, a white-haired maid, shushes emphatically, reminding Mel's. Renee has mentioned multiple times that silence is a basic rule in Lord Swallow's room. Mel's, the purple-haired demon king, vehemently refuses, asserting her independence. "No, I refuse. I am a free dungeon monster." The two clash head-to-head, a fierce argument erupting. Mel's declares, "Also, I lived here in the core of the Ancient before becoming the Demon King. I came here to speak with Lord Swallow." Renee retorts, "Renee told you, Lord Swallow is resting right now." Mel's, with a mischievous grin, reveals her true intentions. "That is why I'm needed. Until Lord Swallow can comfortably fall asleep, I plan to stick close and share my warmth by Lord Swallow's side." Mel's continues to provoke, criticizing Renee's rigidness. Renee is too conservative in this aspect, too inflexible, like a boomer. Renee's face contorts in shock and fury at the insult. Did you just call Renee a boomer? Enraged, Renee lunges at Mel's, declaring, "Die, just die." Mel's, however, finds the situation hilarious, cackling, "Kya ha 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 ha." A chibi Renee furiously chases a gleeful chibi Mel's, threatening, "Come here, Renee'll kill you." Chase continues as Mel's frantically tries to escape, crying out, "No, Kyaka!" Back with Patrick, the skeletal figure is deep in thought, reiterating the importance of maintaining a minimum level of tension. Patrick sits beside a massive, shadowy form, presumably Lord Swallow. Lord Swallow complains, "Patrick, they're so noisy that I can't sleep." Patrick, ever the pragmatist, responds, "You're not in any position to be saying that, boss. Thanks to a certain someone, the outside is in chaos right now." Lord Swallow, still somewhat oblivious, asks, "Why is it that bad?" Patrick retorts, "You haven't read any of the newspapers I gave you, have you?" Patrick, holding several newspapers, explains the dire situation. It seems that due to forcefully mobilizing troops to strengthen Lie's defense, villages on the border are being devastated by monsters. Also, Patrick continues with grim news, revealing the Lord of Harston has committed suicide. As a result, Harston is now completely paralyzed. Patrick presents more newspapers, emphasizing the lack of public awareness. "Also, I've searched through all available human newspapers for the past 3 weeks, but there are only 3 articles related to Harston." Patrick's glowing blue eyes intensify as he poses a critical question. "Do you know what this means?" Lord Swallow, represented by the shadowy creature, appears utterly bewildered. I don't know." Lord Swallow's shadowy form looms large, radiating immense frustration. He bellows, "Do you even think before you talk? I'm ready to give you my resignation letter at any moment." Our journey continues with the unbeatable dungeon's lazy boss monster, diving into its 21st thrilling chapter. Responding to Lord Swallow's intense frustration, a skeletal figure admits his lack of information, stating there's nothing he can discern from the current circumstances. Skeletal figure speculates on the situation, suggesting that the region of Harston might be completely cut off from all outside communication. He pointedly reminds Lord Swallow of the catastrophic damage he inflicted upon the village, emphasizing that the complete silence from such a devastated area is an ominous sign. A map appears, highlighting the critical location of Core of the Ancient, underscoring the urgent need for Harston's continued existence. The map then pans to Harston itself, as the skeletal figure explains that monitoring the village is crucial to predict the size and timing of any future subjugation parties. With glowing eyes, the skeletal figure stresses the urgency of their mission, insisting they must head to Harston without delay to prevent unforeseen consequences. Lord Swallow collapses in exasperation, internally begging the skeletal figure to go alone, while the summon wishes him a safe trip and warns him not to overexert himself. The skeletal figure cheerfully bids farewell to his boss, promising a swift return, leaving Lord Swallow in stunned disbelief. Lord Swallow initially revels in the thought of finally getting some sleep, but a sudden realization causes his expression to shift. The skeletal figure reappears, expressing concern that going alone might be too difficult, suggesting that at least one companion would be beneficial. Lord Swallow is utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he spots two new female figures below, causing him to frantically call out for them to wait. Candidate 1, a purple-haired woman with small horns, looks directly at Lord Swallow, innocently asking what's wrong. Lord Swallow recalls a terrifying flashback of Candidate 1, Mel's, causing a massive explosion, internally fearing that her destructive magic could obliterate the village. Candidate 2, Renee, a white-haired woman in a maid outfit, smiles sweetly as she suggests that she should accompany the skeletal figure instead. A chibi-style Mel's, looking flustered, pleads with Renee to release her. Lord Swallow, sweating profusely, vehemently rejects Renee's offer, internally describing her as super explosion magic and begging her to simply stay put. The skeletal figure, with a cheerful demeanor, suggests that Lord Swallow himself should accompany him on the mission, given the uncertain duration. Lord Swallow is seen sweating, realizing he's been caught in a trap and is being dragged away by the skeletal figure, who casually asks, "Boss?" Lord Swallow's glowing yellow eye is shown in a tight close-up, reflecting his distress and panic. Lord Swallow, with a smug grin, laments that despite being the best option, he cannot use his polymorph ability because he broke his Demura bracelet. The skeletal figure acknowledges Lord Swallow's predicament, confirming that without the bracelet, he truly cannot join the mission. Lord Swallow erupts in joy, believing his plan worked and he's escaped the mission, eagerly anticipating some much-needed sleep. Suddenly, Seojin appears, his eyes glowing ominously, surrounded by blue spirits, and he delivers a chilling warning that Lord Swallow will suffer a painful demise. The skeletal figure stands beside Seojin, mockingly informing Lord Swallow that despite his curses, he is already dead, and comments on Seojin's menacing presence. Seojin holds up a bracelet, reminding Lord Swallow of his own words, that he cannot go without the Demura bracelet. The skeletal figure, now radiating hope amidst a shower of flowers, clarifies Seojin's statement. If he possesses the bracelet, he can indeed depart immediately. As Seojin and the skeletal figure walk away into the distance, Lord Swallow's furious cry echoes, vehemently denying their interpretation. Under a moonlit sky, Seojin and the skeletal figure arrive before a formidable castle, with the skeletal figure announcing their arrival and Seojin observing the extensive damage caused. Skeletal figure and Seojin continue their measured steps across the desolate stone path. Seojin's gaze sweeps over the silent, damaged structures, a silent question forming in his mind. What could have caused such widespread destruction? As they traverse the eerily quiet town square, the skeletal figure states their initial objective, to gauge the market's activity. But the profound silence and empty streets prompt Seojin to question, asking if they should simply retreat from this unsettling void. The skeletal figure, unfazed, outlines the second objective, to observe chimney smoke, lamenting that they've missed the ideal time before human dinner. Seojin, growing weary, reiterates his desire to turn back, given the late hour and lack of findings. With a determined stride, the skeletal figure declares the third task, to check for mercenaries at the subjugation board. Upon realizing Harston lacks one, it decides to press on, while a visibly exhausted Seojin pleads to abandon the mission and return. Their final destination is revealed, the local inn and pub. The camera focuses on the weathered sign, a solitary beacon in the quiet night, hinting at their last hope for information. Skeletal figure's hand glows with faint energy as it begins to explain their purpose for visiting the inn. Seojin, caught off guard, interjects with a questioning sound, anticipating what new task awaits them. Seojin glares, a massive skull-like projection looming behind him as the skeletal figure, whom he refers to as Patrick, urges him forward. Seojin mutters a curse, clearly frustrated by the situation and his companion's relentless pace. Peering into the inn's entrance, Seojin begins to voice his apprehension, warning against high expectations. He then calls out, addressing the unseen host and inquiring about available rooms. Inside, the inn is utterly deserted, its tables and chairs undisturbed. Seojin, standing in the archway with the skeletal figure, curses under his breath at the profound emptiness. skeletal figures glowing blue eye narrows, reflecting the grim reality of their discovery. A thought is conveyed. This desolate situation is truly the worst possible outcome. A sudden, jarring vision flashes across the screen, depicting a chaotic, shadowy landscape of jagged forms and dark energy, accompanied by a powerful impact sound. The vision continues, showing grotesque, contorted figures in a swirling vortex of purple and red, with a massive, shadowy hand reaching down, suggesting a scene of immense suffering and despair. A close-up reveals a lifeless, distorted face, an exclamation mark hovering above it, emphasizing the tragic finality of the scene within this disturbing glimpse. Horrifying vision culminates in a cacophony of screams and rain, as multiple figures with vacant red eyes are shown in agony, their forms twisted in a dark, chaotic downpour. Amidst the darkness, a new objective emerges. The skeletal figure declares their intent to proceed to the Empire's capital, but only after they have successfully navigated through Harston. A formidable, cloaked figure with a crown and glowing blue eyes stands against a backdrop of purple lightning, a symbol of immense power. The skeletal figure identifies this as their enemy's territory, remarking on humanity's current state. Powerful purple lightning crackles and tears through the air, underscoring the skeletal figure's declaration that humanity is at its weakest point, utterly vulnerable in the face of the encroaching black calamity. The terrifying, skull-masked face of the cloaked figure is revealed in a menacing close-up, its blue eyes burning with resolve. The skeletal figure concludes that this is the opportune moment to utterly dismantle the Empire. Back in the present, the desolate inn remains empty, with overturned furniture scattered across the floor. Seojin expresses his dismay, finding it hard to believe such a place could be so deserted. Seojin's hand rests on a dusty table, a grim expression on his face. He observes that the town of Harston appears to be completely cut off, isolated from the outside world. The skeletal figure's glowing blue eye swivels, its attention drawn to a new presence. It asks sharply, demanding to know who has entered their space. Seojin looks up as an older man, the inn owner, appears on an upper balcony. The owner cautiously introduces himself, his voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Inn owner's hand grips the wooden railing tightly, his knuckles white. He demands to know the reason for their visit, his tone laced with suspicion and fear. From his vantage point, the inn owner declares himself a knight of the Pyterian Black Dog Suppression Force, a clear attempt to assert authority. Seojin internally deduces that the owner suspects them of being attackers. Seojin calmly states their needs, a light meal and a place to rest. The inn owner's grip on the railing loosens as he realizes they are merely customers, apologizing for his earlier suspicion. The inn owner, looking down at the armored skeletal figure, explains that he has no food to offer a knight. He further reveals the grim truth: the entire village struggles to find sustenance. The skeletal figure ponders if the black disaster is the cause of their plight. The inn owner, scratching his head, confirms his knowledge of the disaster, hoping for their understanding. Continuing his explanation, the inn owner apologetically states that despite the circumstances, he has no rooms available at the moment, hoping for their understanding. The skeletal figure quietly observes the inn owner, pondering aloud that, in the current dire situation, the cost of water likely surpasses even that of lodging. The skeletal figure abruptly drops something onto the counter, simply stating, "Take this." The inn owner recoils in surprise, questioning what exactly has been given to him. A single, gleaming gold coin rests in the skeletal figure's palm, radiating a faint glow. The skeletal figure asks if a room is still unavailable, while the inn owner is left speechless, clearly astonished by the sight. With a sudden, dramatic shift in demeanor, the inn owner bows deeply and urgently gestures towards the stairs, instructing them to proceed upstairs immediately. The inn owner's eyes narrow slightly as he watches them ascend, a silent question lingering in his gaze. As the skeletal figure moves, Seojin, clad in a dark coat, steps into view behind him. The inn owner, surprised, asks about the identity of the person trailing the armored figure, who then replies, "Who, me?" The skeletal figure proudly declares, "Oh, he is my slave," a statement met with an incredulous "huh?" from the inn owner. Seojin immediately protests the slave remark, but the skeletal figure cuts him off, explaining that while Seojin may be a slave, he is a very helpful one, and thus treated accordingly. Seojin tries to interject again, but the skeletal figure continues, asserting that this slave will share his room and demands to know where their room is, leaving Seojin frustrated and attempting to make himself heard. Inside the room, Seojin looks around in pleasant surprise, exclaiming that the accommodations are far better than he had anticipated. Seojin immediately claims a bed, sinking into its comfort and declaring it superior to their previous lodging in Riez, which he shared with Mealy. The skeletal figure agrees it's a good room, placing an item down while Seojin, still on the bed, reconsiders the situation and asks if the slave charade was truly necessary. The skeletal figure logically explains that Seojin's current shabby attire would lead to him being treated as a beggar, making it far more advantageous to be perceived as a slave. Seojin, still on the bed, looks increasingly irritated by the explanation. The skeletal figure continues its pragmatic reasoning, illustrating that while a beggar might invite trouble, a slave is protected as property. He adds that this arrangement is ideal for Seojin, who often cannot even be bothered to change his clothes. The skeletal figure then emphatically questions Seojin, asking if he doesn't prefer to minimize his own movements as much as possible. Seojin, with a furious expression, shouts in agreement, declaring that in his next life, he wishes to be reborn as an inert rock. The skeletal figure taps the surface, concluding that it would be best for Seojin to simply listen to him, to which Seojin sarcastically retorts that his words are indeed wise. The skeletal figure announces his departure, instructing Seojin to rest and wait in the room. He then adds, as an aside to himself, that he doesn't recommend pushing himself too hard on their first day. The skeletal figure's armored foot descends, and he quietly muses to himself. The skeletal figure scales the building, climbing out a window, and reassures Seojin not to worry too much. The narration explains that after the black disaster struck the central plaza, the imperial family, enraged by the attack and the repeated failures to subjugate the primordial core, demanded someone take responsibility. From a rooftop overlooking the devastated city, the skeletal figure remarks on the sheer destruction, noting that he really wrecked this place down. Meanwhile, the narration reveals that before the imperial family could intervene, the Lord of Haston, Count Atark, had already perished. Holding a book, the skeletal figure openly wonders who now governs Haston, admitting his genuine curiosity about the succession. The narration points out that with their champion gone, the imperial family's wrath would undoubtedly fall upon Count Atark's family. This leads to the question of whether a blood relative of Count Atark could have inherited his title. Perched atop a castle tower, the skeletal figure decides to go and observe the new Lord of Haston, as the scene establishes Haston, the Lord's castle. The armored figure walks along a path, muttering that the situation is proving to be quite troublesome. Observing two armored guards, the skeletal figure notes that the security of this place is far tighter than he had initially anticipated. Concealed behind a wall, the skeletal figure considers his options, realizing that while he could easily neutralize the guards, it would create a chaotic scene by sunrise. The armored figure walks away, concluding that it would be wise not to rush into action just yet. There was a place that caught my attention on my way over here. Humans might not be able to detect it, but that's not the case for me. There's such a strong, lingering smell of a corpse in a place like this. Well, it's nice to get a good rest in a cool dungeon, but doing this once in a while isn't too bad. But they sure won't let me rest in peace. Sir Knight. Master has gone out for a night stroll. Oh, I see. Then would you like to come down? It's not much, but I've prepared some food. Starving a customer wouldn't sit right with me as the owner of this inn. Also, since Sir Knight has paid a hefty sum, I should at least repay him with this. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Novan Heataker. You can just call me Novan. I'm Devd. Okay, Devd. I hope you won't be disappointed when you head down there. Food supplies are so rare that I couldn't prepare much. Is the situation in Haston that bad? It's as the name suggests, it was a disaster. The citizens that saw the disaster with their own eyes mostly lost consciousness on the spot. After the incident, the Lord committed suicide. After that, as you can see, all traffic in Haston was cut off. The outside of the castle walls were littered with dead bodies of people who had died from starvation. I'm not sure for what reason you have come here, but it would be in your interest to leave as soon as possible. I'm also going to leave soon. You should also know, Devd, how people act when they are cornered. The spearwoman readies herself, her crimson eyes glinting with predatory intent. The spearwoman peeks out, her movements swift and silent. This is great. To stay in a place like this when the village is in this state, they must be outsiders. And on top of that, this is the inn's most expensive room. They must be really rich. Ho ho ho. I have to take everything that could be of value. Are these clothes or a rag? So disgusting. Weren't the customers in this room rich? Well, I can at least use it to wrap stuff up. What's this? Why isn't there anything here? This is bad. Do they carry all their belongings on them? She frantically rummages through a drawer, desperate to find something. Oh, nice. There's no way they could carry. What is this? A mystical inscription appears, hinting at a powerful presence. Heavy thud echoes as something is forcefully placed down. I'm back, boss. I stopped by the Lord's castle real quick. What were you up to? As you can see, master. I wanted to at least catch a glimpse of the new Lord, but the security was tighter than expected. It was fruitless. Are you expecting something like that from me? I'm just asking for the sake of asking. Hasten has been cut off from the outside. Other than that, the inn's owner didn't know much either. Oh my, what is it? It's surprising that you actually did something. So that's it. Cut off from the outside. Let's dig a bit deeper into that tomorrow. Boss, you can do it yourself? You mean together, right? Oh, and also, it would be best if you kept the windows closed. I only left one open before leaving, but now both are open. A burglar could come in at this rate. What are you talking about? I haven't even touched the windows. Haha, oh boss, the excuse you're making feels like a joke. It's not like the window could have been blown open by the wind. Did some ghosts come by to open it? I don't know. Someone must have opened it, whether it be a burglar or a ghost. A violent struggle ensues as the sounds of impact fill the room. It's gone. My outerwear is gone. That's something Renee made for me. It's gone. Mine's gone as well. Did you see what I left in the drawers? What was stolen from you? That's... Frantic figure flees through the dark streets, pursued by unseen forces. Phew, I should be fine now, right? Rosalina. Where are you headed in the middle of the night? I thought I told you not to wander around so late at night? I wasn't wandering around for no reason. It was for everyone. Wasting energy moving about and starving is the for everyone you're talking about? That's not it. Just listen. Thoth, don't pressure her so much. See, Captain. Were you awake? A thief shouldn't be afraid of the night. That's not something to scold her about. But wandering around without notifying anyone is something she did wrong. Ugh. The outside is already so dangerous. Before you act on your own, you should think about how you could cause others problems. This place is different from your old house, which was warm and comforting. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, boss. I hope you understand, Rosalina. So what were you doing? Hey, wait. Did you steal it? Yeah, Captain. I thought I should do my part. Where did you get this from? You know that place. The inn on the main road. I brought it from the most expensive-looking room. It was placed deep in the drawer and it was so clean. I'm sure it is a very expensive artifact. Rosalina, this is a rib bone of a human. Hold on. A bone of a human? I didn't know. I really didn't know. Did you perhaps go grave digging? No, it's not like that. There's no way she got it from grave digging, since she wouldn't be showing it off proudly if it was. Why, yeah, that's right. Must be someone's terrible hobby or a bone used for magic. Are there people who collect human bones? There are perverted bastards who, after chopping off the limbs of their slaves, use them as decorations. You never know. It could be a bone from a human or that of someone who was once a human. This would be even more dangerous if this is stolen from someone who practices necromancy or dark magic. It's truly strange. Even the outerwear she brought along with it looks like something a beggar would wear. The clothes are made from the finest materials. Clang. How could Rosalina forget about the pockets? Gold coins? Just how much is all this, boss? If we have this much, you big dummies, this isn't the time to be dash. Man, it was really hard to find you guys. We came to the right place this time, boss. These are the people who were staying in an expensive inn in a collapsing village. I should have figured things out faster. Looks like my precious item is here. The rib bone of a human. Clothing made of high-quality material. Hello, thieving bastards. We came to reclaim our stuff. Read at surascans.com for the fastest releases. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. Wow, I really wanted to see you all. Looks like everyone is safe. Phew, I'm safe. Those clothes were a present from Renee, right? If I were to leave another hole in Renee's heart, I have no idea what would happen, so that's good. All of you get back. Captain, are you their leader? How did you find us? I wonder, the item must have been crying out for its owner. Ugh, I'm tired. Let's hurry and get back so I can get back to resting. I will let it go just for today, boss, since you've been running around for so long. Hey, Captain of the back alley, you chose the wrong item to steal. Do you still have no thoughts of returning it nicely? Is there any guarantee that you guys would just leave if I were to return the item? I guess you're right when you think about it. Something's strange. Even if Rosalina had left traces, they found us too quickly in the dark. It would be impossible unless they were some kind of monsters. Could it be dark magic? Are you guys ones who live in the dark? Well, I guess the cave is pretty dark. This rib bone must be really important to you guys. Huh? That's a given. It is a part of my body. So you treat it with as much importance as a part of his body. It is a part of my body. Stop stalling for time and return it. Ah! Rosalina, Toth, retreat with the people who can't move well first. Yuwu, my rib. Nice catch. Hiya. Ouch. He took no damage. YWN. Was that a rock just now? The condition of this place must be really bad. Kook. Hey, stay still. The armored figure advances while a nervous man watches. Well, how about we knock them all out first? You want to let them all live? I'm not saying we should let them live, but to treat all of them the same. Seojin grits his teeth, his grip tightening. Whatever. I'm so tired that I'm not sure if I can control my strength properly. Blinding flash erupts as the armored figure unleashes a devastating blow, crushing the man below. The sound of impact echoes through the night. Do you think Mr. Devourer is doing well? Mealy asks, her eyes wide with concern. Of course, Elder Scholar replies, a hint of a smile on his face. It has already been over half a day since Mr. Devourer left. Oh, I see. It has only been half a day. Nothing should have gone wrong with Mr. Devourer, right? Mealy frets, her gaze distant. I'm worried about whether it's right for just the two of us to enjoy a relaxing break like this, especially when Mr. Devourer could be starving out there. Come on, Lady Renee, you're overthinking it. Pink-haired companion reassures her. Is there a reason for such a great person to skip meals? Mealy retorts, her expression anxious. How many times has she brought this up? Right, I am worrying too much. Mealy sighs, her shoulders slumping slightly. Mr. Devourer and Patrick are just at a human village. How could they run into any trouble? Stop! Ugh, she abruptly cuts herself off, a look of unease crossing her face. Of course, it's the ancient monster that is the lord of all things and the one in charge of death, the Death Knight. This is more troublesome than I thought. Seojin, now clad in a dark cloak, struggles against the armored figure. My clothes! It wasn't bad for a human to actually surprise me a bit. I was hoping that they would have a map since they are thieves, but I guess we're unlucky. Seojin struggles beneath the armored giant. It might be better to hurry and end this rather than dragging it out. The imposing helmet of the armored figure looms over Seojin. So, boss, don't go lying down already, Seojin shouts, struggling against the armored giant. You should try lying down too, Patrick. It's cozier down here than you'd think. I'm sorry, Patrick stammers, collapsing as the armored figure stands over him. A silent plea hangs in the air. I'm sorry, I was the one who stole. They don't have anything to do with it, so please take me instead of the others. The spearwoman cries out, tears streaming down her face as she pleads for their lives. Get up, Rosalina. Do you think they'll let us off with just that? The man urges her on, but the captain, Rosalina protests, her voice trembling. They don't have the slightest intention to. Oh, so they know? Seojin grins, lounging against the armored giant. Patrick, you take care of it. Seojin commands, his voice laced with amusement. Of course. Man and Rosalina stand back to back, ready for a fight. Their expressions are grim. I'll kill you if you get close, the man shouts, brandishing a weapon. I'll really kill you. Rosalina clutches a golden rosary in the shape of a phoenix, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve. Bathed in an ethereal glow, the rosary pulses with power. Rosalina's expression shifts, a newfound determination hardening her features. The armored figure's glowing eyes widen slightly as it observes the rosary. A powerful aura emanates from the armored giant as it prepares to strike. Rosalina braces herself, her grip tightening on the rosary. Where did you get it? The armored figure holds out the rosary, its blue eyes glowing intensely. A rosario in the shape of a phoenix that resembles a reversed cross. The rosary hovers in the air, surrounded by wisps of mana, and the mana that leaks out from it. It is mana for surveillance. The people of Haston are being spied upon. This is outrageous. Once the young lady prayed with the rosary, surveillance mana started leaking out. That means the rosary will activate under special conditions. If we can find out what those conditions are, we'll know what the person who gave her the rosary is planning. Haston isn't exactly known for magic. First a magic stone, and now an item with magic in it? I'll try to get the humans to cooperate. Please cooperate, boss. But how are you going to get them to cooperate in this situation? Of course. I have something amazing planned. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at surascans.com for the fastest releases. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. I apologize for before. It wasn't because you stole things. We received a royal decree not to leave any traces of those we had conflicts with behind. A royal decree? What do you... To be honest, we are from a secret organization that takes direct orders from the Empire's royalty. We are the Fog of Roano Shadow Knights. Shadow Knights? Aha. Yes, we have no intention of causing you any harm at this moment, so you can relax. Why are you here in Haston, Sir Knight? That's... Save Haston. The reason I'm going against the royal decree to keep you alive is because I need information from you. I need to quickly understand the situation and analyze it so I can send the necessary supplies and manpower to Haston. So how about it? Will you work with me to restore peace to Haston? I need your help. A royal knight. He said he came to save Haston. His Majesty didn't abandon us. Let's help Sir Knight. Ah, we're finally free from this life. Believe the persuasion is done. The humans were easy to deal with, as always. These lower classes are really great at accepting what's given to them. Shall we head back now? Of course not. We're just getting started. I'm starting to see more and more weird points here. I appreciate you trying so hard, but it feels as if things have gotten more problematic. Didn't this get more annoying because of him? So this is what they mean when they say, keep an eye out for enemies around you. What are you saving all of a sudden? It's nothing. Anyway, please get up. Don't lie on the road. Since the situation has come to this point, you will have to start working too. You're strangely fired up today. Can't you do this on your own? Are you serious? I'll keep an eye out on the captain. Who is the most suspicious? So you should stay with the people and try to get close to them. You're telling me to get close to the humans? We have no choice, boss. Between the knight in armor and the beggar-like boss, who do you think will have an easier time getting closer to the people? Did you just say beggar-like boss? I was just making an educated guess. Make sure to get close to them before I get back, boss. Try mingling with them by following what they do. Like the humans? First, they must spend most of the day asleep. Most of the ones who are awake are in a daze. Even when woken, they probably just panic. I can't see them having any motivation. This is really... I just have to act as I have always done. I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion, but it won't be that easy. Also, the religion that passed out the Rosarios needs to be investigated. Please don't forget, boss. In other words, I'm asking you to go out and get all the information from these humans. The faster we finish, the faster we go home and rest, right? Yes, of course, master. Master. Oh, and I'm telling you this just in case. You have to keep your composure even if the humans are a bit rude. Sir Knight, you said you were part of the Fog of Roano, right? If you are a knight of the Empire's royal court, you must have come from Riez, right? I heard Riez is a place full of milk and honey. Is that true? Sir Knight, how come the other knight has armor on, but you're in such clothes? You dummy, it's probably a disguise. Do you think he usually walks around like this? Oh, I see. Sir Knight, when will we be? Sir Knight. Damn it, what difficulty in getting close to them. I can't even breathe. If I had a choice, I would have just devoured them all. Be friendly, Kayak. Tach, that's right. I have to get close to them. Be friendly. So, what are you so curious about? Have you ever had the chance to see Sir Vern and Sir Wooen in person? No, I don't even know who they are. Those two names do sound familiar. Sir Knight. That, your belongings. Everybody go home. I'm sorry for stealing them. Well, it's fine. Since I got them back, it's fine. I am called Toth. I will be taking charge here as the captain is away. The captain ordered me to fulfill your requests as much as possible. You said you had come here to rescue Haston. Yeah, I did. If you want to know the situation the village is currently in, it'll be quicker to see it with your own eyes than to hear about it. If it's okay with you, I'll guide you right away. Why is he trying to do that right now? That's a good proposal. Let's go right away. Let's go. Let's go to the residential area first. Where are all the people? The streets are empty. We'll know when we open this door. A hand reaches out, touching the wooden door. Silhouettes of Seojin and another figure emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. Two figures lie on the ground, seemingly exhausted or deceased, their shadows cast long. In this place, you can't even steal food from your neighbors because there isn't any. Even the ones alive don't know when they'll starve to death. Starve to death? Huh. There is something he's been curious about from the start. Usually, when the village faces famine, the anger would be directed at the lord of the territory. and the angered citizens would rise up with torches in revolt. The black disaster was also close to the level of a famine. But why are the people of Haston starving to death without putting up a fight? It has been over a month since the black disaster hit Haston. Why the village is so quiet, or why the people aren't rising in revolt? Aren't you curious, Sir Knight? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. azurascans.com for the fastest releases. A desolate, rocky landscape surrounds a circular platform where two figures are seated at a table. I really wanted to go to Haston with Mr. Devourer. It's boring staying in the dungeon. You can't think that way, Melge. Mr. Devourer left the dungeon in our care. Could there be anything more important than this? This is us having the full trust of Mr. Devourer. Of course, he trusts in me and not Melge. You thieving cat. That's right, I should have figured. Thieving see no, Melge, you need to stay focused at all times too, since we never know when the humans will invade. Don't worry, I am checking whenever I get the chance. I already checked 10 minutes ago, but since we're talking about it, I will check again. Mid-rank magic, observer's eye. Huh? Lady Renee, speak of the devil. Someone has invaded. Since the observers I didn't react much, the likelihood of the invader being a single person is high. Please get ready, Melge. Huh? A single, glowing red orb sits in a teacup surrounded by splatters of red. It's coming. Oh my, why are you all so jumpy? Have you been well, Renee? You are Elizabeth Battery, the boss of Chai Castle, the great evil dungeon. Sorry, there isn't much. If you had let us know ahead of time before you came, I would have prepared something. Don't worry, no need to be so bothered. I came here unannounced after all. If you really want to prepare something, you can give me your blood, Renee. Tage, that won't be possible. That's disappointing, but who is this person? Someone new? Are you asking my great self? If you are asking, I am the one who rules over the monsters, the Demon King. Asmodeus' 17th descendant, Melge de Lymphagria. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Melge. This person is the boss of Chai Castle, Lady Battery. Oh, it's a young Demon King? No wonder the aura around you was interesting. A Lady Renee. Will I be able to see all the dungeon's bosses if I live here permanently? Lady Melge, you sure say some funny things. Talking about mooching off here forever, you sure have no shame. If you're saying she's mooching off you, does that mean she isn't a member of Primordial Core yet? Something to drink. Tish, that's not yet. Then where's Patrick and the dull guy? The two of them stepped out for a moment. What? Sigh. For them to be absent at a time like this. Did something happen? The villages near Chai Castle have all been destroyed. All of the humans must have died since the village was sprayed with blood. But there were no corpses. None. I don't think it was something done by the humans. The blood on the floor was all flowing one way, as if a path had been made. And at the end of that path was Haston. What could that mean? To think the corpses all disappeared. Could it be the undead? Yeah, but there aren't many who could do something like this. A horde of shambling figures, their skin pale and bodies gaunt, move with a chilling, unified purpose. The Lord of the Undead, Immortal King Erivos. He's the most suspicious one. Gasp, Erivos. I don't have concrete evidence, but I need to notify that dull guy. Do you have any monsters that can send messages? No, the dungeon is currently empty. Should have some way of communication, right? No, but I believe in Mr. Devourer's decisions. Believing in such a person, poor thing. It's worrying. Someone has to let him know. What should we do? Tage they it. That's right. Isn't it time for this G-Great One to step up? I guess it can't be helped. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Not long after the disaster came to Haston, someone set fire to the fields. Due to a fast-spreading fire, crops ready for harvest were engulfed in flames and turned to ash. Around that time, a damaging rumor also began to spread. Claimed that the crops in the area struck by the black disaster were all contaminated. The rumor suggested that anyone who consumed them would suffer a terrible illness, thus turning Haston into a cursed land. When news spread that even the emperor had abandoned Haston, the people fell into despair. However, even amidst despair, there was a glimmer of hope. A wealthy commoner couple stepped forward. The couple was found dead in their home, covered in blood. It's believed a greedy individual, desperate for food, murdered them. Following this tragedy, trust among the people eroded completely. Without trust, cooperation became impossible. Everyone resorted to fighting for survival, desperately trying to protect their food, only to starve to death in the end. We, the inhabitants of the back alleys, managed to survive thanks to the rumors about the contaminated crops. There's no way the crops, which never even touched my body, could be contaminated. Someone must have spread those lies with malicious intent. Then, let's move on to the next location. Initially, everyone believed we would quickly overcome this disaster. This situation is the result of that overconfidence. To prevent insects from gathering around the unburied corpses in the streets, we dug holes and began piling them up like this. You don't burn them? Many who lost family members are still unable to come to terms with their grief. However, it's more that no one wants to take on the burdensome task of handling the bodies. Can't you handle it? I didn't mention it earlier, but the couple who were murdered had a daughter. What about her? I'm saying that Rosalina's parents are among those corpses. I see. Do those soldiers always stand guard there? Yes, they maintain shifts guarding in pairs. They aren't truly protecting the area, but rather controlling it. Soldiers controlling the gates in a situation like this, they must be acting under the Lord's orders, correct? Yes, the Lord of this land is indeed suspicious. In this situation, there's no better approach than to confront them directly. We won't be able to uncover their plans through conventional means. For that very reason, I stole a harpy egg. The harpies should pursue this egg, right? That's when you'll appear, deal with them, and get an audience with the Lord. A brilliant plan. I must be a genius. That was the plan, but damn it, I didn't expect so many of them to show up. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. No, it can't be. Brother. Lala. Don't forget, you have to live. Ah. Huff, huff, huff. Did you have a bad dream again, my lady? Hey. No, it's nothing. Haha. I'll go and get some fresh air. It has been a couple of weeks since I obtained this position. I can still recall the day my brother died. My family members ran away with the family's money without restoring Haston. In such a situation, there is only one way for me to survive. That is to restore Haston. You promised salvation. You said that you would protect me as well as my territory. That's right. Just take a look outside. Is this the salvation you spoke of? I do not break my promises. Soon, I will put to sleep all the problems that the people of Haston are facing, so you shouldn't worry so much. This person never speaks in detail about his plans, but right now, I have no choice but to believe this person. Everything is going to plan, so my lady, just keep living your comfortable life like you have been. Soon, all the problems will disappear. Soon, all the problems will disappear. Fine, I will believe you for a bit longer and wait. My lady, I have something to report in regard to the security of Haston. What is it? According to the guards, there was an assault by a group of harpies, but a knight appeared out of nowhere and took care of it in one hit. Huh? In just one hit? Who is he and which knight order does he belong to? That the Northern Gates guard asked, but was met with silence. I'll ask him myself. Where is that knight right now, my lady? Please reconsider your choices. You can't rule out the possibility that he could be an assassin disguised as a knight. Him being a suspicious person doesn't negate the achievement of saving Haston. To reward that effort is what the Lord of Haston should do. Bring the knight over. The wandering knight greets the Lord of Haston. I was worn out from the rough travels to get to Haston, but seeing the noble lady alone seems rewarding enough for the hard times. I was told that it was due to your bravery and honor that Haston was protected. I thank you on behalf of all of Haston. It is my blessing. You can tell she's not fit to be a lord just by looking. Based on her age, she seems to be the younger sister of the previous lord. So, which family's knight are you? A summons? Then, what is your name? I regret to inform you, but I am unable to state my name either. I request that you be understanding. Is that so? You sure are keeping many things hidden. Will you deny my request for you to remove your helm as well? This face of mine is riddled with battle scars. Half of the skin on my face was sliced off, making it unpleasant to look at. But if it is okay with you, I will take it off, my lady. You, forget it, I will let it go. I may not be able to offer you much, but I would still like to reward you with something. Is there something you want? Then I would like to request for food. The most important thing right now in Haston is food. I will be able to find out the current status of the castle through her answers. Yes, I am grateful. Oh wow, she replied without a second thought, meaning that the food in the castle isn't lacking. Then why would the lady leave the people of Haston in such bad conditions? Also, this energy that I'm able to feel since I'm an undead, that man, gives off a sense of familiarity. My lady, may I ask you a question? What is it? There is something that has been bothering me for a while. What is your identity? Well, something like that happened. Lady shouldn't have just sat on the sidelines not doing anything. When I really said I asked out of curiosity, she let me go. Wow, such a lax way of doing things. I can feel such things from necromancers. Humans who use black magic, depending on the amount they have accrued in their body, also release the energy of undead. But how can you take time to check every single individual like that? I would have just taken care of him on the spot. I came here to clean up the mess you created, not to cause more problems. Do you really want me to resign? Sorry. The people here seem to believe that the crops here are tainted with the plague. I was wondering why the village was so quiet. It was because the villagers refused to eat the crops and died of starvation. Oh, and that thief, was it Rosalina? It was hard to get close to her since she kept running away. It would have been nice to have mind control magic. Maybe I should have brought Mealy along. Yeah. You're saying that after dragging a person who didn't want to come in the first place? Well, it's not like we don't have other options. Take a look. It's the food I received from the lady. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. A mysterious figure cloaked in shadow, with glowing eyes, watches from above. Below, Seojin, a young man with dark messy hair and glowing eyes, is seen in a more relaxed pose, hinting at a hidden power. The title card reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A woman with striking red hair and wide, panicked crimson eyes screams, her knuckles white with tension. You there. Seojin, now appearing more menacing in his hooded cloak, stands over the fallen spearwoman. He asks, why are you getting so surprised? She stammers, that's because... Seojin holds out a circular wafer, its surface marked with a symbol. Take this, let's share. A close-up on the spearwoman's eye, wide with confusion. Ha! The spearwoman, now holding the wafer, beams with a strange, fervent joy. Isn't this the communal wafer given by the priest? Seojin looks on, a faint expression of bewilderment on his face, the wafer still in his hand. Behind him, question marks fill the background. Who's the priest? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Seojin and the spearwoman walk along a path in a dimly lit, ancient-looking town. I didn't expect to meet a fellow believer. I'm glad. The spearwoman replies, and oh, one else around me is a believer. The spearwoman, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance, states, Isn't it weird? Everybody seems so stupid. She continues, all you have to do is give your unconditional faith, and you will be saved. The spearwoman leans closer to Seojin, her eyes wide with excitement. Don't you agree, Sir Knight? Seojin simply replies, yeah. A shot focusing on their feet as they stop. We're here. Stand before a dark, foreboding cave entrance. Seojin says, for some reason, it always feels creepy coming here. Descending into the darkness, lit by a single torch, Seojin warns, it's dark, so watch your step. The spearwoman confidently replies, Geotiet. Deeper within the cave, a desolate scene unfolds with broken structures and scattered candles. A voice explains, the disaster that has fallen on Haston is a trial given to the humans for their evil deeds. Another voice adds, also, that person is an omnipotent being who has the ability to overcome this situation. The scene is lit by flickering candlelight casting long shadows. A figure, silhouetted and imposing, speaks, and as believers who gained his trust, we should be praised as the chosen ones. The spearwoman exclaims, yes, as someone is guided to sit. A man shouts in terror, priest! From a darkened perspective, a group is seen in a cart-like structure, listening intently. A voice declares, never forget the divine message that has been given to us. Another adds, then today as well. A close-up on a pair of intense, glowing red eyes belonging to a shadowy figure. We will eat the blessings provided by that person. Seojin sits, looking bored and unimpressed amidst a crowd of hooded figures. He muses, well, it doesn't seem all that special. Is it just brainwashing? Seojin observes the scene, his expression one of deep contemplation and slight skepticism, as others around him seem to be in a trance-like state. The spearwoman giggles, leaning against Seojin. Looks like we came on time. She then asks, it's time for the liturgy of Eucharist. Seojin, looking confused, asks, what's that? The scene shifts to a group participating in a ritual. It's when the priest hands out the wafer. A close-up of a hand holding a wafer with a symbol. It's the same thing that Patrick received from Haston's lord. The thought follows, why was something like that in the Lord's castle? The spearwoman whispers conspiratorially to Seojin, Sir Knight, this is a secret that I'm only telling you. She continues, when that person comes to save Hasten, it is said that whoever truly believes in him will have eternal happiness. The spearwoman's eyes gleam with anticipation. Yes, you'll become closer to him. The narration explains, it is said that you will receive an even bigger blessing if you do. She asks, what's this bigger blessing? Seojin, looking thoughtful, replies, I'm not sure either, but he then asks, wouldn't it be something better than a wafer, like meat? The spearwoman starts to say, previously, the priest dash. A shadowy figure, identified as the priest, addresses the spearwoman. You came today as well, Rosalina. The spearwoman exclaims, Sir priest. The priest offers a blessing, which Rosalina accepts with gratitude. Seojin watches on, a contemplative escaping his lips. Priest remarks that he hasn't seen Seojin around before, hoping he'll visit more often. Seojin dismisses the idea with a cynical this bastard, as the priest hands him a token, stating that that person will also be happy with his visit. Seojin's eyes blaze with golden fury as he demands, what's the meaning of this? Spearwoman lets out a pained cry, disoriented as debris rains down around her. The priest glares, accusing, you're trying to pull one on me right in front of me? Humans might not be able to see that mana, but that won't work on me. Seojin grabs the priest, his tone indifferent as he states, I don't really care what you do to the humans. However, a group, including Mealy and the elder scholar, are gathered, looking towards a figure in the center who appears to be the priest, his arms outstretched. The spearwoman is shown crying, while Seojin looks on, lost in thought. Seojin confronts someone, his eyes glowing with menace, warning, you shouldn't overstep your boundaries by trying to investigate me. The other figure recoils in shock, stammering, why you? You aren't a human. The spearwoman, holding a token, admits, I have a really bad memory, but I'll be sure to remember you. The priest dismisses his earlier actions, stating, it's nothing, I was just thanking him for giving us something to eat. He then urges, let's go. The spearwoman thanks Sir Knight for the day, receiving a casual get home safe in return as they stand on a rooftop under the moonlight. Seojin ponders, there are so many suspicious things that I might not even need the actual evidence. A voice states, this cult leader coming to the isolated Hasten, using unknown mana, brainwashing and watching over them, as well as the guy with the aura of an undead who was by the Lord's side. With how well everything fits in place, it'll be hard for even me to miss. A demonic figure, revealed as Great Sir Devourer, exclaims, whoa, how did you know? As expected of the Great Sir Devourer. Seojin groans, clearly unwell, as the Great Sir Devourer asks, what's wrong? My annoyance has grown. A street lamp illuminates the night sky as a voice wonders, I was wondering how bad it would be since you said you destroyed it. From a rooftop, Seojin observes the cityscape, while the Great Sir Devourer comments, wow, the view from here isn't that bad. She then questions, you didn't actually come here because you were curious about that. Why did you come? Lady Battery stopped by Primordial Core. She said that Hasten would face the undead soon. Battery said that? Seojin questions. The Great Sir Devourer confirms. That's right. She said that she had found traces of abnormal phenomena around Chai Castle, moving in the direction of Hasten. Seojin muses. So that's how it is. The Great Sir Devourer continues. She also added that the person most likely to be responsible for this. Erivos. The figures are silhouetted against the night sky. Erivos is the most likely culprit, but even that is just a guess, isn't it? Seojin questions. I have thought about it a lot. Isn't it normal for a place taken over by the undead to be overwhelmed by their numbers? The Great Sir Devourer asks. Probably, Seojin replies, as the Great Sir Devourer stands tall with a scepter, stating, it's not like Hasten is in a good state. The Great Sir Devourer prepares to unleash a powerful attack, asking, aren't you curious why he chose that method instead? If my guess is right, he should have used the flow of mana. The system announces, low-class magic, mana detection. I knew it was as I had guessed. Read at azurescans.com for the fastest releases. Welcome to Chapter 29. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Desolate landscape, bathed in an ominous crimson sky, is filled with the unsettling caw of crows and the eerie rustling of feathers. A figure emerges from the gloom, his face a mask of dark power, eyes burning with a malevolent red light. His hands, adorned with golden bracelets, crackle with dark purple energy as he kneels, preparing to unleash his power. The Great Evil Dungeon, the gatekeeper of the place where corpse rot, Lich Simon Magus. A silhouette shrouded in darkness, with glowing blue eyes, sits amidst a swirling vortex of crows and feathers. So you're here, my loyal follower Simon Magus. Lord Erevos, the Lord of the Undead. I'm here to give a final report before we descend upon Haston. I will not forget your hard work. I have done my best for your sake. So what is it that you have to report? An unexpected party has gotten involved. I just happened to receive the same report from a human. Did the person you mentioned also wear armor leaking the aura of undead? Did not feel any undead aura. He was not wearing armor either. However, he gave off a feeling of containing darkness. A person containing darkness. Lord, is there something that comes to mind? No, there's no way he would make a move. No matter what changes have taken place, we must first conquer Haston to obtain the Empire. You must not forget just how vital this place is for the Great Plan. I have no excuse for not being able to progress the Great Plan smoothly. I have sent Massam to the underground cells as Uhumal requested backup in the Lord's castle. Do you also need backup for the uninvited guest? I'm fine. I will request it in the future when needed. Alright, then I will leave it to your discretion. Yes, my lord. There isn't much time left until the undead descend upon the entire surface. Soon, there will be no one capable of stopping us. Unless that monster comes, no one. Mealy, can you find out where the person who cast the spell is right now? A massive magical barrier, pulsing with purple energy, encases a building. Atop the structure, a figure with fairy-like wings and dark attire observes. The winged woman explains there's no way to be sure. However, giant magic spells like this usually use the flow of mana on the surface to maintain themselves. She continues, then that caster should be nearby to maintain it. But the figure on the roof replies that's a possibility but not always. There's a way to use a medium to constantly direct the flow of mana. A shard of pure mana crystal floats, radiating a faint glow. The thought echoes, this is just my guess, but for the magic spell to cover all of Haston and for the medium to support it, wouldn't it contain a great deal of mana? Seojin, his expression grim, states, a medium that can forcefully redirect the flow of mana shouldn't be something that can just be buried in the ground. What I'm trying to say is the most likely place for it to be hidden would be there. The camera pans to a distant castle atop a hill. A voice muses, that place is the most suspicious. The Lord's castle, huh? Seojin's eyes glow with a feral intensity, fangs bared as he growls, of course, I'm not 100% sure. It's just a guess. I don't know what they're up to, but... A thought erupts, I'm sure they'll come running out if I just turn this place upside down. Mealy stands before Seojin, who is still crouched. She asks, since Patrick should be over on that side. Mealy, you're not busy at the moment, right? Mealy replies, of course not. From a distance, Mealy and Seojin are seen on the roof of the building. Mealy suggests, then let's go to the castle together. Seojin looks up, asking, the castle? Mealy's eyes widen in alarm, her expression one of shock. She simply utters, yeah. A chilling voice asks, isn't it about time for one of the 7 evil dungeons to be replaced? Seojin's golden eyes gleam with a predatory smile. The camera focuses on a grand, imposing building under the moonlight, hinting at a place of importance. Peering into a dark, stone-walled passage, a hulking silhouette with glowing red eyes stands ominously. The narrator states, this place is the most suspicious. The air grows heavy with the stench of decay. The smell of rotting corpses coming from below is a lot stronger than before. It's so suspicious, this smell. A torch flickers, casting dancing shadows on rough stone walls. The narrator remarks, on top of that, this underground prison that is useless in such times. The sounds of movement echo from the depths of the prison, and the sound coming from the innermost place. A heavily armored figure, cloaked in darkness, stands silhouetted against the flickering torchlight emerging from the shadows. A monstrous creature, its flesh torn and scarred, is revealed in the dim light. Blood splatters the scene. It's no wonder there's a bad smell. A massive, blood-stained cleaver lies ominously, a stark symbol of the violence within. It's been a while since I've seen a cleaver. The armored figure approaches the monstrous creature. I'm sorry to bother you while you work, but the creature's glowing eyes fixate on the figure. Who is your master? The monster's eyes blaze with a fierce, yellow light, its massive form radiating raw power. A blinding flash of light erupts as the armored figure strikes, the impact shaking the very foundations of the prison. The monstrous creature roars, its massive jaws agape. That was a strike worthy of your physique. The armored figure stands firm, unfazed by the monster's attack. But there is no way I would be hit by such a slow attack, right? The armored figure taunts the monster, you only have this much strength even when using both arms? I'm disappointed, but for you to blatantly be doing something like this in the castle's prison means... The armored figure's hand grips the monster's arm, a silent threat. That guy and even Hastings Lord is in on all this, right? The armored figure's grip tightens, their resolve clear. Well, whatever it may be, I no longer have to act in secret. The monster lunges forward, its monstrous maw opening wide, its eyes burning with malice. Now that I am sure. The armored figure stands amidst the rubble, seemingly unfazed as the monster is crushed. You can just disappear. Ugh, that's disgusting. A sudden impact rocks the area, the sound echoing ominously. Something is violently thrown through the air, a blur of purple energy. Whoa, that startled me. A skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes lets out a low, guttural sound. For a Dullahan to appear here, just what could you be planning? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. Hey you. On whose orders are you guarding this place? Violent clash erupts, sparks flying as weapons meet with immense force. That sword, it's the evil sword. It's tricky to deal with as it corrodes the opponent's weapon. It's pretty strong, unlike a Dullahan. Can we talk this out as fellow undead? Refusing to have a conversation as an undead with intelligence. I need to find out the reason for you being here. Well, the lord of this place should have all the answers. Hup. Low-class magic. Glide panel is activated as the battle intensifies with explosive magical energy. A heavy impact echoes as the fight continues amidst the debris. The skeletal warrior unleashes a torrent of dark energy. Weak sword. Strengthen. Since it seems that you don't like to talk, I won't drag this out. I'll finish this in a flash. I will be borrowing this sword, since it looks like you aren't using it. The skeletal warrior's eyes glow with intensity as it prepares its next move. Heavy sword, great axis. The night is dark and quiet, the only light filtering in through the windows of this imposing structure. A woman, her hair a cascade of silver, shivers beneath her blankets. It's cold. Her eyes, a striking purple, snap open. A voice asks, "Did you sleep well?" Hulking, shadowy figure looms over her. A faint blue glow emanates from its form. The woman gasps, how? Her eyes widen in shock and anger. How dare you trespass here in the middle of the night? The armored figure's visor hides its expression. Isn't it obvious that I have some business with you? The armored figure raises a massive crystalline sword. Lala recoils, startled. Was your name Lala? The armored figure speaks, its voice echoing with authority. My dear Lord Lala, I will give you exactly 5 minutes. In a grand hall, Lala sits with two figures cloaked in deep blue. One says, "I'm sorry to call you so late at night." The other continues, "But I happened to pick this up on my night walk." Lala stares, a look of disbelief on her face as something lands on the table with a thump. The armored figure, now closer, asks, "What is this? Do you really not know what it is?" The figure continues, its voice filled with a strange certainty. "This is the helm of a Dullahan." The camera focuses on the discarded helm, its metallic surface catching the dim light. A figure in a blue cloak, its eyes glowing ominously, speaks with a tone of dread. "Lord, no, Lalasanavir Itark." Lala's purple eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. "Why are you working with an undead?" The armored figure, Sir Knight, looks on impassively. The cloaked figure in blue replies, "What are you talking about? What undead?" Then, a somber tone. "That's disappointing. Are you going to keep up the act until the end?" The figure in blue continues, its voice laced with disdain. "If you aren't acting, are you really unaware of who you're working with? Well, I'm not surprised, seeing as you are the unfit lord of this place who does not know what is going on in this land of yours." Sir Knight interjects, his voice firm. "My lord, there is no worth in hearing more of this nonsense. Call the guards and capture." Lala interrupts, her voice trembling. "In this basement prison?" The cloaked figure confirms, "Yes, in your basement prison lie piles of corpses. If I were to give you another tip, the guy next to you is an undead as well." Figure in blue stands tall, a menacing aura radiating from it as Sir Knight draws his sword, preparing for a confrontation. The figure in blue stands tall, a menacing aura radiating from it as Sir Knight draws his sword, preparing for a confrontation. Lala vehemently denies the accusations. I won't believe your words. Do you think I'd accept such accusations just because you said so?" The cloaked figure declares, "This man has promised me the salvation of Haston." Lala's face contorts in rage and fear, "And you accusing him of being an undead is threatening the safety of Haston." A low sigh escapes the armored figure. A single, glowing eye peers from within its helm. Lala's expression shifts to one of dawning realization and disbelief. "Are you saying that while knowing who has been threatening the safety of Haston, Sir Knight tries to de-escalate. Now, both of you should calm down first. He continues, reminding Lala of the rarity of their opponent. Sir Knight, you said that this was the helm of a Dullahan earlier. Dullahans aren't beings that are so easy to come across. Oh my, would you look at this? There seems to be a mind control magic circle engraved on the inner side of this armor, alongside the name of the owner. It seems to the name of the vice-captain of the raid force, Massam and Harda brothers, that was gathered to raid a brutal undead 30 years ago. It was said that he was a pretty strong knight. However, it seems that he disappeared after the raid. Question time. Who do you think was the brutal undead they were trying to raid? Who is it that... I'll ask you differently this time. I would appreciate it if you could answer me personally this time. Where exactly is the brutal undead Irivos, Mr. Undead? Read at surascans.com for the fastest releases. A group of individuals are depicted in a formal setting, with a young woman in a pink dress and elaborate hat seated in the foreground. This is a cover image for the manga Blue Lock. This is a cover image for a fantasy novel titled This is the King's First Life. This is a cover image for a fantasy story featuring a man with white hair embracing a woman with pink hair. This is a cover image for a novel titled The Hero Reincarnates as a Commoner. Two characters are shown in a close-up, one with red hair and the other with purple eyes, surrounded by glowing shards. This is a cover image for a webtoon titled Solo Leveling Ragnarok. This is a cover image for the webtoon Secret Class. Split panel shows Seojin in a stylized frame on the left and a hooded figure with glowing eyes on the right, with text indicating Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A person in white and purple clothing is seen sitting on the ground amidst debris, clutching their head. Quah, I hit my head. This building is so brittle. Ugh. Her timing sure is great. Huh? It's nothing. So how much did you find out? Ugh, my head hurts. Well, pretty much everything. Hiik. Seojin looks up with a blank expression. A dark, sharp energy erupts. A chaotic scene unfolds as a figure in blue clashes with a pink-haired individual amidst explosions and debris. What is it? The creature's face contorts, its glowing red eyes widening in a mix of surprise and something akin to fear. This power, could it be? A skeletal visage looms, its jaw unhinged as it speaks. Didn't I tell you that our companion was a lot stronger than you thought? Seojin, cloaked in shadows, emerges from the rubble. His golden eyes scan the surroundings with a mix of shock and grim realization. What's this? No way, there shouldn't have been any contact. How is that ancient monster? The shadowy figure, now revealed to be a monstrous entity, coughs, its form flickering. I could not feel the energy of the crystal that was upstairs either. A woman with striking purple hair and horns observes the scene. From what I can glean from her energy, she is definitely a demon king. I must stall as much as I can and get this information to Lord Irivos. Seojin, accompanied by a skeletal figure and the purple-haired melee, addresses the ancient monster. Ancient monster, why have you come here? Monstrous entity lets out a pained cough. I'm sure I heard that you went into hiding after the incident at Rie's. A massive explosion rocks the area, debris flying everywhere as the structure collapses. The monstrous entity lies defeated amidst the ruins, struggling to speak. Cough. Guys, are already too late. A surge of intense pink energy erupts, surrounding a figure that appears to be the Demon King. Another figure, likely Spearwoman, is seen amidst the blast. You sure talk a lot. Seojin lets out a chilling laugh, his expression turning predatory. Kukuku. Melee observes Seojin. Oh, would you look at that? He's laughing? Maybe because he's an undead, but he's pretty persistent. Seojin, now radiating an overwhelming aura of power, seems to be ascending to a new level of might. Worship him. The energy intensifies, forming a colossal, eye-like entity. Our Lord has descended upon this land. Skeletal companion looks towards the immense power, then to Seojin. Boss! Seojin calmly replies, yeah, I see it. A grand scene unfolds as Seojin sits upon a throne of debris, surrounded by his allies. Melee comments, sigh. He sure is putting a lot into his entrance. Below, two men are conversing. One points to the sky, asking, look, doesn't the sky seem a bit weird? The other man looks up, confused. How so? The sky above a fortified town is dark and ominous, with strange clouds gathering. The wind blows through the narrow streets of the town, rustling laundry hanging from a line. A pair of bare feet are shown on the ground, one person panting heavily. Huff, huff. A young woman with long, flowing red hair and wide, alarmed eyes is shown, seemingly in distress. Her eyes flash crimson as she speaks, her voice filled with urgency. Rosalina. An older man with gray hair appears above her. The red-haired woman looks up. Oh, Thoth, you were awake? Thoth responds, that's what I should be asking you. Where have you been? Rosalina looks away, a hint of guilt in her eyes. I just went out for a walk to clear my head, taking a walk at Jarbet Plaza. Why did I have to mention a place that no one goes to due to the pollution? He'll be angry with me again, sorry. You really, he's not getting mad? Rosalina, the captain, and the others have come to a conclusion at the meeting. What was the outcome? We will all leave Haston tomorrow night. I'm not sure what your thoughts are, but the captain doesn't trust those knights. Follow me, I'll explain on the way. Thoth leads Rosalina through the desolate outskirts, the faint glow of his torch illuminating the grim surroundings. Buried in the depths of this hole lie Rosalina's parents. Rosalina, we won't be able to come back here for a while once we leave. Of course, the choice is yours. You can do as you wish. You know, Thoth, I don't really understand why the captain wants to leave Haston. Won't Haston be saved? Can't we just wait a little longer? Rosalina, I won't try to convince you as believing in that religion is your choice. However, do you want to wait for salvation not knowing when it will come? With your parents stuck in that dark place? It's not like it's only the God you believe in that can grant salvation. What you do can bring salvation as well. I do bring salvation. Thoth offers Rosalina a torch, its flames casting an ominous glow. You're right, Thoth. Rosalina's expression hardens with resolve. Think you can do it? Yeah, I can. The torch flares, mirroring Rosalina's newfound determination. Thoth clasps Rosalina's hand, a gesture of support. My, I was wondering who was at this place so late at night. Who are you? What are you up to in a place like this? Rosalina? A chilling presence emerges from the shadows, addressing Rosalina. This is a title card for the series Mr. Devourer. Please act like a final boss. This is another title card for the series Mr. Devourer. Please act like a final boss. A desperate plea escapes the lips of the red-haired woman as she's held captive. Sir Priest. What are you doing? Her captor's hands erupt in searing flames. Sir Priest. The fire. A dark figure with piercing eyes steps forward, his voice laced with urgency. Hey, priest or not, you should let go. The captor's eyes flash with a terrifying intensity, a chilling realization dawning. This smell. The red-haired woman struggles, her voice trembling. Sir Priest, you should put the fire out first. With a violent struggle, the red-haired woman is thrown back, her body contorting in pain and surprise. The dark figure unleashes a burst of energy, forcing the red-haired woman to recoil. The red-haired woman is caught in a brutal hold, gasping in pain. The dark figure glares, his expression a mask of fury. This bastard! A torrent of fire engulfs the figure, transforming him into a blazing inferno. A monstrous visage, wreathed in dark energy and glowing red eyes, emerges. Panic flares in the eyes of the red-haired woman and her captor. You undead, Sir Priest. A cold, commanding voice echoes, shut up, human. You should be silent for that person's descent. A terrifying skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow and crackling with dark energy, rises amidst a horde of undead. The pink-haired companion and the red-haired woman stare in horror, speechless. A shadowy, skeletal hand reaches out, its touch radiating dark power. The monstrous face of the skeletal entity stares with malevolent, glowing red eyes. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in terror, her face contorted in fear. In the midst of the chaos, the pink-haired companion calls out, "What below?" A voice demands, "Just what is happening?" The dark figure shouts in exasperation, "Damn it, what are you standing around for?" The pink-haired companion urges them on. First, the red-haired woman is violently thrown into the midst of the rising undead. Run! A rustic, stone wall with a small, diamond-paned window is visible, bathed in dim, purplish light. The interior of a dimly lit room. A worn, plush chair sits center, with wooden walls and what appear to be restraints on the wall. Panting heavily, the pink-haired companion speaks. Huff, huff, this should give us some time. The red-haired woman, exhausted, replies, huff, huff, but I don't think I can move anymore. The pink-haired companion looks grim, stating, we have no choice. He continues, his voice grave, while it might be better than walking around outside, the first floor isn't safe either. Let's move to the second floor. Red-haired woman weakly protests, okay, but my legs. The pink-haired companion offers a solution, get on my back. We have to move quickly. The pink-haired companion offers a solution, get on my back. We have to move quickly. They move through a dark, dilapidated structure, the sounds of their passage echoing. He questions if survival is even possible for both of them. The weight of their predicament presses down as he considers the slim chance of survival. She calls out to him, her voice laced with concern, "Thoth?" He notes the foul stench of their surroundings, wondering if it's connected to their current predicament. They emerge from the shadows, the massive doors of a derelict structure looming before them. Huddled inside, Mealy asks if they found safety, but the pink-haired companion shakes his head. Oh, he replies grimly, "It's just as dangerous here. You should stay focused if you want to stay alive." He grips a crude weapon, his expression grim as he prepares for whatever threat lurks nearby. His resolve hardens as he confronts the grim reality of their situation. Mealy calls out to him in distress, "Thoth, what are you doing?" He holds up a blood-stained cloth, his gaze intense and unsettling. Mealy cries out in terror as he approaches with a menacing weapon. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he unleashes a powerful attack. Mealy screams in fear, her eyes wide with terror. Confused and disoriented, she mutters, "Huh?" He reveals that something has been bothering him for a while, a cryptic warning. He advises her to believe in something more believable as a monstrous entity looms. Mealy questions why he didn't warn her, the sudden appearance of the threat terrifying her. The pink-haired companion readies himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness, indicating a breach. The door must have given in. "What should we do?" He asks what else they can do, while Mealy states she should find something to use as a weapon. Mealy calls out to him, Thoth, where are you going?" He walks away, ignoring Mealy's desperate calls. A sinister smile plays on his lips, hinting at a darker purpose. Mealy's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. She calls out to him, Thoth, wait!" The heavy wooden door rattles violently as someone attempts to break through. He makes a drastic decision. "If I do this, they won't be able to find Rosalina due to the smell." "What are you doing? Don't leave me, Thoth. I'm scared." Desperate hands claw at the confines, a stark image of confinement. "Listen well, Rosalina. Don't make any noise, no matter what you hear. Don't make a sound and don't move without thinking." A hand clamps over Mealy's mouth, silencing her cries. "You're finally listening. Good. It's better to do this than to die together." The scene is a gruesome tableau of death, blood staining the floor amidst fallen figures. The reanimated dead shamble forward, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Rosalina. A blur of motion as a weapon swings through the air. "I'm sorry for picking on you all this time." Mealy's face contorts in agony and despair, tears streaming down her face. Title card appears. "Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss." The title card is shown again, with "Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss" prominently displayed. A dramatic sky, painted in hues of red and purple, looms over a darkened cityscape. A monstrous figure lunges forward, its jaws agape in a silent roar. Blood splatters across a wooden surface, near a fallen weapon and a strange, glowing artifact. A child's silhouette is visible through shattered glass, a distorted image of fear. More fractured reflections show shadowy figures behind the broken barrier. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark energy, stands amidst a horde of the undead. A close-up reveals a terrifying, skeletal visage with glowing red eyes. A hand emerges from a vortex of dark energy, reaching upwards. Tech. It's an eerie red sky. This must all be because of that new lord. I knew something was weird. She hasn't even shown her face once in the past few weeks. Flames erupt in the distance as a city is engulfed in chaos. The heavens must be angry. Screams echo through the night as panic sets in. What is that thing? It's dangerous. What's wrong with him? Is he hurt? I'll take a look at your wounds. You guys are from the Magic Tower? Yes, I was a trainee at the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. Undead? He isn't bleeding from his wounds. Then this blood seems like someone else's. The undead. Hey guys, there are more coming. Everyone who can still move should have already gathered. Who could it be? Undead. Hey, calm down. The undead are coming. Whoa. What is that? A close-up reveals the horrifying, glowing red eyes of a monstrous entity. The undead lunges forward with a guttural roar, its decaying form a terrifying sight. A knight in full armor charges on horseback, sword drawn, cutting through the encroaching undead. Undead aren't as strong as they seem. So choose, are you going to run, or are you going to stand together and fight? We'll fight. You guys are. We were once trainees of the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. On the day of the Black Disaster, we were out on assignment and were able to survive. We would like to be of some help, even if it's late. I'll fight. I'll fight as well. Then me too. Good. All those who have the strength to pick up a weapon to the front lines. Everyone else should work on setting up a perimeter defense. We will defend Haston till the last man. The scene shifts to the feet of the undead, emphasizing their relentless advance. They're coming. A horrifying close-up of an undead creature's maw, its fangs bared. Ready your magic. A powerful magical circle glows with blue energy as mages prepare their spells. Fire dash. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in smoke and debris. Damn it, just what is going on out there? Thoth, Rosalina, where could you guys have gone off to at such a time? Rosalina? Rosalina. See, Captain, what happened to you? Thoth, he told me to stay put. Thoth, what? Thoth told me to stay put, but I came all the way out here because I was afraid. Captain, Thoth, because of me? Thoth. Thoth, you. Did Thoth resent you when he died? No, he's not the type of person to do that. So, Rosalina, it isn't thanks to Thoth that you were able to live. Captain, those weren't normal undead. We need help. What are you saying, Rosalina? Sir Knight, need his help. Those guys are probably in the Lord's castle. Captain, what are you doing with? You probably don't even have the strength to walk. Drink this and make the trip. I'm the captain. I'm sure the inner parts of the castle will be safer than this place. Can't just leave my comrades to fight. Thoth, I can't put Rosalina, whom you've sacrificed your own life to save, back in danger. Rosalina, go bring those knights. We'll hold them here. Wow. They really made a mess of things. You should come take a look as well, boss. It's no joke. Oh, they're really struggling out there. Why would I take a look when it doesn't have anything to do with us? It does have to do with us. There goes his habit of giving up just because things got a bit troublesome. Looks like the humans are at an advantage at the moment. Oh, they aren't doing bad? How long do you think it'll take? It won't be long. They have plenty of arms, and the perimeter defense is pretty good for something put together in a rush. However, if that's all they have, they will quickly tire out and be run over by the thousands of undead. I see. On top of that, according to Hummel's words, there should be an elder mixed in with the undead. Doesn't it seem like Erevos put a lot into preparing this, boss? I think that we should slowly start repaying the favor. Repaying, huh? Sinister smile spreads across his face. Of course we should, but we have something to do before that. What are you planning to do? Don't do it. I thought you told me to do some work. A woman sits huddled, fear etched on her face. Your name? It's Alala, Siniviere, Itark. I'm Devourer. You want to live, right? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. The title card for Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss, is displayed, featuring artwork of Co. Jean and the chapter number 35. Title card for Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss, is displayed again with the chapter number 35. I'm Devourer. You want to live, right? Huh? Hey boss, what are you saying? We need to kill her. That was what I was planning to do at first, but I changed my mind. What are you thinking? Isn't Haston already past the point of no return? Think about it, Patrick. Isn't the reason why we're about to give up on Haston because of the undead? Yeah, pretty much. If all the undead in Haston were to disappear and the Lord of Haston were to act according to our words, there's really no need to give up on it, right? I thought you would say something weird, but I guess it's something worth considering. To make use of the Lord instead of killing her, it might not be such a bad idea. That's right. There's no way the humans who have learned the truth will keep it a secret. I don't think they're all like that. I believe that this human has a reason to stay alive. While she might have been scared after seeing me, she didn't avoid looking at me. Even after seeing my true form, she seems useful. That's true. For a normal human, that's amazing. Does she have something special about her? All the heroes I have met thus far had something special about them, something that couldn't be attained through effort alone. As for this Lord, she has mental capacity to stay sane even after seeing me. That's right, have a reason to live. See, I'm sure a human like this wouldn't go out of their way to die, right? Is that the only thing you're going off of? Add my gut feelings to that. Please add something more tangible than your gut feelings. While it's not really trustworthy, well, what can I say when the boss is adamant about it? However, if things were to go wrong, you will take care of the aftermath. Well, I'll think about it. Now, you got the gist of it, right? Choose. It'll all be done as long as you say the words, please save us. Then what will happen after that? Simple. The undead will be chased away, and until Haston regains peace, Patrick over there will do his best to help out. Boss, are you trying to sell me off? Ah well. Then what will I have to do in return? I wonder, I guess sticking with something simple would be best, huh? You just have to offer up your everything to me. What? Everything to us? I will most definitely die if I were to decline, whether it be by this monster's hands or from being bitten by the undead. On the other hand, if I were to accept, I will survive, but I will have lost everything. My brother have committed suicide if the black disaster had not occurred? If my brother were still alive, would I have become the Lord of Haston? Would I have been in this position if I weren't the Lord of Haston? Sigh, let's just get rid of her. Where did I put my sword earlier? The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the desolate halls. Huh? Someone's coming? Mr. Devourer, how would you like to handle it? I can block it with magic. Forget it, just open it. Got it. Huh? You're really here. The village is overrun by the undead. Everyone is trying hard to fight back, but it's just too much. We need your help, Sir Knight. Thoth has died, and the captain said he would be waiting for me. Everyone is holding on as best they can, so please help us. Didn't you say that you would save Haston? Sir Knight? A skeleton? Yes, I'm a skeleton. Regrettably, the current situation has turned to the hands of that human over there. Human? Are the people of Haston dying? That reminds me, it's about time they reach their limits. Ms. Mealy, can I ask you for a favor? Of course. I was curious as well. Whoa, what's that? Don't go off track and go directly. The monstrous entity descends upon the ruined town. The panicked screams of the villagers echo as they fall into chaos. The undead horde surges forward, their eyes burning with a primal hunger. And no, there are ghouls as well. I don't like those since they smell bad. Oh, looks like it'll be hard for them to stay alive much longer. No! Stop! Just kill me. How could you stand by when you have the power to stop this? Aren't you strong? Please kill them all. Please save us. Spearwoman's eyes burn with despair as she screams. What were you doing when everyone was dying off one by one? I'm asking what you were doing. Please, save us. Those who are still alive in Haston, please save them. The battlefield is a scene of devastation. Seojin's polished shoes stand amidst the rubble. Fine. It's not like it's something hard to do. Why not? Let's go. Seojin, accompanied by Mealy and a skeletal warrior, surveys the desolate landscape. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. Azurascans presents Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Sky above the village burns with an ominous red hue. A figure is violently struck, falling to the ground amidst shattered debris. Damn it, who said they were weak monsters? The undead horde shambles forward, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. To think that we would all fall so easily. A zombie lunges, its fangs bared. Is this the end for me? A monstrous face looms, its single red eye glowing with unnatural hunger. So nasty. Ugh, I should have landed on the roof. So nasty. A zombie lets out a guttural roar as it lunges forward. Too loud. The undead are overwhelmed by a surge of pink energy, their forms contorting. A wave of destructive pink energy engulfs the area, turning structures into dust and debris. A wave of destructive pink energy engulfs the area, turning structures into dust and debris. Spearwoman stands amidst the chaos, her fairy-like wings shimmering with power. A man's face contorts in disbelief, stammering, an angel? The spearwoman's eyes flash with fury, baring her teeth as she retorts, "You worthless human, what nonsense are you saying?" With blinding speed, the spearwoman unleashes a devastating blow, sending her opponent flying. Spearwoman, her voice laced with disdain, warns, "Get lost if you value your life." A pained gasp escapes one of the fallen. The spearwoman glares down, her anger boiling. "How dare you compare me to an angel, damn human." Amidst the destruction, a figure in the background muses, "To think I would end up helping the humans." A chilling sound echoes as a monstrous form takes shape, surrounded by the lingering pink energy. A shadowy figure, cloaked and emanating dark power, confronts the spearwoman. The figure questions, "You aren't a human, but a demon?" Shadowy figure continues, its voice a low growl, "But why are you siding with the humans?" The spearwoman, with a dismissive smirk, replies, "I'm just doing what I feel like doing. An undead like you shouldn't question a king." The shadowy figure chuckles menacingly, "Kiki, I'll figure out the truth after I rip off your flesh. You fool who overestimates your own strength." The Grand Duke extends a skeletal hand, offering a grim proposition. Throw away your humanity and become an undead. What do you think? I'm sure you'll turn into a strong variant. The spearwoman, unfazed, retorts, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I do know that you're the most talkative undead I've seen. So annoying. The Grand Duke, undeterred, declares his allegiance. Kiki, I am the one serving the commander of the undead. Darkness of the 10 evils. Figure, identified as Simon Magus, emerges, crackling with dark energy and wielding a spectral weapon. He taunts, how would I, Simon Magus, lose to the likes of a demon king like you? Monstrous, spider-like creatures with multiple glowing eyes manifest from the shadows, their forms a terrifying spectacle. The spearwoman observes the unfolding scene, remarking to one of the creatures, I wonder, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Spearwoman states, her expression serious, I'm not the one that will be facing you. A close-up on a face reveals a flicker of confusion or surprise. Beneath a barrage of colossal eye-like energy orbs, the shadowy figure of the commander of the undead stands. The commander of the undead, Seojin in his Lord Devourer form, appears, his voice filled with grim resolve. I found you, you bastard. Seojin continues, his words carrying a chilling promise. I told you I'd make sure to remember you. Seojin lunges forward, a powerful fist wreathed in dark energy, ready to strike. The enemy recoils in shock, recognizing the terrifying power before them. Why you are? Seojin's fist connects with devastating force, the impact rippling through the surroundings. Force of the blow shatters the environment, debris flying as a powerful energy blade is unleashed. Amidst the wreckage, Seojin stands, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of power. A manic grin splits Seojin's face, his eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. This twisted feeling, it's not bad at all. Lying amidst the rubble, a figure is revealed. The narrator muses that if their guess is correct, this must be the gatekeeper of the undead army, and by extension, a gatekeeper of the 7 great dungeons. Seojin turns, his companions, a small, pink-haired girl and 2 monstrous figures, observing the scene. He calls out to the downed figure, urging them to get up quickly, as they shouldn't die from a single punch. The others remark that taking down someone like that with just 1 punch implies he was holding back. One of Seojin's companions, a woman with purple hair and horns, asks if he knows the person they are facing. Seojin, with a slight shrug, acknowledges her question. The purple-haired companion explains that a few hours ago, the target tried to send his mana to look into them without permission. She states plainly that she just doesn't like him and wants to hit him some more. The group is overlooking a village under a blood-red sky. The purple-haired companion notes that there's no good in staying here too long and asks Seojin if he thinks Arivos is in this village. Her bright yellow eyes narrow as she considers the question, her expression grim. Pointing towards the village, the purple-haired companion explains that it's a barrier designed to trap those inside. Seojin, looking a bit clueless, asks if that's what a barrier is, then adds that he just thought it was a crimson sky. From a bird's-eye view, the village is shown enclosed by the barrier. The purple-haired companion states that the caster is most likely outside, but she's unsure of their intentions. She regretfully admits she can't break the barrier. Seojin, with a sigh, says he was going to take care of it himself. Seojin asks Mealy if she can handle all the extras from now on, referring to the monstrous figures and possibly the undead. Mealy, looking surprised, asks if he's talking about those undead. Seojin confirms, adding that it would be good if she could minimize the loss of humans, though he acknowledges that a certain population is needed for the village to function. Mealy confidently states that it won't be perfect, but she thinks she can handle it. Mealy playfully pats Seojin's arm, calling him Sir Devourer and saying he's awesome, like their demon king. Seojin, with a determined look, says he'll clean this place up before heading for a one-on-one with Arivos. Mealy enthusiastically agrees to leave it to her. A grotesque, snarling face, possibly of an undead creature, fills the frame. A guttural sound escapes its throat. The scene shifts to a pile of mangled limbs and bodies, hinting at the brutal aftermath of a battle. Mealy approaches Seojin, who is standing with his back to the camera, and asks how long he'll take. He estimates about 15 to 20 minutes. Mealy beams, declaring him how reliable if it's only 20 minutes. She seems confident she can hold out. Seojin turns to Mealy, giving her a nod. She bids him a safe trip, Sir Devourer. He simply replies, all right. With Seojin gone, the focus shifts back to the downed figure from earlier. A voice from above, presumably Seojin's, states, now then, I should finish things up here. The downed figure weakly mutters, I had a guess, but... A shadowy silhouette of Seojin looms over the fallen figure. A question echoes in the darkness. Are you an ancient monster? Seojin's voice replies, I wonder. You're partially right. The perspective shifts to a monstrous, skeletal face emerging from the shadows, its eyes burning red. A voice asks, then just who are you? A figure in ornate armor stands over a kneeling Seojin, who is wearing a spiked collar. The armored figure questions, what nonsense? As Seojin weakly replies, probably Patrick's slave? A swirling vortex of purple energy erupts as a menacing figure, identified as an ancient monster, prepares an attack. Seojin, standing before it, is caught in the surge of power. Figure, identified as Simon Magus, one of Lord Arivos' pillars, lunges forward with incredible speed and power. He declares that he has yet to disappoint. Massive energy blasts erupt, tearing through the environment. The sheer destructive force is overwhelming. A shadowy, skeletal figure, seemingly exhausted, mutters, huff, huff. It realizes it needs to take this chance to get to Lord Arivos. The monstrous face from before reappears, its red eyes filled with malice. A single exclamation mark appears above its head. The perspective shifts to the ground, showing the feet of two figures amidst crackling purple energy. One figure, presumably Seojin, grunts, ugh, this bastard. From a distance, a lone figure stands against a backdrop of destruction. As the camera zooms in, Seojin's face is revealed, his eyes glowing intensely, his expression one of pure rage. A voice booms, you keep annoying me. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Amidst the ruins, a figure cloaked in shadow and purple energy unleashes a devastating strike. A monstrous visage, eyes burning with crimson fury, hisses, damn it, really? A colossal, terrifying entity erupts, its multiple glowing eyes fixed on its target. The great evil dungeon's devourer? The cloaked figure, with a skeletal frame and glowing red eyes, warns, it'll be dangerous at this rate. The monstrous entity lunges, its shadowy tendrils and purple aura clashing with the surroundings. I must tell Lord Arivos. The cloaked figure is engulfed in a violent explosion of energy. Quickly! A desperate cry echoes, quickly! The cloaked figure, radiating immense power, seems to be charging forward with explosive force. Colossal Devourer's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a blinding, golden glow within. A shadowy limb, impossibly long and sharp, tears through the environment. The monstrous devourer, its form a terrifying silhouette against the purple energy, remarks, that punk, he's pretty fast. A clash of energies erupts as the cloaked figure unleashes a powerful, purple-hued attack. Seojin stands amidst the devastation, his shadowy aura swirling. TCH, I was trying to eat him up in one bite. Looks like I couldn't get everything. Seojin contemplates his next move, a determined glint in his eyes. It'll be a pain to go looking for him, but I can't just let him run. Mealy, in her fairy-like attire, asks Seojin, how long will you take, Sir Devourer? Seojin estimates, about 15 minutes? 20. Mealy confidently replies, I should be able to hold out for around 20 minutes. Have a safe trip. Seojin's gaze drifts towards the distant village, a flicker of concern in his eyes. I'm worried about Melj. He clenches his fist, dark energy coalescing in his palm. So I can't waste time here like this. Seojin unleashes a surge of dark power, his form silhouetted against the chaotic energy. That bastard probably went to look for his mommy. Arivos should be somewhere outside the town. So he should have run toward the walls, right? Seojin muses, a hint of indifference in his voice. Well, whatever. The monstrous devourer's terrifying face looms, its eyes wide with surprise. Seojin unleashes a massive blast of purple energy, engulfing the area. A chilling grin spreads across Seojin's face as he declares, I'm sure blasting the whole area in the direction he ran off in should take care of him. The earth cracks and crumbles under the immense force. If it's just this, the village won't be too badly damaged. Seojin surveys the destruction, a figure of immense power. A tiny, chibi-like version of himself appears, questioning, is that Patrick's voice? The main Seojin dismisses it. I must be imagining things. Seojin stumbles, seemingly injured, as he exclaims, OH! He looks down at a fallen figure, a purple cloak spread around it. I found the corpse. Wait, should I call the corpse I killed that was once alive a corpse? Seojin ponders the paradox. Seojin grabs the hair of a defeated foe, his expression cold. Well, whatever. Because of you, the village is in ruins. What are you going to do about it? The defeated figure weakly mutters, ugh, so nasty. What? Don't blame others. If you didn't like it, you should have stayed alive. You can explain it to Patrick yourself. Seojin declares, turning his back on the ruined village. A power that Mealy couldn't break alone. Seojin stands over a fallen figure, a grim determination in his eyes. He touches a hexagonal barrier, blood dripping from his fingers. So it's a pretty strong barrier, I guess. But how strong can it be? A surge of dark energy erupts from Seojin's hand as he slams it against the barrier. Oh! The impact cracks the barrier, sending shockwaves through the area. Seojin grins, his eyes glowing with power. Oh, it's stronger than I thought. He continues to push against the barrier, his resolve hardening. I think I'll be able to break through it with some effort. That is, if this Demura is able to hold out. A colossal, skeletal figure looms behind Seojin, its eyes glowing ominously. If the Demura breaks and I'm unable to keep my polymorph going, I'm sure I'll be scolded by Patrick. A dark, skeletal figure with glowing red eyes leers at Seojin, who grins back. Well, let's just say it's your fault if things don't work out. I'm counting on you, corpse. Seojin, now cloaked and carrying a fallen figure, walks through the desolate landscape. He surveys the scene, his gaze sweeping over the destroyed village. Good, there are no humans around. Seojin moves with unnatural speed, a blur of motion against the red, hexagonal energy. The hexagonal barrier shatters, releasing a wave of destructive energy. Seojin's eyes blaze with intense power, surrounded by a maelstrom of red energy. A monstrous, shadowy entity with draconic features begins to manifest, its form swirling with dark power. The shadow entity lunges forward with incredible speed, a flash of white energy preceding its attack. The unleashed power from the shattered barrier collides with the shadow entity, creating a massive explosion. Purple energy crackles around the remnants of the village as the hexagonal barrier's power is absorbed. The night sky is filled with faint, glowing particles as the hexagonal energy continues to pulse. A horde of grotesque, zombie-like figures emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing red. More of the undead creatures gather, their forms twisted and menacing. Seojin's boots tread on the desolate ground, the air thick with an ominous presence. Seojin walks calmly towards the approaching horde. Wow, there sure are a lot of you. The undead creatures moan and shriek as they close in on Seojin. A dark cloud of energy engulfs Seojin as he prepares to unleash his power. A blinding flash of blue light erupts from Seojin, obliterating the surrounding undead. Amidst the aftermath, a skeletal figure in a dark cloak stands, its red eyes piercing the gloom. That's not the right way. A massive, armored figure unleashes a blast of green energy, clashing with another dark entity. Seojin stands tall, his dark aura radiating power, ready to face whatever comes next. To greet your guests. The skeletal figure, adorned with a dark cloak, extends its bony arm, its red eyes fixed on an unseen point. A powerful strike, depicted by a sharp, white energy slash, cuts through the darkness. The ground trembles as a horde of grotesque figures, their feet bare and clawed, advance. A chilling sound echoes as more figures, gaunt and tattered, emerge from the gloom, their steps heavy and deliberate. Seojin stands resolute, a lone figure against a backdrop of shadowy beings. See, you guys should have acted this way from the start. A mummy-like figure, its eyes glowing red, watches from the shadows, while a creature wreathed in green energy observes. Two ethereal blue lights flicker in the darkness, hinting at a hidden presence. A spectral hand emerges from the darkness, offering something unseen, here, present. The eerie blue lights in the distance remain, a silent, watchful presence in the desolate landscape. Seojin looks down, a somber expression on his face. I believe we have a lot to talk about. Terrifying skeletal figure, radiating immense power and wreathed in blue flames, reveals itself. Erevos. A stylized message appears. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A digital frame displays. Read at azuraskins.com for the fastest releases. The ominous hooded figure from before is shown, with the number 38 foot prominently displayed. A horde of monstrous beings, some skeletal, surround a majestic, skeletal king seated on a throne of blue energy. Ancient monster. The mummy-like figure questions, are you saying that it's okay for those races to be suppressed by the humans? Seojin stands in a desolate landscape, his dark coat billowing around him. He remains silent. The skeletal king's terrifying visage fills the screen, its eyes burning with blue light. The humans are prideful, crass, and selfish. Even when they've carved out a good life for themselves, they've always wanted more, invading the lands of other races. Seojin, looking impatient, addresses the figures before him. You're talking too much. Get to the point. Skeletal King's menacing face looms closer, its blue energy intensifying. Humans need to disappear. The king continues, its voice resonating with power. And you have the power to easily get rid of the empire. A dark, shadowy entity erupts from the ground, tendrils of darkness lashing out. I had always thought that taking down the Empire would be impossible unless we were able to take Riez down. The narration continues until I heard that the Black Disaster had hit Riez. The scene shows a gathering of powerful beings, including the mummy and the green energy creature, with the skeletal king observing from above. If only you had mentioned the thought of wiping out the humans, all of the demons would have been willing to put their life on the line. Seojin, surrounded by shadowy figures, expresses his frustration. Ugh, why do you talk so much? Keep it precise and get to the point. The skeletal king's face contorts into a grimace, its blue aura flaring. I'm saying that if you weren't so hands-off, so many demons wouldn't have had to die. Seojin faces the imposing silhouette of the skeletal king. We could have even wiped out the lowly humans. Seojin's expression darkens as he asks, so you're saying you doing all this is all my fault? The skeletal king's cold gaze fixes on Seojin. That's right, you are the root cause. So, Seojin interrupts with defiance. Yeah, denied. Seojin, surrounded by his shadowy forces, declares, I'm going to wipe out the humans, so don't get in my way. Then questions, is what you're saying, right? The skeletal king's eyes narrow. That's disappointing. The skeletal king's eyes narrow. That's disappointing. A monstrous claw erupts from the ground, bathed in arcane energy. Creation. Seojin, cloaked in shadow, hovers mid-air, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What's this? The rotting tapir, a grotesque beast of earth and bone, materializes amidst crackling lightning and a swirling vortex of magic. Amidst the lightning-strewn battlefield, Seojin stands resolute. Below, his hand closes around a glowing ring. Hey! The ground shatters as massive, shadowy figures begin to rise, their forms indistinct and terrifying. The rotting tapir lunges, its monstrous form a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the rocky terrain. A stylized title card appears. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. The night sky over a quaint village is illuminated by strange, glowing pink lights. A figure with long purple hair, adorned in dark armor, surveys a horde of shadowy creatures. Man, there are so many. Purple-haired warrior, Mealy, unleashes a powerful, glowing pink energy blast from her weapon. Chwaipi. The energy blast intensifies, revealing monstrous, fanged maws within the magical discharge. The magical energy coalesces into a destructive, vibrant pink entity, tearing through the battlefield. Surrounded by a torrent of pink energy, a voice remarks, with them spread out like this, I guess I have no choice but to move busily. Mealy, looking unimpressed, notes, the barrier that is covering the sky is close to God-class magic, as expected of Sir Devourer. Man with dark hair and red eyes, the pink-haired companion, grins as he speaks to Mealy. I'll go have a one-on-one with Arivos real quick. Mealy, looking exasperated, mutters, It hasn't even been 3 minutes since he left, saying that. Mealy pants, surrounded by the intense pink energy, as a colossal, shadowed figure looms in the foreground. A bloodied warrior, clearly injured, looks up at Mealy. Miss Mage, is everyone else safe? Mealy points towards a raging inferno. If you're talking about the other humans, they're burning in the fire over there, that thing. Shadowy figure, possibly Seojin in his more powerful form, asks, Miss Mage, are you a companion of the knights? The warrior, Mealy, and the pink-haired companion react with surprise. The warrior asks, the one who wears a giant suit of armor and the one who's dressed in black like a bega, like a wanderer. Oh. Mealy turns, a complex expression on her face. Companion, how could I be? Form is blurred, but her words are clear. I'm just a servant. I can't be compared to their greatness. A woman with red hair laughs joyfully beside a dark, armored figure. The figure speaks, seeing how she knows those knights. I'm sure she's with them. That's good. Rosalina, you made it in time. The bloodied warrior, kneeling, finds some solace. At least Thoth didn't have to die in vain. Hasten will be saved. His body is covered in wounds, and his voice is strained. Miss Mage, I will soon turn into an undead. Mealy stands amidst the chaotic energy, her expression unreadable. The warrior continues, I know I'm not in a position to, but can I ask for a favor? The warrior, succumbing to his wounds, gasps, so she wasn't human. Seojin's shadowy form looms, eyes glowing ominously. Well, I guess that doesn't matter anymore. The woman's eyes, glowing with an unnerving intensity, betray a flicker of thought. A hulking, battle-worn figure sits, the weight of exhaustion and injury evident in his posture. Blood stains his tattered clothes. The figure grips a massive, dark weapon, its tip aimed directly at the viewer, a silent threat. In the twilight, a silhouetted woman, spear in hand, stands before the seated figure. Her voice echoes, You are a warrior. A hand, pale and steady, grasps the shaft of a dark weapon, preparing for action. A guttural sound erupts, accompanied by splatters of dark liquid. A blinding flash of energy erupts in the distance, illuminating the chaotic scene. Above, a figure with magnificent wings and an aura of potent magic surveys the chaos. An ominous aura. A violent explosion tears through the landscape, shards of energy and debris flying outwards. A monstrous skeletal figure, its ribs exposed and eyes burning red, emerges from the chaos, its jaw agape in a snarl. A close-up on a monstrous, dark entity with glowing red eyes, its form barely discernible. Ugh, another weird corpse. A chaotic clash of energies erupts, a skeletal warrior caught in the blinding white and blue light of a powerful attack. Regal, imposing figure clad in white and blue, with glowing blue eyes and a crown-like headdress, materializes amidst swirling energy. As expected, tendrils of dark, purple energy writhe and coalesce, forming the silhouette of a dragon. Such strength is befitting of the title Ancient Monster. A skeletal beast, its form hunched and menacing, prowls the dark terrain. Behind it, a shadowy, multi-limbed entity with glowing eyes watches. The skeletal beast lunges forward, its jaws snapping. That thing, is it an undead with an ancient slime as its core? A monstrous black dragon's head, with piercing yellow eyes and rows of sharp teeth, fills the frame. A dark, wolf-like creature emerges from shadows, its eyes glowing ominously, startling a nearby figure. HM? Intense, glowing yellow eyes stare out from the darkness, hinting at immense power. A colossal, ethereal being of blue energy descends, its form radiating immense power. God-class magic. Fangs of evil. The imposing visage of a powerful, armored entity with glowing blue eyes. The strongest God-class magic. Even an ancient monster wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shattering shards of blue energy fly outwards, the aftermath of a cataclysmic event. A dark silhouette crackling with blue energy emerges from an overwhelming blast of light. Be in awe. A title card appears. Amar, Devourer, please act like a final boss. A hooded figure with glowing eyes, identified as Seojin, is shown against a backdrop of digital interfaces and player names. The text reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Horde of grotesque, undead creatures with vacant eyes and gaping mouths surge forward, their forms twisted and decayed. A monstrous, dragon-like entity, wreathed in purple flames, rises from the rubble, its roars echoing through the desolate landscape. A close-up on the shadowy, monstrous form, its features obscured by darkness and swirling purple energy. A figure clad in white, radiating a powerful blue aura, kneels amidst the chaos. Above, a colossal, dark entity looms. Finally! Figure cloaked in shadow, surrounded by crackling pink energy, contemplates a strange, bell-like artifact. I will kill that ancient monster. A warrior in ornate armor, wielding a glowing sword, stands ready. Beside them, a shadowy figure observes. Fill this land with undead, and become a transcendent being that truly rules over the dead. Oh, ancient monster, you should feel blessed to be able to die after your thousands of years of wandering. A blinding burst of energy erupts. The scene splits, revealing a menacing, stylized face in the top panel and glowing, sharp lines in the bottom. A close-up of glowing, claw-like appendages. A stark, abstract depiction of a powerful entity. Massive explosion of blue energy tears through the landscape. Shattered debris and dark energy explode outwards. A skeletal figure in ornate armor, radiating a chilling blue aura, stands amidst a desolate forest. Ugh, that fucking hurts. It hurts so much that I don't think I can keep letting you hit me. Hey, letting me hit you? No, could it be? A violent shockwave emanates from the center. Amidst a frozen, shattered landscape, the skeletal figure stands, its power radiating outwards. Why is he taking it out on a tree? Anyway, this is the strongest magic you can use, right? You don't have anything stronger, right? Now there are only two left. Did he let me hit him to test the power of the god-class magic? I don't have a chance. I should retreat. I was too hasty. I need to create some space and run. I'm talking to you, Erivos. Don't get any weird ideas. The skeletal figure's icy blue eyes stare forward, emanating immense power. I need to create some space and run, and use something stronger if you got it. A group of figures, including a warrior with a glowing sword and a heavily armored individual, are positioned on rocky terrain. And I can take it that you don't have anything stronger, right? A surge of dark energy erupts, crackling with power. The energy intensifies, shattering the surroundings. Sigh. Why do all of you act the same, like you're all reading from the same script? The immense power unleashed tears through the battlefield, overwhelming the masses. A blinding light erupts as raw energy clashes, scattering debris and dust. Colossal, shadowy figure emerges, crackling with dark energy and tendrils of blue light. A monstrous entity, bound by glowing chains, roars with a terrifying visage. I really hate this kind of spell. Urgh! A hand charges with potent green energy, ready to unleash its power. Oh, is this another one of those god-class whatevers? Why is this thing so sturdy? Wah! So dirty! Man, so nasty. Since it's this big, well, guess I can get a little serious. An overwhelming burst of energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. The impact is cataclysmic, shattering the surroundings. A towering figure, cloaked in shadow and radiating an ominous aura, descends. A cold, blue light emanates from its eyes, hinting at immense power. The creature's gaze is intense, its presence foreboding. Yes, Seojin stands amidst the destruction, his form enveloped by dark, swirling energy. A monstrous face, wreathed in blue flames, glares with malevolent intent. Seojin, cloaked and radiating an aura of immense power, stands as a silhouette against the chaotic backdrop. It's about time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons? A grand structure looms in the darkness, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Just what are you thinking, boss? Just how excited are you? Please do not forget that you are a disaster. It's not like I can beat him up. I'm sure he'll have me take care of the aftermath. Should I start writing my letter of resignation? That damned skeleton. Oh right, I'm a skeleton as well. Because or is it comprehended that the reason why he is the boss? The elder scholar restrains Mealy, her eyes wide with concern. What is happening out there? The boss is making a mess. I mean, it's him taking care of the undead army. Is that what you mean? Are you saying Haston will be saved? No, well, it'll work out somehow, so you shouldn't worry too much. Also, my bones are starting to get goosebumps. You can speak as you normally do. Thankfully, there seem to be no more undead in the village, as expected of the Demon King Mealy. Ugh, that was tiring. Oh, perfect timing. I finished everything I had to do. It's been a while since I've had to use so much mana. If you hadn't been here, Lady Mealy, I don't know how this would have gone. Isn't Sir Devourer doing most of the work? No, I think you've done a better job. Oh, is he not done yet? The boss, as you can feel, is still in the middle of fighting. That power is a sight to behold. It's even greater when you think about the aftermath of that. Also, the fact that he always ends up causing more work whenever he goes out to fix things. There will be a lot of work for me after this, for sure. All he has to do is stomp on them a couple of times. Why is he dragging things out like this? He really has no consideration for me, the one who has to clean up after him. Rosalina, was it? Yes? Territory Lord was the only one we promised to keep alive, so I should clean things up here first. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurescans.com for the fastest releases. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. The Territory Lord was the only one we promised to keep alive, so I should clean things up here first. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. There's no point in keeping anyone alive other than the Lord of this place. W8, Sir Patrick, Titch, this one is also one of my subjects. Of course, that's no reason to kill her off. Haha, joking. It's not like she can do anything by herself when those back alley thugs have all died off. More importantly, with her mind in such a state, there's no point in doing anything to her. If killing her happens to affect the Lord of this place somehow, it'll be a loss for us. The skeletal figure looms over a defeated Mealy, assuring that everything is under control. Mealy, dazed, can only manage a confused Mealy, now on her feet, asks if her companion can put someone to sleep. The companion, seemingly unfazed, asks who she has in mind. Skeletal figure states its desire to speak with the Lord alone, causing a small Mealy to exclaim in surprise. An elder woman, seemingly the Lord, looks on. The skeletal figure gestures, and Mealy, with a surprised gasp, seems to be putting the red-haired figure to sleep with a wave of energy. The spearwoman is caught off guard as the skeletal figure asks if they should get started, implying an imminent confrontation. The skeletal figure addresses the elder woman, stating they've done their part in saving Haston and that she should keep her promise. She asks what she has to do. Skeletal figure's glowing eyes fixate on the elder woman, warning her not to leak anything she's seen. It implies she'll know what to do without being told. The elder woman, clearly disturbed, is told she'll be told a story and should listen carefully. The tale is about a heroic territory lord who defended her land. The story unfolds on a depicted scroll. The lord, realizing the undead threat, resolved to protect her territory and citizens. The narrative continues. The lord found herself in a dire situation, surrounded by the undead with insufficient soldiers. Her only option was to seek help. Despite her efforts, before help could arrive, the people of the territory turned on her, blaming the lord as they faced the undead. The situation grew desperate. With no other choice, the lord was forced to hold her ground, her face etched with sorrow and despair as she faced the overwhelming odds. After what felt like an eternity, reinforcements from the empire finally arrived, driving away the undead and saving the territory. It was truly an amazing story, culminating in the lord's triumphant protection of her people and her land. The elder woman, now facing the skeletal figure, is accused of being a coward, not a true lord who was in hiding. The skeletal figure declares that the elder woman is a lord who sacrificed herself to save her subjects. The elder woman questions if she's being told to lie to her people. The elder woman points accusingly, her expression one of disbelief and defiance. The scene shifts to a view of the town, with a grand castle in the distance under a stormy sky. The elder woman's words echo, asking if the skeletal figure didn't say they wanted to live. The elder woman's face crumples, tears streaming down her cheeks as she grapples with the situation. The skeletal figure instructs that all supplies in the castle be handed out to the remaining survivors. It adds that aid from other cities will soon arrive. The elder woman questions the skeletal figure's certainty about the aid arriving. The skeletal figure calmly states that it's not about certainty, but about making it happen. The skeletal figure explains that they will be taking care of making the young Lord of Haston a hero. The elder woman looks up, a silent plea in her eyes. The skeletal figure notes the quiet, implying the boss has been dealt with. The elder woman looks on, her expression unreadable. Mealy, her mana depleted, states she can't use a teleport. The pink-haired companion suggests they head towards the boss, with Mealy adding that a teleport would be appreciated. The elder woman, her face contorted in distress, asks if she can ask something. The elder woman, tears welling up, asks why the skeletal figure is going so far to save Haston. Mealy reacts with disbelief, scoffing at the idea that they are dungeon monsters, implying they are more than that. The elder woman's words about people's lives hang in the air. The skeletal figure, with glowing blue eyes, reminds the elder woman that she wanted to live. It then tells her to know her place and not try to find out too much. The scene depicts a chaotic, shattered landscape, hinting at a powerful recent event. The skeletal figure declares it was about time to replace one of the 7 great even dungeons. Seojin appears, his expression calm as he looks out at the destruction. He states, "I feel sorry for you. Whether it be this guy or that guy, why can't they just leave me alone? Ugh, I've been stabbed so much that my back is itching. Ancient monster, I am once again shocked by your strength. No, I don't really care about that. Let me ask you something. Why did it have to be Haston? Had you not attacked this place, I wouldn't have had to make my way here. Haston is the most effective location to invade the Empire from. No, I'm not talking about things like that. That means this bastard came here knowing that it was my territory. What do you think the reason is?" Seojin stands defiantly against the overwhelming, shadowy entity that has manifested. The monstrous form unleashes a barrage of dark energy, striking with immense force. Tikikik. Kaya ha 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 ha. The colossal entity unleashes a devastating wave of energy, engulfing the surroundings. Seojin braces himself as the destructive energy erupts around him. The sheer power of the attack causes the very ground to shatter. What's this? So he wasn't trying to use transfer magic? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He was gonna die anyway. Let's see. Seojin finds himself alone in a desolate landscape, the aftermath of the battle evident. What should I do about this? This place will be unusable unless it gets fixed up. Oh huh? Bo. Sus boss. Stop right there. Do not move. I'll come find you. I really missed you. You missed me too, right? I'm fucked. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. This image displays character art and promotional material. Devourer, please act like a final boss. The rain begins to fall, washing over the desolate, stone-laden landscape. The atmosphere is heavy, charged with an unseen tension. Water streams down the weathered stone buildings, the sound of the downpour echoing through the empty streets. Laundry hangs limply, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. The relentless rain continues, its rhythm a somber beat against the scattered rocks and shallow pools of water. Suddenly, the calm surface of a pool is disturbed. A figure, caught in the downpour, lets out a desperate cry. The water erupts as the figure struggles, the impact sending splashes in every direction. The rain intensifies, blurring the scene as a lone figure lies submerged, their form barely visible beneath the churning water. Emerging from the depths, a figure clad in dark robes, with striking red eyes, appears trapped in despair. The figure, cloaked and with their face obscured by their arms, utters, "There's nothing left." Their voice, heavy with sorrow, continues, "What kind of help is this? I'm the only one left." Rain continues to pour down, each drop a testament to the bleakness of the situation. The figure remains huddled, isolated. The scene shifts to a higher vantage point, looking down on the lone figure amidst the relentless rain. The world feels vast and empty. The figure, still huddled, mutters, "Hate it." Their voice echoes with a deeper despair, "I hate everyone." Soft sigh escapes them as they ponder, whose fault is it? Their eyes snap open, glowing with a fierce, burning red. The question hangs in the air, laced with a chilling intensity. Who's the one that killed everyone? The scene transitions to a title card, displaying ornate text, "Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss." A delicate teacup, gleaming with gold accents, sits ready, bathed in soft, warm light. A maid-like figure, with bright pink hair and a wide, joyful smile, bursts into the frame, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Mr. Devourer." Seojin, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, responds with a weary, "Yeah, I'm back." The perspective shifts, showing the group from a distance. A small figure, presumably Renee, leaps forward, announcing, "Renee was waiting nicely and quietly for you." A sudden, powerful impact. A red shockwave erupts as a massive foot descends, narrowly missing the surprised figures. The maid figure, Mealy, is seen in action, her movements swift and precise. Meanwhile, Seojin stands stoically, observing the scene as Mealy celebrates her work. Seojin gently pats Mealy's head, a rare moment of warmth as she beams with pride. Seojin's voice is heard, "You did well." Mealy giggles happily. Elsewhere, the others are exhausted, with Seojin remarking, "I'm really tired," and another voice groaning, "Phew, I feel like dying." Mealy, her eyes sparkling, asks Seojin, "Mr. Devourer, you must be really tired, right?" Seojin looks bewildered, responding, "Chuch." Mealy, with an overly enthusiastic expression, asks, "Would you like dinner first? Or would you like a bath first?" Seojin, clearly overwhelmed, mutters, "Chuch, I'll drink the bath water." A skeletal warrior reacts with shock, exclaiming, "What the?" The spearwoman, her expression unreadable, questions, "Just what have you been teaching her while we were away?" The skeletal warrior clears their throat, A figure identified as Battery, with a sinister smile, asks, "How do I wonder if everything went well?" Seojin, looking weary, dismisses them, "Battery, you can leave now." Skeletal warrior states, "Yeah, well, if you added up the number of humans who died of starvation and to the undead, it would be around 3,000. And don't forget about how this damned boss blew up the whole town." Seojin, "What did you do over there?" "I just cleaned up the undead." "Why? Did you really only clean up the undead?" "I cleaned them up perfectly." "I'm asking what exactly you cleaned up perfectly." "Here, don't bother me. I'm going to sleep." Evos, Mealy, Seojin, and a small figure are gathered around a table. Evos, a skeletal figure, is being held by Mealy. Mealy stares intently, a hint of suspicion in her crimson eyes. "No, wait, what is it now?" Mealy and a skeletal companion watch as Seojin drinks from a large bowl, with Mealy looking amused. "Isn't this just the shell?" Mealy's expression darkens with anger and suspicion. "Huh? What?" A question mark appears above a figure. "True. Did use magic at the end. No matter how you look at it, this is just bad work, boss. You did a bad job cleaning things up." A large, dark creature lies on its back, with Seojin and a skeletal warrior nearby. Leaving the Lord who knows everything alive was already questionable, but now even Erevos is alive. "Just what did we do in Haston?" The skeletal warrior looks concerned as it observes the large creature. Battery said that Erevos would have lost at least 70% of his life. That's true, but the large creature's head is shown in detail, its eyes glowing. In the end, there was still conflict between the great evil dungeons. "You need to be more careful of things now." The skeletal warrior's glowing eyes fixate on two small, monstrous figures. "Well, we should be fine for now since Erevos won't be able to make a move for a while. You should stop slacking off now." A shadowy paw grips a rocky surface as the scene shifts to a dark, mountainous landscape. As I've said before, even if I can take care of the aftermath of Haston, accepting monsters into the dungeon is something that has to be done by you. The skeletal warrior's face is illuminated by a blue light. Are you listening? The skeletal warrior's glowing eyes bore into the viewer. A large, dark creature lies on its back, seemingly defeated, with a skeletal warrior beside it. The creature lets out a small bubble. Fuck. A desolate tree with figures hanging from its branches stands against a dark, stormy sky. A lone figure in a long coat stands amidst the hanging bodies, their face obscured by a mask. There have been rations for 3 days in a row. What's the point of just filling our bellies? My wife and kids are all dead. What, praise the Lord, is everything okay as long as your belly is full? A group of survivors are seen sitting, looking dejected. I'd rather follow them to the afterlife than to live like this. We should fill our bellies even if we follow them. 2 survivors discuss their grim fate. What, are you giving up as well? You should fill your belly before you leave. The survivors look on with despair as one of them questions another's resolve. Where would I even go? Of course, I'm also suffering. I want to run away. But why do we have to be the ones to run away? What did we do wrong for us to die? A figure with pink hair, their face hidden, speaks with a sorrowful tone. You should think about it. Who was in the wrong? Who killed everyone? The survivors exchange looks of disbelief and anger. This is unfair. Really unfair. A figure with fiery red hair and glowing eyes grins menacingly. Don't point your hate at the wrong target. The red-haired figure faces a group of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. There's no point in a meaningless death. The scene focuses on the feet of several figures, one of whom holds a bottle. If we're gonna die anyway, we should take revenge on the being that put us in this situation. The pink-haired figure stands resolute before the shadowy figures. What do we have to do? You should all know. The shadowy figures, their eyes glowing red, look towards the pink-haired figure. The shadowy figures, their eyes glowing red, look towards the pink-haired figure. We have to kill all the undead. A title card appears. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Website banner appears. The hooded figure, Seojin, is shown with the number 42 displayed prominently. The title, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss, is visible. Seojin is shown with his head bowed, his expression unreadable. 2 armored figures stand guard, their faces hidden behind visors. They seem to be awaiting orders. A figure in ornate armor kneels before a row of guards, their posture one of deference. The elder scholar, adorned in regal attire and a crown, speaks with a stern expression. Seojin, kneeling, responds with a bowed head, "Yes, your majesty." The elder scholar sits on his throne, addressing Seojin, who is kneeling before him. The scholar states, "I called you because my speech was long, but it looks like you didn't zone out." The elder scholar's gaze is intense as he declares, "The lives of the raid force are on your shoulders." Seojin, still kneeling, assures the elder scholar, "I have high expectations of you." He then adds, "I will make sure to live up to your expectations, your majesty." A silhouette falls from the sky above a grand cityscape, accompanied by sound effects. A creature with white wings and a humanoid face is seen falling, strapped to a wooden structure. Inside a lavish room, Seojin reclines while Mealy sits opposite him. Mealy asks, "So did you receive the full rights to lead the dungeon raid?" Seojin, looking thoughtful, replies, "Yeah. You said the warrant was issued for Paymore, right?" He then adds, "While he may be on the run right now, since he was once a wealthy noble, he should have someone helping him. The warrant probably won't be of much use." A brief moment of silence passes between Seojin and Mealy as they reflect on the situation. A dramatic narration overlays a view of the city. It's been a month since the Black Disaster descended upon Riez. The narration continues. It caused chaos in the Empire, with blame being thrown around, and the ones who tried to deal with it properly were devoured. Many things have changed. The winged creature and its carriage are shown outside a grand building, hinting at an arrival. Seojin and Mealy walk together. Mealy prompts, "You do know that there's a meeting 2 hours from now, right? What should I do if you are late?" Seojin, looking forward, casually replies, "You will just have to wait until I arrive." He then asks, "What about her?" Mealy, looking towards a door, answers, "She should be inside." A grand, ornate door stands closed, hinting at something important within. Seojin bursts through the doors with a wide, almost manic grin, exclaiming, "I'm coming in." A young girl with blue hair is shown with donuts in her mouth, making muffled sounds of enjoyment. Seojin smiles warmly, asking, "Have you been resting well?" The blue-haired girl, sitting comfortably, giggles and responds, "Woon Historia? Ar." The title card reappears. "Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss." A group of figures in a dark, cavernous space are given a stern warning. "Listen carefully. We will retreat at the slightest sign of a monster. Don't let your guard down. We'll be arriving at the first room soon." I hope that the information we received is accurate. So it was true. The information stating that the monster hasn't reappeared after the Hisheltalt raid force came here 2 months ago was true. There's bound to be something we can get from this. We will continue inside. Nice. We'll be rich now. Second room as well. The third too. If there's nothing even in here? Are you sure the information wasn't spread? Maybe other raid forces have already swept through this place and picked up anything of value. That's not possible. Can't be. Is this place really primordial core? If we haven't seen anything even after coming this deep, there really must be nothing here. In the next room, the fifth room, lies the ancient plant monster called the Anthropophago. It's a plant-type monster with thorny leaves and vines. According to the rumors, if you treat its body with a special method and forge it, it will turn hard like an ore. Just its body parts can be sold for a lot. We'll break even if we can just take that back. But what if the fifth room is empty as well? No, what if there are monsters in there? We're only a C-rank raid force. We die in one hit from the weakest monster here. So you plan on leaving empty-handed? And the people who want to leave should leave now. I won't stop you. However, you should forget about joining in on anything that'll make some money from now on. How is it? Do you see anything? This is all. Wow. It's a good thing we didn't turn back. Let's gather this and leave quickly. Wait. What did you say, Captain? Couldn't run away? Bit. Well, as expected. Those guys didn't have anything worth money. They could have returned alive if they had just stopped while they were ahead. I guess the selfishness and greed of humans are endless. I really hate humans. This might be worth something? What do you think, boss? Tastes much better than those undead. That was the answer I expected. These guys don't seem to be part of the Empire. Based on the coat of arms on their clothes, they're from the West Krantal Kingdom. Seojin muses that it's convenient how a local specialty has been delivered right to their doorstep. Nearby, a skeletal figure questions his conclusion. The skeletal figure states that they can no longer delay reinforcing the dungeon, as rumors of it being void of monsters are spreading too quickly. Seojin yawns, remarking that he's starting to feel nothing about the situation, even though it concerns their own dungeon. In the background, a armored figure stands. The skeletal figure, with glowing eyes, asks if Seojin thinks he'd say such a thing and tells him to come down, warning he'll bring out his letter of resignation. Seojin, startled, exclaims he's coming down. Skeletal figure states that thankfully, they have Lady Mealy as a guest during these times. Mealy is seen in the background, surrounded by other figures. It's revealed that they were able to find out about the intruders quickly thanks to Mealy's detection magic. Mealy giggles. Seojin agrees, calling Mealy reliable. The other character, with white hair and red eyes, looks on in surprise. Seojin tells the white-haired character that RNA can use magic too. The white-haired character, Mealy, looks excited. Seojin dismisses it with a patronizing, yeah, you're awesome. Mealy expresses her gladness to be of help to the great primordial core. The skeletal figure sighs. The skeletal figure exclaims in surprise, of course, because of you dash, and adds that they've saved a lot of trouble. Character, likely Mealy, hesitates and says, but you know, just. Mealy asks how long she has to stay as a guest, looking worried. A voice announces that preparations are done. The scene shifts to an ornate interior with a looming, shadowy figure. The shadowy figure with glowing eyes states, we should start heading towards Judecca. A voice addresses, Your Majesty Ubar. A regal figure with horns and glowing red eyes, identified as Ubar, is shown in a powerful stance. A visual effect depicting a cascade of white lines against a black background. Title card reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A promotional graphic for Asura scans, stating read at azuraskins.com for the fastest releases. Under a bright full moon, Mealy sits atop a rocky outcrop in a forest, looking out at the night sky. Mealy laments that her future seems bleak, with no money or a place to call home as a demon king, finding it saddening. Mealy states she should make a decision soon, as there will be a gathering for the Demon Kings in a couple of days. A close-up on Mealy's face, her golden eyes reflecting the moonlight. Mealy comments that the air feels more refreshing today while standing on a rock in the dark forest. Mealy asks if the approaching skeletal figure, Sir Patrick, is also out for some air. He replies it's an undead joke of sorts. Mealy states it's not that funny. Mealy asks the skeletal figure what he is doing there. He replies he was just getting some fresh air and asks about her. The skeletal figure explains that since he doesn't need sleep, he spends his free time training. He then asks Mealy if she has any more improvements to make. Voice states that a swordsman's hand and swords rust the moment they aren't used. The skeletal figure looks on as Mealy, perched on a rock, responds with I see. The skeletal figure looks on as Mealy, perched on a rock, responds with I see. Mealy muses, thinking about it. It is my first time speaking to her alone like this. She then clears her throat. Ahem, it's nothing serious, but... Mealy asks, Mr. Tentacles seems to have pretty much finished recovering. Even Lady Renee is waiting. Would you like to go together? A series of dark, swirling tentacles writhe ominously. A figure on a rock observes, he doesn't seem all that healed up. Below, a voice states, that's probably as good as it can get. Even healing up to this point is a miracle itself. A figure, possibly a maid, states, 68. A voice comments, there's still a bit to go, but the recovery rate is really slow. A maid-like figure, holding a cloth, says, I don't think it will regrow more than 5. Mealy, looking surprised, asks, did you say it fought against the Hisheltalt trade union? A voice states, Lady Melge had a Demon King castle near Riez, right? Another voice replies, I guess it'd be strange if you didn't know. Yeah, how could I not know? Mealy murmurs, her expression downcast. A grand banner depicts a powerful warrior. Below, a voice states, it's the raid force that the greatest hero Vern Hisheltalt is in. Another voice adds, as well as the raid force that killed my father. Mealy wonders, just how powerful is Mr. Tentacles to have survived a fight against such enemies? Mealy thinks, if it were me, just like my father. I guess my wish to stay in Primordial Core was just a dream, Mealy laments. The skeletal figure remains silent. Below, Mealy states, now that Mr. Tentacles is just about recovered, I should convince the boss to think about recruiting more monsters. Let's recruit males only, like the golems that were protecting the 4th room. A small, cheerful golem appears, saying, hello, I'm Golem. A voice protests, no, Lady Renee, that's a bit. Character shouts, Lady Renee, Sir Patrick. The skeletal figure looks at the maid with a questioning expression. Mealy, with a determined expression, declares, I think it's best that I leave for Judica. A grand building is shown. A voice asks, how are your wounds, Woon? Another voice replies, I'm fine, perfectly fine. Voice advises, it'll be better to act like you're still recovering. Nothing good will come from showing the others your fast recovery. Another voice agrees, yes fine, while another adds, while you were going around. A figure emerges from behind a cabinet, stating, since we have snacks, would you like some tea? A voice replies, I'm getting ready. Soon, the meeting. The figure, looking surprised, exclaims, ah, right, there was the meeting. A character asks, Woon, has the maid been here today? Another replies, I'm not sure since I went out to buy snacks. I see. A voice calls out, Garot Woon, can you guys head to the meeting room first? A voice states, there are still some papers I need to take care of. I'll catch up shortly. Another voice urges, okay, hurry up and please come quickly. A character stands in a well-decorated room, facing away from the camera. A character asks, do you know who the maids who cleaned the tea set are? A shadowy figure with glowing eyes appears. A voice says, I'll find out as soon as possible. Another voice states, you don't need to report on the progress. Just the confidential files strewn across the office in the thousands. Cleaning the tea set without me being aware could possibly mean that they looked through some of them. Seojin's eyes burn with a cold fury. Those maids, he commands, find them and get rid of them exactly 4 days from today. Under the pale moonlight, a grand clock tower stands sentinel over the sprawling estate. Gathered around a massive golden table, a council convenes. I called you all here to discuss the black disaster, Devourer, that is threatening the peace of the empire, announces the leader. A stern figure, arms crossed, challenges the premise. The royal courts have announced that the black disaster is not Devourer. Are you denying the words of the royal courts? Another voice interjects, that's not it, squad leader Cardi. That announcement was just a way to put the citizens at ease. But the question lingers, if that's true, where is the black disaster is Devourer? A sharp-eyed individual with crimson irises states with certainty, I saw it with my own eyes. He fought directly with Hero Wooin, leading to Garot Azanilia losing an arm. A chorus of disbelief erupts. How dare you make up such lies? I haven't heard any such reports. Speaker points to the evidence. The evidence is right in front of you. The intense gaze of a formidable warrior burns into the room. A young woman with striking pale blue hair and purple eyes looks down, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. I guess it's the truth, a gruff voice admits. To think that Wooin wasn't even a match for it. The leader, seated on a throne, declares, the point is, Devourer appeared without any hints or signs. We are here to prepare since we don't know when Devourer will appear again. Two figures in ornate attire converse in the shadows of the grand hall. One asks, and the plan is? How are you planning on stopping him? Leaning back, a man with a fur collar muses. It doesn't seem like there was anything wrong with the defense of Riez. Doesn't that just mean that such things are meaningless in front of Devourer? A voice from the shadows confirms, you're correct, Duke Rolthos, to the question you just asked. I'd like to remind you of the need for the 36th masterpiece. Isn't everyone already out looking for the 36th masterpiece? The council members are shown again, the atmosphere heavy. The 36th masterpiece isn't so easy to find. We've been looking for it for a while, but even the brachycephalic tooth that was recently released ended up in Devourer's hands. Two figures ponder the grim reality. Just how many of us here can even put up a fight against him? Even with the greatest talents of the Empire gathered here, it's useless. The young woman continues, excluding Wuan, with the body of fragile humans, no matter how much we train, we won't be able to leave a scratch on Devourer's body. Seojin's eyes blaze with power. To overcome that overwhelming presence and the gap in power, the 36th masterpiece is a must. To find that, close-up on Seojin's determined, shadowed face. A warrior reports, the Pope's movements have been strange lately. The council members react with shock. He spread rumors that Devourer was God's punishment toward the Empire. Such nonsense. God's punishment? Another exclaims. It's no surprise they would say such things. The Empire has been suppressing religion for generations. A furious voice erupts. Watch your mouth, suppress. Your words could be mistaken for treason. A chilling smile spreads across a face in the shadows. The intense, enraged eyes of a powerful figure demand, does this sound like a joke? A powerful figure with intense, enraged eyes demands, does this sound like a joke? Seojin retorts, I'm just stating the truth. Also, a woman with pink hair grits her teeth, clearly agitated. A menacing figure cloaked in shadow, with glowing red eyes, looms over a fallen Seojin, a blade crackling with dark energy pointed at him. It seems that you are overestimating your own power. Seojin, seated, states firmly, I'm not taking this issue lightly. Across from him, the spear woman scoffs. If we were to leave this issue alone, the Empire would split into two due to the plans of the Pope faction, a voice explains. Below, two opposing symbols, one red and one blue, clash violently. Damn, the Pope faction. Of the 36 masterpieces, the Pope faction is holding 3 of them, calling them holy relics. A mystical, glowing symbol, bound by chains, pulses with power. To take those from them, we would need to start a war. Seojin's eyes burn with red intensity. A great holy war. A voice asks, oh, really? From within a dark, cavernous space. A massive, dark creature lies on its back, looking at a figure in armor. Is that all you can say? The armored figure replies, yeah? Terrifying, skeletal visage with glowing eyes lets out a chilling hiss. A title card reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss, followed by a website advertisement. A hooded figure with glowing eyes stands before a digital display showing the number 44. Text reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss, followed by a list of names. A voice reports, Lady Mealy has left, boss. Yeah, I just heard you say that. So? The creature asks, its eyes gleaming. A skull-like face asks, so? While another panel shows a similar face with the same question. So? A skeletal figure, possibly Seojin in a different form, asks, boss, are these ears just for decoration? When you even have 2 pairs. Aw, can you hear me, boss? Lady Mealy has left our dungeon. Another voice chimes in. Is it because these ears are just for decoration that Lady Renee and Lady Mealy are leaving, since they can't get through to you? No, didn't you say they went to Judea? So what's the problem? The text, impenetrable defense, flashes as a large, dark creature curls up. The demon kings are having a ball. It's normal for demon kings to go there. A skeletal hand reaches towards the large creature. Is it because they might not come back that it's a problem? A voice exclaims. Below, a skeleton and the creature are in a chaotic scene with the words, super nagging. The skeleton cries, ouch, 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 it hurts. The creature retorts, they didn't say that they wouldn't come back. Oh, now that I think about it, you're right. The skeleton muses, this punk uses his strength at weird times. A maid-like character holding a pot exclaims, to tell you the truth, Lady Mealy has been acting strange even before she brought up going to Judea. Instead of saying, I'll be back, she said, I might have to go. The skeletal figure replies, well, it could just be me reading too much into it. Renee also felt that it was strange. A voice suggests, maybe Lady Mealy is planning on starting her own force again. But what's that, Renee? The maid character, stirring a pot of glowing liquid, replies, oh, this? You seemed lethargic. The maid grins widely. It's a stew that I prepared. You want me to die? A voice asks, followed by a skeletal figure laughing. You've misheard, but the results will be similar, so you can take it as such. A fierce clash occurs between the skeletal figure and the maid character, accompanied by a grunt of pain. That's that. I get that Mealy left, but is that a reason for all of us to gather like this? The large creature asks. Do you guys have something else you want to say? Also, we can't keep delaying the matter of replenishing the monsters anymore, boss. The maid smiles, so that's how it is. Diogenes' shadowy form questions, why do you keep pushing everything onto me? A small, skull-like entity pops up, retorting, huh? Who's pushing their work onto who? A massive, dark creature collapses, its paws splayed out. A figure in a maid outfit stands before it, stating, whatever. I won't take a single step from here. The skeleton in armor addresses the maid, thinking about it. Isn't it strange? Aren't you a guardian? The maid, with a wide, unsettling grin, replies, aren't guardians supposed to do this in their boss's stead? The skeleton, now facing a different direction, concedes, you're not wrong. The dark creature chimes in, ooh, really? The skeleton affirms, of course. The skeleton warrior, its glowing eyes fixed forward, declares, however, it won't work. A small voice asks, huh? Small, skull-like figure looks up at the skeleton, stating, did you forget? You left everything regarding hasten to me. You should roughly know how much it would cost. Another voice, seemingly from the skeleton, states, I have many things to do. The skeleton warrior explains, I was wondering why you were agreeing so easily. Who else can go if you don't? The maid interjects, of course, it'll be Lady Renee. The dark creature's multiple yellow eyes stare intensely, a guttural sound escaping it. Mealy, with her mismatched eyes wide and a manic grin, exclaims, Mr. Devourer, don't worry and leave it all to Renee. A distorted image of a pale woman with long hair appears behind Mealy, while the dark creature in the foreground looks on in terror. The creature stammers, SSS. The dark creature, dripping with sweat, asks the skeleton, Renee still has trouble with her eyes. Also, won't the people be suspicious of her? The skeleton simply replies, that's right. A skeletal figure cloaked in blue energy, its eyes glowing intensely, reassures, you can leave it all to her and rest easy, boss. The dark creature looks dismayed, muttering, me, again. Skeleton warrior turns back, saying, but boss. The dark creature, looking confused, asks, what now? The skeleton warrior, its eyes glowing, suggests Lady Melge. Maybe. A title card appears. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Man in a straw hat, leaning on a cart, grins and says, we're here, little lady. The man in the straw hat continues, it must be tough going around the world at such a young age. Please take care of yourself. A cloaked figure replies, why yeah, I will. Mealy, now hooded and looking apprehensive, thinks, to think I'd actually come to such a place. The entrance to a city, marked Mercenary City, Nahidi, looms under a bright sky. A hooded figure stands before it. A stern-looking man in armor observes the city, remarking, everyone looks pretty dangerous. A sword is plunged into a banner. The narration explains, located between the countries of the Empire and the Kingdom Alliance, it's a city not affiliated with any force. A crowd gathers with various figures, including what appears to be a dragon-like creature, visible. The narration states, 1 in 4 people in this city have careers involving dungeon raids. They say this is the place with the most information on dungeons. I don't see any maps of the city or signs. Mealy, still hooded, looks around the city with wide, worried eyes, thinking, it's my first time being in such an unfriendly place. Mealy looks down, her expression one of contemplation, as she thinks, looks like I have to rely on the stars to find my way to Judica. A hooded figure stands before a massive, imposing building that resembles a castle. The figure exclaims, it's as big as the Demon King's castle. Mealy's eyes widen with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The interior of a room is shown, with a window revealing swirling, colorful mana. The narration states, it's filled with dense mana, roughly around 10 people, similar to the strength of the mages I saw in Rie's. It's surely full of raid requests and information, but Mealy observes 2 men standing on a staircase. One of them says, stop. A man with a mohawk holds out a token to another person, saying, you can go in. The narration adds, is it a proof of raid? Looks like you can't enter without one. Looks like it won't be easy to gather info. A sharp gasp escapes the figure's lips. The air crackles with tension. A shadowy entity drifts through the dimly lit room, its form indistinct. In the background, a lone figure plays a lute, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. Mealy's eyes widen in shock, a silent question hanging in the air. The bustling city street behind her offers no answers. A lone, dark object with glowing eyes is perched precariously on a ledge, its presence ominous. A monstrous roar erupts as a colossal, fanged maw opens wide, its terrifying visage set against the backdrop of imposing architecture. Mealy covers her face, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation. The oppressive atmosphere weighs heavily on her. Guttural growl echoes as monstrous claws, dripping with blood, grasp at something unseen. A captive cries out, "These monsters!" The sounds of snort fill the air as a figure struggles within a cage, their plight desperate. A voice asks, "Have they been captured?" Mealy, cloaked and observant, watches from a distance. A deep voice from above remarks, "Oichmai." A man with a striking appearance addresses Mealy, his voice laced with curiosity. "To think a pretty little lady would visit such a place. What are you here for?" The Grand Duke gestures dismissively as Mealy stands before him. The word pant echoes, emphasizing the tension in the air. A white wolf with glowing purple eyes whimpers from within its cage, its mournful sound echoing in the confined space. A stylized title appears, "Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss." A digital advertisement for Azuraskins.com promising the fastest releases. A shadowy figure, cloaked and masked, is superimposed over a circular graphic displaying the number 45 and various names. Scene shifts to a dimly lit interior with cages and structures visible. A voice muses, "Oh my, I wonder what you're doing in a place like this?" The Grand Duke, embracing someone, speaks to Mealy. "Silly me. Hello, I'm Mealy of the Agria family. What is this place?" he asks. The Grand Duke replies, "Are you looking for something in particular?" The Grand Duke's gaze sharpens as he observes Mealy. His internal monologue reveals his thoughts. She looks young, but judging from how she came to a place like this alone. Mealy's expression is thoughtful as she considers the Grand Duke's words. His assessment continues, "She can't be a normal child of nobility." The Grand Duke grins, his confidence evident. "There's no point in getting on her bad side," he declares. Mealy introduces herself. "I'm Mealy of the Agria family. What is this place?" The Grand Duke explains. To put it simply, it's a storage warehouse for dungeon items. The Grand Duke elaborates on the warehouse's purpose. "Usually the things here are used as materials for equipment or decorations, but I simply sell the items here as you see." His thoughts reveal an ulterior motive. I should take a look around since I need to recruit for my army when my castle is rebuilt." Mealy looks surprised as the Grand Duke offers a tour. "We have things of all sorts. Please have a look," he says, while Mealy lets out a small exclamation. A fearsome lycanthrope, chained and roaring, lunges forward. The Grand Duke and Mealy are visible in the background, observing the beast. A whimsical scene unfolds with a cartoonish lycanthrope and Mealy celebrating a victory, shouting, "We won again, Demon King," while a smaller Mealy looks on with a tired expression. The lycanthrope's intense gaze is fixed on something. "How much is this demonic being?" it asks, while the narration states, "I have to buy this." Grand Duke smiles, his hands clasped. "Oh, you want to buy this one?" he asks. He then reveals the creature's perilous capture. "These creatures are really dangerous. They had to sacrifice 4 B-class raid members to capture this one." Mealy, looking contemplative, responds to the Grand Duke. "Oh my, if you say so." While he states, "You just have to name your price." The Grand Duke reviews a document, a thoughtful expression on his face. "So, this lycanthrope is..." He trails off, pondering. A large 250 dominates the panel, coins scattered around. Mealy's shocked face is visible below. "Priced at 250 ounce, the text proclaims, to which Mealy exclaims, "So expensive." "Oh, it's not like I don't have the money, but this price... This is just a small gesture. Thank you for helping Mr. Devourer, Lady Mealy. All I have are the suons that Lady Mealy gave me. I can't spend half my wealth even before building my castle. Take a look at the others as well." Yes, please take your time." What's this? I don't know much about that one myself. I was told that it was found while cleaning up after a raid. They weren't able to find its mother and it didn't even try to attack. They saw it just as a larger dog. Couldn't find its mother. Huh. Pant. You're a lost child as well. Dear customer. It's dangerous. It's still a demonic being. Huh? I won't place any blame on you, so you don't have to worry. You could have been bitten. How much is this child? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. I did end up buying you. Pant. But aren't you a lot bigger than I'd thought? I couldn't measure you properly since your dark fur was hiding in the dim lighting. I could only see your head floating around. Well, that's that. From now on, your name will be Zons. They said that the night falls 30 minutes earlier in Nihit. I guess they weren't lying. How beautiful. The sky in the primordial core was also. Now is not the time to be emotional. I need to hurry up and get to Judika. Zons. Looks like we came to the right place. This great one has returned. Lead the way. A regal figure with a deer-like head and imposing antlers stands tall, clad in a dark, ornate suit. Welcome, Demon King. The antlered figure directs, you can head to the fallen monastery behind the mountains. The other demon kings have already arrived. A small figure with purple hair and a cloak, accompanied by a large wolf-like creature, moves through the night. The antlered figure accompanies them. All right. Close up on the purple-haired girl's face, her large yellow eyes wide with curiosity as she looks at the wolf-like creature beside her. The purple-haired girl, Mealy, recoils from the wolf-like creature, her expression a mix of annoyance and surprise. This punk, why are you following me? As part of the demonic army, you should sit here and wait in times like this. The wolf-like creature seems confused, its tongue lolling out. Sigh, I guess there's no way you'd know. Mealy, now looking more relaxed, pats the wolf-like creature. Just stay here and wait until this one comes back. You should hide quickly if you happen to see a human. Mealy's hand rests on the wolf-like creature's head. I can't take you to a place where the escorts are scrutinized so strictly. Mealy looks directly at the viewer, her expression thoughtful. A good name for you. The wolf-like creature, now appearing more monstrous with glowing purple eyes and a wide, panting grin, seems to be reacting to Mealy's thought. A close-up on Mealy's face, her expression shifting to a contemplative unsettling image shows the wolf-like creature with a shadowy, monstrous entity looming behind it, its eyes glowing ominously. Mealy beams, giving the wolf-like creature a playful pat on the head. Yeah. You will be Sir Devd from now on. Mealy's hands glow with a vibrant, butterfly-like energy as she prepares to depart. I'll come back as soon as possible, so you wait here quietly. Mealy floats in the air, a small, glowing figure, as the wolf-like creature, now named Sir Devd, watches from below. Sir Devd, since I won't be seeing him anymore, I'm sure he'll forgive me for using his name. Seojin glares intensely, his eyes burning with a fierce, untamed energy. I won't forgive. A massive, armored skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes stands before Seojin. I'm always telling you this, but you won't die a peaceful death. You've been cursing me like that for over 100 years. Aren't you tired? Seojin faces the colossal skeleton. I hope you get osteoporosis. The skeleton's glowing eyes widen slightly. Oh my, that's a new one. The skeleton turns its head towards Seojin. Don't think too badly of me, boss. You can view it as not a mission, but a leisurely activity. The skeleton extends a hand towards Seojin. Here, boss. Seojin flinches back as a faint energy crackles. What's this? A close-up reveals a hand holding a dark, ornate bracelet with a single green gem. Patrick, just how many of these do you have? Another voice asks. I still have many left, around 30? Seojin looks bewildered, his hair flaring slightly. The massive skeleton looms closer. What? A maid-like figure with white hair and a frilly dress is shown. Didn't you say that this was expensive before? Did you spend all of the dungeon funds on it? She asks. Seojin replies, what are you talking about? Did I not tell you that it's a really cheap item? Seojin stands facing the imposing skeletal warrior in a stark, minimalist room. The atmosphere is tense. Skeletal warrior questions Seojin. Were you lying? Seojin looks away, uncomfortable. I was just trying to say that you should use it with care. A close-up shows the maid-like figure, Renee, looking up with a gentle smile. Mr. Devourer, did you wait long? Renee, now fully visible, bounces with excitement, carrying bags. Let's get going. Renee leans her head on someone's arm, her eyes closed blissfully. It feels like we're going on a honeymoon, she sighs dreamily. Renee is really looking forward to it. A scene unfolds with the skeletal warrior, Renee, and Seojin. Hearts float around them. Renee beams, alone with Mr. Devourer, just the two of us eating together. Seojin tries to push away from the skeletal warrior. Alright, let's do it tomorrow. Get off me. Renee asks, where are you running off to? The skeletal warrior's menacing grin fills the screen. Don't try anything funny and get going already. Both of you should not forget the reason you're leaving. Skeletal warrior's menacing grin fills the screen. Don't try anything funny and get going already. Both of you should not forget the reason you're leaving. Mealy, clutching a book, asks, so Renee, where did you say we're headed to? She adds, Nihit. They say there's a lot of information there since it's a mercenary city. Seojin, his back to the viewer, simply states, I see, Nihit, huh? The perspective shifts to a skeletal warrior in armor, facing away from the camera, contemplating the situation in silence. Small, stylized, skull-like figure questions, was it a mistake to send those two? Followed by a sigh, ha, what a headache. Another voice muses, well, as long as they use their head, and then asks there shouldn't be any problems, right? A split image shows Seo-jin on the left, looking contemplative amidst a shadowy aura, and on the right, a hooded figure with glowing eyes, with the title Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss prominently displayed. The scene transitions to a desolate landscape at night, with crumbling structures under a star-filled sky. Inside a dimly lit, ancient stone corridor, a figure with vibrant pink hair walks towards a bright red light emanating from a head. The pink-haired figure, Mealy, looks up with wide, concerned eyes, murmuring, "It's been a while." The title Meeting of the Demon Kings Judica appears as Mealy stands before a gathering of cloaked figures in a grand, red-lit hall. Two imposing figures, one with horns and glowing blue eyes, the other with a bald head and glowing red eyes, loom in the red-lit chamber. Mealy stands small and apprehensive amidst the imposing figures of the Demon Kings. The two powerful demon figures stare down at Mealy, their faces partially obscured by shadow, red eyes glowing intensely. A hand holds a goblet filled with a swirling blue liquid, hinting at something significant within. Mealy, now holding the goblet, expresses her growing unease. "I'm getting nervous since it's been a while." A childlike version of Mealy, clad in a dark cloak, looks on with wide, innocent eyes. Mealy, surrounded by a crowd of demonic figures, recalls, "I was the center of attention whenever I came here with my father." The scene shifts to Mealy standing alone in a vast, empty hall, the weight of her current insignificance pressing down. Tears well up in Mealy's eyes as she whispers, "But now, I'm irrelevant." Mealy gasps, her eyes wide with panic as she spills the blue liquid from the goblet. Her expression contorts in shock and fear as she cries out, "What's your problem?" A figure with spiky white hair and red eyes reacts with surprise, questioning, "He's not a demon king?" Mealy's eyes blaze with fury, and she shouts, "How dare you bump into a demon king? I'll have your head." The white-haired figure grins, a hint of amusement in his expression, as someone exclaims, he's laughing?" Mealy lets out a small sound, as the white-haired figure walks past her with a confident stride. He then lets out a dismissive, "Pfft." A horde of grotesque demons erupt in laughter, "Poo-ha-ha" and "Kwa-ha-ha-ha." Mealy, caught in their midst, cries out in disbelief, "That's a demon king." The demons mockingly laugh, their faces twisted into cruel grins. Mealy feels their condescending gaze. "Those bastards, they're all looking down on me." Mealy grits her teeth, feeling their awareness of her current powerlessness. "They're doing this knowing that I'm powerless to fight back right now." A close-up on Mealy's face reveals her terror and despair. Her eyes, wide with shock, betray a deep sense of powerlessness. Mealy's voice trembles with disbelief and anger. "They weren't satisfied with just once? Who dares?" A woman with striking red eyes and horns, Marmolia, appears, her expression one of concern and relief. "Mealy, you're Mealy, right?" Mealy, still reeling, questions the identity of her rescuer. "Marmolia?" Marmolia embraces Mealy tightly, her relief palpable. "Mealy, so you're alive. Do you know how worried I was?" Mealy stammers, caught off guard by the sudden reunion. Wait, Marmolia." Marmolia pulls Mealy into a playful hug, reminiscing. "How long has it been? It feels like just yesterday that we played and studied together as kids." Mealy, flustered, protests, "Ugh. And Marmolia, you..." Mealy tries to push Marmolia away, annoyed by her overly familiar demeanor. "Let go. Stop acting so rude. Seems like you're still far from being a dignified demon king." Marmolia, unfazed, retorts, "Come on, since when did we act like that with each other?" A stern-faced individual with piercing red eyes observes the scene, their expression unreadable. They speak with a sense of urgency, "Let's go somewhere else first." A mystical symbol hovers above bold text, "Amar, Devourer, please act like a final boss." The imposing gates of Mercenary City Nihit stand under a full moon, hinting at a new location and perhaps new challenges. Two golden coins, emblazoned with smiling skull faces, lie on a tray. A voice demands, "Give us the best room in this place." The innkeeper's face contorts in shock and apprehension at the demand. A group of rough-looking individuals, including one with pink-tipped hair, enter the establishment. A maid, looking somewhat surprised, offers, "I'll guide you right away." Seo-jin, looking exhausted and disheveled, is held in place, his eyes wide with fatigue. Maid assures Seo-jin, "Then have a good rest. You can call me if you need anything." Seo-jin, despite his exhaustion, is pulled into a playful embrace by the maid. "This feels nice." She playfully scolds him, "Mr. Devourer, you can't just lay there." The maid insists, but we came all the way here without getting any rest. I heard there was a dungeon store nearby. She urges him on. All we have to do is pick out some monsters from there. So if you come with me, we'll be able to finish things quickly. She encourages him. You can do it, get up. Theogene groans in exhaustion. The maid expresses concern. We should really get moving. He looks so tired, though. Another voice responds, well, that can't be helped. The maid's eyes gleam with excitement as she exclaims, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Someone is stirring a large cauldron of bubbling purple liquid. A voice asks, Lady Renee, don't you want to have a nice time alone with the boss? The maid, startled, reacts with surprise. Wait, a date? The voice continues, instead of calling it a date, all you have to do is tell the boss that you'll be going alone a few times. The maid's face lights up with excitement. Then we can go on our honeymoon? The skeletal figure seems to agree. Yes, you can. Theogene, still weary, laments, ugh, I can't even lay down for a good rest. Theogene is pushed from behind, a familiar presence. He sighs, phew, let's get this over with. Renee, a voice declares, this just proves how important I am to him. A woman's face, contorted with a menacing grin and glowing eyes, appears. She declares, I will definitely make him mine this time. Another voice states, after taking care of everything we need Theo do quickly. A close-up on a golden bell, its surface gleaming ominously. A man with vibrant hair and a smug smile looks at Renee. Let's go, Renee, to our happy future. Renee, ecstatic, exclaims. Renee is a genius. Theogene looks intently at the maid, his expression unreadable. Single, red butterfly flutters amidst the ruins. A voice remarks, I've heard about what happened to your castle. I've sent monsters to investigate, but the place where your castle once stood has already become human territory. So it was turned into human territory in the end. Everyone thought you had died. Just where were you these past 2 months? I was just wandering here and there. There's no need for me to mention being at Primordial Core. Whatever it is, it's great that you're still alive. To tell you the truth, I thought you'd hate me like the other demon kings. What? Since our fathers weren't on the best terms. That's between our fathers. The competition between our fathers is in the past. We're both demon kings who have gone down our own paths now. True. Also, didn't you come here to look for help? That's the reason why you came to Judea. So she already knew everything. I can help you. I'm saying this as a friend and not a demon king. Mealy, you can do it as long as you put in the effort. Marmolia, you've matured, unlike me. Now let's go back. Thank you for helping me. I will definitely rebuild my castle. You'll be able to do it, Mealy. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. My dad is stronger. He's the real descendant of Asmodeus. No, my dad is stronger. He has a cooler looking horn. Even when we were kids, we were always fighting. It wasn't really a difference in personality and outlook, just somehow, naturally. We have always had conflicts. Could it be due to the influence of our fathers? They have always been on bad terms as far as I can remember. Though they were on bad terms, it could not be said that they weren't friends. A playful demon girl with purple hair and sharp fangs bursts into laughter, her eyes squeezed shut in delight as a hand pats her head. A somber expression crosses the face of a young individual with white hair and red eyes, their gaze downcast as the narration states that we started to change. A commanding figure with white hair and red horns, identified as Spearwoman, turns to address someone off-panel, saying, Now this way, Mealy. Mealy, the small girl with pink hair, looks up with wide, innocent eyes, a shy smile on her face as she admits, looks like I'm still childish. Spearwoman, her crimson eyes narrowed, questions Mealy, Huh? What are you saying all of a sudden? Mealy, flustered, stammers, it's nothing. That aside, where are you taking me? Deep voice states, It is near impossible for me alone to help you rebuild your forces. There are some demon kings that have the same goals. Another voice, small and surprised, replies, Is that so? Spearwoman, with a confident smirk, gestures forward, saying, Yes, this way. Mealy peeks out from behind her, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Mealy looks up with an open, almost pleading expression, her hands clasped together. Mealy's eyes widen in alarm, her happy expression replaced by one of shock and fear as she looks upwards. A chaotic scene unfolds as dark figures clash. Mealy is caught in the fray, her face a mask of terror, while Spearwoman appears to be in a defensive stance. Spearwoman, carrying Mealy, speaks with a slightly strained voice. Marmolia, I've brought her here. The same demon girl from the first panel is seen again, her laughter echoing as the narration states, "Ah, as expected." A close-up on Mealy's face reveals a pensive look, her large yellow eyes thoughtful as the narration declares, "I'm still too young." A harsh, determined expression is shown on a character's face, their fist clenched as the narration continues. It wasn't that she had changed. Spearwoman sneers, her fangs bared, as she declares, "The loser." The scene shifts to a grand hall bathed in a fiery red light, ornate pillars and stained glass windows creating an imposing atmosphere. Mealy kneels on a cracked circular platform, her expression one of resignation as she is identified. Melj de Lymphagria. Fearsome demon king, Ubar, sits upon a throne surrounded by grotesque figures. He looks down at Mealy, his voice dripping with disdain. How disappointing. Below, a title card reads, Satan's direct lineage 4th generation demon king Ubar. Spearwoman and Mealy are shown in close proximity, Spearwoman looking exasperatedly at Mealy, saying, "Ah, our stupid Melj." A man with white hair and sharp features, possibly a demon king, addresses Mealy, who looks on with wide eyes. He asks, "Did you really think a demon king that has lost all their forces would be welcomed here in Judica?" Mealy clenches her fist, her voice filled with a hint of defiance as she says, "I knew that I wouldn't be treated well, but..." A group of masked figures with glowing red eyes surrounds a figure with white hair, their expressions menacing. Mealy's internal thought is projected, "I never thought they would treat me like this." A figure clad in red armor, possibly a demon king, is shown in a weakened state, leaning on something. Another voice states, "Descendant of Asmodeus." A figure, seemingly a demon king, addresses Mealy, offering, "I'll give you a chance to give your excuse." Mealy looks up, surprised, and asks, "My excuse?" Mealy, surrounded by imposing figures, tries to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. I haven't lost to the humans." Mealy, her eyes wide with fear and desperation, pleads, "I am telling the truth. Two demonic figures exchange a look, one of them questioning. A stern-faced demon lord addresses Mealy, "You say you haven't lost to the humans? Then do you think a demon king being the sole survivor is a victory?" Another demon lord, cloaked and menacing, commands, "Just kill her." Mealy looks down, her expression defeated as she is confronted. "Look at the situation you're in. Can you truly say you haven't lost?" She stammers, "That's..." Mealy's gaze is filled with sorrow and regret as she admits, "I have no rebuttal." The narration continues, "The loss of the army is the demon king's fault. So..." Mealy's gaze is filled with sorrow and regret as she admits, "It is all my fault." A harsh voice declares, "You're the disgrace of our race." Another chimes in, "How thick is your skin for you to have the gall to come to Judica like this? We should not let her hold the demon king title any longer so that she cannot bring any more shame to the title." A striking woman with horns and revealing armor exclaims, "That's right," while another figure behind her adds, "Let's kill her." A sinister smile spreads across a face, echoing the sentiment, "We must kill her." Mealy, still on the ground, hears, "We can't ruin Judica just for someone like her. We'll decide on what to do with her on the last day of Judica." Within a colossal red eye, a tiny figure is reflected, and a voice asks, "Then, until then?" A stern-faced man with large horns and a beard lets out a sigh, "Phew." A command rings out, "Place the criminal in jail." Figure responds, You can't." A guard blocks the path, stating, "This is a restricted area. You have to show an insignia before you're allowed to go in." Seojin questions, "Insignia?" A group reacts with surprise, a beggar and a maid, followed by, "Huh? This guy looks like he might fall over any minute." A hand presents a golden insignia, prompting an astonished cry, "A-class raid member?" Someone nervously welcomes them, "Please head inside. Welcome to our dungeon store." Another adds, "I hope that you will keep working hard for the safety of humanity." Seojin asks, "When did you prepare such things?" While the maid replies, "I kept the ones that were clean while cleaning." "Ah, that's right. There should have been a ton of them lying around." Seojin muses as the maid excitedly exclaims. The maid cheerfully states, "Of course there were so many." Looking at a wall covered in notes, Seojin comments, "Wow, it really seems they have all the information in regard to dungeons." The maid then asks, "Can we even read all this in time?" Surrounded by scrolls, a thought arises. "What did you say we were looking for exactly?" Seojin explains, "A strong monster that hasn't been taken down no matter how hard the humans tried." He then acknowledges, "I see." A spectral figure holding a paper states, I should have brought another monster from the great evil dungeons. To which a voice immediately retorts, no, that won't work. Wouldn't it be fine if it's at the level just below the great evil dungeons? What do you think, Renee? A voice asks, followed by a quick, 1 second. Seojin, engrossed in a book, grunts, ugh. A cheerful cleaner says, I have to start cleaning soon, so could you please return tomorrow? The maid pleads, we want to stay a bit longer. Is there anything you can do? The cleaner replies, everyone else has left. We can't keep it open just for you two. Distressed maid exclaims, no, if this drags on till tomorrow, Renee's date plan. Seojin panics, we have to come here again tomorrow? I won't come here again even if I die, the maid declares as Seojin with a surprised expression adds, so let's just kill him. The cleaner asks, you have more raid requests, right? A bewildered voice asks, what type of raid requests are you looking for? Followed by a thought, even after taking all those, they still want more? Maid points and demands, give me that. The night sky hangs over a dimly lit town. A pile of scrolls lies scattered, with a final thought, all these are pretty lacking. Seojin sighs, surrounded by scattered scrolls. Looks like there aren't many useful monsters this time. He continues, I thought it would be good as well, but the dungeon is located so far away. Seojin then mutters, you're right. Frustrated, Seojin exclaims, ugh, damn it, maybe I should have just recruited Mealy. He then adds, it's not like I haven't thought of that, but, to have her work as a room manager. Seojin looks up, his eyes burning with a cold intensity. Weak. Mealy, dressed in her maid outfit, ponders. If you think about the levels of the humans who challenge the great evil dungeons, Mealy will reach her limits in 3 years. She then adds, and also, I don't know if it's just my guess. Mealy continues, her voice filled with a strange fascination, but I think she looks the coolest as a demon king. Seojin hums in agreement. That's true. He then sighs, still, I should have asked. Mealy looks at Seojin, her expression earnest. She was pretty helpful in bringing you back home. She then muses, maybe I let her go too easily in the end. Mealy blushes, her hand touching her cheek. No, wait, thinking back on it, didn't I blow her castle away as well? Seojin asks, looking off to the side, how long does Judecca go on for? Mealy replies, I'm sure it's a 2-day event. You need to get there before it ends if you plan on going. Will you be okay? She adds, we can try. Can't be helped if it's too far away. Mealy explains, also, you need to read the stars to find the location of Judecca. She then admits, I heard it's an inherent method of the Demon Kings, but I don't know how to do it. A starry night sky stretches above ornate buildings. A voice declares, I know how to read the stars. This is the title card for Mr. Devourer. Please act like a final boss. Chapter 48. The landscape is dotted with ancient ruins under a breathtakingly clear, star-filled sky. A majestic, deer-like creature with glowing red eyes and impressive antlers, clad in a suit, pants heavily. It seems to be observing something. Wolf-like beast pants, its tongue hanging out amidst the foliage. The deer-like creature and the wolf-like beast both pant, sitting on a hill under the starry sky. The deer-like creature remarks, how unsettling. Close up on the foot of a character wearing a dark boot stepping through grass. From a distance, the deer-like creature and the wolf-like beast are seen. A new figure emerges, and a voice calls out, who is it? Stop right there. The wolf-like beast looks at another, smaller wolf-like creature. You don't seem like a demon king. A voice warns, only demon kings are allowed from this point onwards. You will lose your life if you get any closer. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature roars, its face contorted in rage. A voice booms, I've given you plenty of warnings. Will you still come? Foolish person. Voice declares, I am the servant of the great Ubar, Bamit. As a violent clash occurs, another voice states, as long as I am guarding this place, an intruder like you won't get past me alive. A colossal beast lunges forward, while Seojin braces himself, uttering, ah. Seojin, with his signature glowing yellow eyes and a dark aura swirling around him, looks directly at the viewer. Why is this thing so loud? A dimly lit, ornate chamber is visible, with a strange, glowing object in the foreground. A voice chuckles, Fufu, that's a good look. Striking woman with white hair, red horns, and revealing attire smiles confidently. How is it? Is it nice in there? From a higher vantage point, the woman looks down at a figure huddled in a cage. She comments, well, you look better than I thought. The woman's smile widens as she speaks to the figure. Mealy, we're friends after all, so should I give you some advice? You have no idea how hard I worked to convince them. So what kind of punishment do you think was issued? They decided to cut off your horns and pull out your fangs. Ah, you poor thing. Poor little Mealy won't even have horns or fangs left. How many demons would look down on you in your sorry state? You probably would have never imagined that I, Marmolia, would look forward to seeing you in such a situation. Since you won't be able to act like a demon king once you lose your horns and fangs, right? I've thought of a great idea. How about you become my underling? I'll give you a chance. Never know. I might even give you a higher position if you do a good job of licking my boots. You don't want to? Why aren't you responding? Lady Marmolia, I've received orders to bring the criminal to the court. Take her. Yes. Let's go. How boring. Well, the fun is just beginning. We will now start the trial to determine the punishment. Losing the trust of demons under you as a leader, for the great crime of bringing shame upon the Demon King title. The criminal will be punished by having her horns cut off and her fangs pulled out. Melged a lymph, do you agree? I will give you one last chance for your rebuttal. Do you have anything to say? While the time I spent in the cell was short, I've thought about many things. Even so, I still can't understand it. The weak fall prey while the strong survives. In the first place, the Demon King army was created to protect me. The weak army died, and the strong Demon King survived. I can't seem to understand what the problem is. As a Demon King, is that how you view your army? Then are you saying I threw them away? Do you even know how the army treated me and how I treated them? Chilling, maniacal laughter echoes. Ha, talking so big even after your army was wiped out and you're in such a sorry state? You must have lost your mind. No, I've just finally come to my senses. No matter how much I think about it, the trial isn't something that makes sense. You claim to judge my faults, but I have done no wrong. Speaking of my punishments even before the ruling. Your pettiness I can understand, but it's laughable that you, the greatest Demon King, would go along with such a farce. Isn't that so, Sir Ubar? Sir, not Lord. You dare speak to the Supreme Being in that manner. Not only her tongue should be pulled out too. Forget it. What can someone who has lost everything not say? Those words don't affect me in the slightest. Whatever I do or say in this place won't change the outcome. Supreme Being, they should see what a real Supreme Being looks like. To think the ones who call themselves Demon Kings would be so ignorant. How laughable. I actually feel relieved. We will decide on the punishment for insolence after carrying out the first punishment. Begin with the punishment. I look forward to working with you. It'll hurt a lot, so please enjoy it to the fullest, Demon King. I'll start with the horns. Woof, 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 woof. What is this noise? TCH, it was just getting to the good part. Woof, where's this noise coming from? Devourer, could he have come all this way? To think I'd hear dogs barking in a sacred place like Judica. I wonder. The sound of a dog barking might be more pleasant to listen to than your bullshit. No way. There's no way that person would come here. I must be hearing things because my heart is wavering. There's no way he would be here, even if I were to turn around. Still, just maybe, if he were. Mr. Devourer. Hey, Melge. You seem to be having a hard time? Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. Title page. The title page. A figure lies on the ground, their face contorted in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror. Amidst fallen bodies, a shadowy figure stands, tendrils of darkness swirling around them. A voice echoes, was that the last of them? Why even bother resisting? Even if they are Demon Kings, they're nothing but slightly talented demons. The shadowy figure's eyes flash with malice as they notice a survivor. One was still alive, a chilling voice declares. Figure's gaze sharpens, horns becoming visible. If you have horns, you must be a Demon King, the voice muses. A question hangs in the air. How old are you? Followed by the reply. It's hard to tell, unlike with humans. A command is then issued. Lift your head. A figure with glowing eyes stares intently. Hey, punk, I'm telling you to look at me. The response is a curt, good. That's a cool-looking horn, the figure remarks, their eyes burning. You, name. A young, frightened being with sharp teeth and small horn stammers, I, followed by a desperate plea, "Oh my!" The young being, revealed to have red eyes and horns, is visibly distressed. My name is... A grand hall is depicted, with several figures in dark robes surrounding a central figure seated on a throne. Below, a small figure kneels. A massive, imposing figure with large horns and a grizzled beard, identified as Sir Ubar, looks on with a mixture of exhaustion and dread. A title card reads, Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A close-up on a large, clawed pole rests on a red-tiled floor. Small, demon-like girl is being playfully overwhelmed by a large, fluffy, wolf-like creature. "Woof, woof!" she exclaims. You little!" The wolf-like creature nuzzles the girl, who is still being playful despite the overwhelming affection. "Didn't I tell you to wait patiently?" she asks, before adding, "You must have followed a devourer." A woman with white hair and horns, the spearwoman, glares with annoyance. Ugh! Spearwoman confronts two figures, one with dark hair and glowing eyes, Seojin, and another with white hair and a maid outfit, Renee. "The two of you over there, which demon king do you belong to?" she demands. "Below," another voice states. "Tio think you'd interrupt the sacred process of judgment." Seojin looks unimpressed, while Renee, the maid, is outraged. "You don't know your place. How dare?" Seojin interjects. "Forget it, Renee. We did interrupt them." Renee, the maid, apologizes. Sorry. I ended up straying off topic. She then explains, "Well, we don't really belong to anyone, but someone who happened to stop by while traveling." Seojin, cloaked and with glowing eyes, walks amidst a group of shadowy figures. "I've gotten curious about something." Mealy, looking concerned, is with a large, furry creature. "So, you guys are embarrassed about Melj acting like a demon king when she doesn't have anything left?" Several demonic figures are present. One asks, "I asked that why you guys are treating her like this, talking about punishment and whatnot." Seojin stands facing a group of demons. "Then, if I were to destroy all of your armies." A close-up on Seojin's feet as he prepares to act. "Then everyone here should have no problems." Seojin's face is illuminated, his eyes glowing intensely as he grins menacingly. "Having their horns cut and pangs pulled out, right?" A group of demons, including the Grand Duke, look on with apprehension as the situation escalates. A monstrous maw opens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A voice exclaims, "This fool, not even knowing his place." Another voice adds, "It's bad enough that you've insulted the demon kings gathered here in Judicia, but you're even going so far as to threaten Sir Ubar." Seojin, looking nonchalant, asks, "I was just asking a question, though?" Colossal, terrifying figure emerges, radiating immense power. "You, shut it. I will tear you apart so that not even your corpse will remain." The air crackles with lethal intent as a barrage of shadowy blades manifests, surrounding Seojin. The figure screams for him to die quietly, but Seojin remains unfazed. Seojin stands amidst the pressure, his golden eyes glowing with a cold, piercing intensity. With a nonchalant yawn, Seojin prepares to dismantle the threat, his sharp teeth bared in a predatory grin. Massive shockwave erupts as Seojin effortlessly deflects the assault, sending the attacker reeling back in agony. The surrounding crowd watches in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on Seojin. He dismisses the tension, claiming he had nothing to do with the chaos. Seojin shifts the blame with a chilling remark, indicating that the true culprit was someone else entirely. The onlookers whisper amongst themselves, their expressions hardening as they realize the gravity of the situation. Panic sets in as the crowd recognizes the figure before them. "Sir Ubar?" they cry out, trembling before his overwhelming aura. Sweat beads on his forehead as he stammers in terror, questioning why such a legendary figure would grace them with his presence. Spearwoman steps forward, visibly shaken, and frantically apologizes, promising to punish whoever dared to draw a weapon against their guest. She bows deeply, offering a formal greeting to the Supreme Being, Sir Devourer. The whispers turn to gasps of realization. "The Devourer from the primordial core?" they exclaim, paralyzed by fear. The fallen figure remains prostrate, unable to move under the crushing weight of Seojin's presence. The figure struggles, gasping for air as the pressure continues to mount. Looking down with disdain, Seojin wonders why the man still fails to grasp the severity of his position. Seojin notes the presence of a maid nearby, remarking that if he hadn't intervened, she would have decapitated the man instantly. The maid stares back with dual-colored eyes, her presence radiating a lethal, grinding energy. The trembling man asks the Supreme Being why he has traveled to such an unworthy location. Seojin finally recalls the name Ubar, noting how much the little kid has grown over the years. Ubar manages to whisper that his survival was only possible thanks to Seojin's benevolence 900 years ago. Seojin reaches out, his hand looming over the cowering figure. He tells the man to get up, dismissing the display of subservience as unnecessary. Ubar is haunted by the memories of fear that he can never truly escape. He vividly remembers the day Seojin first appeared 900 years ago. Seojin looms over the area, his presence distorted and overwhelming as he asks if they want to know the real reason he arrived. Yubar looks up, sweating profusely, wondering what could possibly bring Seojin here. The tension is palpable as Yubar waits for the answer that could change everything. Seojin's eyes flare with an intense, golden light, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he poses the question back to them. Seojin reassures them, telling them there is no need for such nervousness, as he is here for a different purpose entirely. Seojin turns his attention to the young girl, Meili, announcing that he came specifically to see her. The tension in the room spikes as Meili is addressed directly, her presence drawing immediate attention. Meili explains that after consulting with Seojin, they have reached a decision. She is needed within the primordial core. Caught off guard, Meili asks if they truly intend for her to become a member of the primordial core. Meili questions how they knew of his objective to rebuild his army, her confusion evident. Meili details the offer. Accepting means becoming a manager of one of the rooms within the primordial core. Meili adds that demonic beings will be assigned to her room, forming part of her own Demon King army. Seojin abruptly interjects, telling them to leave him out of the arrangements. The two continue their walk, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of their proposal. Seojin shifts his focus back to Meili, preparing to make his request. Seojin kneels before Meili, his expression serious as he prepares to ask for her cooperation. Meili tearfully agrees to his request, overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. Seojin reaches out, sealing the agreement with a gesture. Suddenly, Spearwoman erupts in fury, declaring that she cannot accept this arrangement. Spearwoman lashes out with insults, questioning how someone as incompetent as Meili could possibly be chosen for such a position. Driven by years of resentment, Spearwoman laments being constantly compared to Meili and deemed inferior. Spearwoman pleads with Seojin, insisting that he is being deceived and that she is the one worthy of the title. Desperate to prove her worth, Spearwoman claims her ancient bloodline makes her a legitimate demon king. Spearwoman offers her heart and body to Seojin, her eyes burning with fanaticism. Before she can strike, Meili intervenes with lethal precision, blocking the attack. Meili stares down Spearwoman, her tone cold as she admonishes her for daring to touch Seojin. A piercing scream echoes through the chamber as Spearwoman suffers a brutal injury. Spearwoman shrieks in agony, staring at her severed finger in disbelief. Meili remains unmoved, her gaze fixed on the fallen Spearwoman. Spearwoman grovels before Seojin, begging for forgiveness for her transgression. Grand Duke steps forward, offering to punish Spearwoman for her offense, while Seojin looks on with indifference. Meili seizes Spearwoman, who cries out in panic, demanding to be released. Meili clutches the wolf-like creature, her eyes wide as she asks if there are truly no regrets. The atmosphere grows heavy as she questions what would have happened if a request had been made to punish every demon king in this realm. Meili notes with a solemn expression that the primordial core would gain nothing from such a destructive path. She clarifies that her request wasn't born of kindness, but of cold, calculated pragmatism to ensure her own future benefits. Curiosity gets the better of her as she asks how the location of Judika was discovered, receiving the reply that Seojin possesses the ability to read the stars. She explains that while the gatekeeper was uncooperative, they tracked down a demonic entity that carried the scent of their target. Meili praises the creature for its performance, momentarily stumbling over its name before correcting herself. The creature questions if it is truly acceptable for it to fulfill the role of a primordial core member, leaving Meili confused by the inquiry. The creature voices its insecurity, fearing that it lacks the strength of its predecessors and might not be suited for such a high-stakes position. Meili bluntly reminds the creature that it barely meets the standards and could easily be raided at any moment. Overwhelmed by the harsh truth, the creature breaks down in tears while Meili continues the explanation. Meili reveals that the only reason they came to retrieve the creature was because Seojin specifically requested it, warning it not to fail him. The creature freezes, processing the weight of the expectation placed upon it. Determined, the creature vows to work as hard as possible, prompting Meili to drop a final, ominous warning. Meili chillingly mentions that she has already been granted permission to confess to Seojin, leaving the creature visibly unnerved. The creature nervously asks where Seojin is currently located. Deep within the dark, crimson-lit chambers of the demon realm, the tension is palpable. The assembly of demons stands in absolute silence, watching as their leader holds court. The leader, Yubar, is addressed by a subordinate, prompting a cold, questioning response. The representative of the Northern Veerman steps forward, acknowledging Seojin's status as a legendary beast and a titan among the great evil dungeons. The representative hesitates, struggling to find the right words to criticize the recent actions taken. Veerman finally asks if the conduct of the King of Demon Kings was perhaps a bit too excessive for the situation. Yubar rises sharply, his voice echoing as he claims to have taken those thoughts deeply to heart. The subordinates panic, realizing they may have overstepped, while Yubar mocks their concern about the Demon King title. Veerman stares back, realizing the danger of the conversation as Yubar continues to press the issue. Yubar's patience snaps, his expression contorting with rage as he calls them all fools. Activating the giant's hand skill, Yubar looms over them, crushing the air with his overwhelming presence. Yubar demands to know if they truly believe their insolence would be excused as mere courage. The chilling ultimatum, Yubar challenges Veerman to simply take the throne if he is so concerned about the leadership. The atmosphere turns volatile as Yubar's subordinates beg him to control his burning rage. Grim prediction hangs in the air, suggesting that Veerman will meet his end if this continues. Blood drips from the intensity of the moment as Yubar coldly commands them to come forward. With a dominant display of power, Yubar challenges them to speak up if they truly believe his submissiveness is a sign of weakness. Terrified by the sheer pressure, his subordinates grovel for forgiveness, only to be dismissively cast aside by Yubar. Yubar watches them retreat, satisfied that his display of force served as a sufficient warning. Left alone, Yubar sighs, troubled by the inexplicable connection between the Agria family child and that ancient monster. His musings are cut short by a sudden, chilling realization as Seojin appears, prompting a look of pure shock from Yubar. Seojin approaches with an unsettling casualness, questioning if Yubar has need of him while the tension in the room spikes. Yubar breaks into a cold sweat, visibly shaken by the presence of the one he calls the Devourer. Seojin remains unbothered, remarking that he must have forgotten something important earlier as he steps closer. With a predatory grin, Seojin mocks the supposed Demon Kings, his aura flaring with dark energy. Seojin taunts the trembling Yubar, finding amusement in the man's palpable fear. He presents a mysterious document, leaving Yubar to wonder what the Devourer is truly planning. The scene shifts to the quiet, starry night outside the ancient building. Mealy stands in the moonlight, bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the meeting that just transpired. Seojin and Mealy share a moment of light-hearted banter, with Mealy expressing surprise at how actively Seojin is involving himself. Seojin chuckles, remarking that it is far more efficient to let the Demon Kings handle the heavy lifting than to stress about it himself. They regroup near the entrance, Seojin calling out to Mealy as they prepare to move on. Mealy, now a member of the Primordial Corps, eagerly offers to help carry their luggage, her loyal companion by her side. Seojin declines the help, checking to ensure Mealy has everything she needs before they depart. They stand together under the vast night sky, confirming their readiness to leave. With her goal achieved, Mealy is filled with determination to return to the Primordial Corps and grow into a powerful Demon King. The group discusses their next destination, with Mealy noting they have one final stop before returning to Nihit. A moment of quiet follows as the question of recovery is raised. A concerned figure observes the magical restoration, noting how skillfully it was performed. The realization hits as they look at the horns, confirming the magical intervention. Waking up, she touches her head, realizing that the events were far from just a dream. Her companion notes her long slumber and immediately pivots to the whereabouts of Mealy. With a gasp, she confirms that Mealy has departed in the company of that ancient monster. Conversation turns to the aftermath of the broken horns, with reassurances that the other Demon Kings will provide a justification for the incident. The atmosphere shifts as she snaps back, silencing the talk of past relationships and rejecting the notion of friendship with such disdain. Grinding her teeth in pure resentment, she fixates on a singular goal, the elimination of Mealy. Frustrated by the limitations of the current Demon Kings, she contemplates the necessity of finding a power capable of challenging the Primordial Corps. Her eyes widen with a sinister realization, hungry for a force that can truly defy the established order. A cold, authoritative voice breaks the silence, demanding to know the motive behind this unexpected intrusion. Seojin stands firm, confronting the mysterious hooded figure and declaring his intent to seek information from the people of the Third Eye. His gaze sharpens as he brings up the subject of the homunculus, his intent clear and unwavering. Deep within the shadows of Nihit Inn, the investigation continues into the night. Mealy and her companion exchange a curious look, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. They sift through the documents, noting how impressively detailed the raid requests have become, mirroring human methods. Seojin rests nearby, his presence commanding even in repose, as the others discuss the high-level monsters selected for the task. The discussion turns to the candidates as they question whether the current selection is truly sufficient to satisfy the requirements. A profile of the succubus Queen Elizabeth is brought up, immediately drawing sharp, judgmental critiques regarding her reputation. The suggestion is discarded instantly, leading to another failed attempt at finding a suitable candidate. Next on the list is the giant Lamia, though the notes highlight her beauty rather than her combat prowess. Another rejection follows, the tension rising as they continue to strike out in their search. Frustration mounts, with the consensus growing that the available monsters are simply not up to the required standard. A sudden realization dawns on them. Could the previous hesitation have been due to vanity? The thought is quickly dismissed, though the absurdity of the situation leaves them momentarily stunned. Despite the setbacks, they resolve to continue their search, with everyone pitching in to find a solution. The search leads them to the grand architecture of the empire, hoping to find the answers they seek. Seojin combs through the archives, his frustration growing as he fails to locate the necessary information. The Grand Duke confronts him, questioning how he intends to manage the fallout of his actions. The Grand Duke declares his resolve to eliminate Seojin, framing it as a necessary step for the safety of the empire. As the tension reaches a breaking point, a knock at the door announces the arrival of Garot, interrupting the confrontation. Millie stands by the doorway, her expression tense as she asks Seojin if he has discovered any leads. Seojin, unfazed, calmly requests a cup of tea before diving into any further discussion. With a flick of her finger, Millie channels her energy, causing a teapot to levitate and pour on its own. A dark, ominous liquid flows from the spout, filling the teacup with a mysterious aura. Seojin watches the magical display with a steady gaze, confirming that everything is perfectly prepared. Sipping the brew, Seojin admits that the only reliable information he uncovered was regarding the primordial core. Seojin sets his cup down, noting that while the data was familiar, certain details began to feel deeply unsettling. Millie leans in, curious about what exactly is bothering him as he flips through the ancient records. He points to the texts, identifying the gatekeepers and the true purpose of the dungeon as the source of his concern. Seojin observes that while they can disregard the tentacles, the other two entities remain completely undocumented. Reflecting on the strange behavior of the primordial core, Seojin highlights its lack of expansion compared to other dungeons. Seojin emphasizes that the Devourer's ultimate goal remains a complete mystery, leaving Millie in thoughtful silence. Millie sighs, insisting that there is something important he must hear from her first. Caught off guard, Seojin asks why she is there, prompting a quick response from her. Millie reveals that the Third Eye has sent an emergency message requesting a meeting with Demon King Marmolia. The scene shifts to the dark, quiet exterior of the city under the night sky. A voice welcomes Seojin to the location, thanking him for the sudden meeting. Focus on the intricate dark blue cloak with golden emblems worn by the mysterious figure. Seojin confronts the hooded figure, confirming if the Demon King's side initiated this request. The hooded figure admits they chose the location in a rush, despite the inherent danger of the meeting. A sharp click of heels echoes as the Grand Duke arrives, clearly surprised by Seojin's appearance. The Grand Duke sneers, remarking that he expected an old man to be leading the humans, not someone so young. The Grand Duke continues his taunts, mocking Seojin's youthful and handsome appearance. Seojin introduces himself formally, ignoring the insults and cutting straight to the purpose of the message. The Grand Duke's crimson eyes narrow as he reminds Seojin that the agreement was to come without bodyguards. Seojin retorts, pointing out that the Grand Duke did not arrive alone either, gesturing to his companions. Ignoring the tension, the Grand Duke suggests they take a seat and begin the discussion. The Grand Duke asks to get straight to the point, finding Seojin to be uncharacteristically impatient. Grand Duke threatens to destroy the human village of Rozoid if the negotiations fail or if Seojin acts deceptively. Seojin channels a burst of dark energy, calling out the Grand Duke for his own suspicious behavior. The robed figure tests Seojin, remarking on his lack of detectable aura or mana while acknowledging his surprising capability, before abruptly cutting to the chase. The robed figure reveals a chilling prophecy. A demon king will soon depart from Nihit. The order is given with absolute lethal intent: assassinate the target. Seojin questions the motive, asking if this is merely a ploy to use them as expendable cannon fodder in a war against a Demon King's army. The robed figure clarifies the objective is specifically to eliminate the Demon King named Mealy, promising a substantial reward if the deed is done before she exits Nihit. A companion questions if the demonic beings intended for the robed figure's experiments are sufficient for their needs. Seojin calmly delivers his verdict. He is declining the offer. Stunned, the robed figure demands to know why the deal is being refused, questioning if the compensation is insufficient. Seojin exhales, dismissing the idea that money is the reason for his refusal. The robed figure presses him, arguing that as a leader of humans, he must surely want something, while Seojin notes her obvious desperation. Seojin internally analyzes the target. Mealy lacks fangs and horns, and her behavior suggests she is fleeing from a threat, making this meeting a suspicious trap. The robed figure erupts in a surge of dark, oppressive energy, demanding to know if Seojin is looking down on her. Unfazed, Seojin retorts that it is she who is hiding secrets from him. Seojin points out that she is asking for help to eliminate a single Demon King, implying there is more to the story than she is letting on. Seojin questions if there is someone powerful backing Mealy, catching the robed figure off guard. Seojin confirms his suspicions as the robed figure falters. Seojin declares he has no interest in participating in infighting among Demon Kings and orders his group to leave. The robed figure screams for them to wait, clearly desperate to keep them at the table. The robed figure realizes Seojin was right about a hidden threat, while Seojin decides to treat the meeting as if it never occurred. The robed figure mutters about an ancient monster from the primordial core. Seojin locks his gaze onto the target, the Devourer system activating. The robed figure panics, desperate to find a way to kill her while avoiding his gaze. Seojin cuts the tension, declaring that he accepts the offer. Seojin reiterates his acceptance, his presence shifting the atmosphere. Seojin coldly names the target, Meljda Lymphagria. They will kill her. A monstrous spider-like entity looms in the shadows, reacting with confusion. The robed figure is horrified, realizing Seojin already knew the target's surname, and questions what he truly is. The robed figure is horrified, realizing Seojin already knew the target's surname, and questions what he truly is. He asks how he could have remained unaware of a Demon King operating within the vicinity of Riez. Seojin dismissively notes that the Demon King will be departing Nihit shortly, forcing him to expedite his plans, though he finds the entire situation rather strange. The robed figure observes Seojin with growing dread, noting that the human grinned at the mention of the name Devourer, a sign that something is terribly wrong. The robed figure orders Seojin to cut the act, reminding him that they currently hold 400 Rozoid villagers hostage as leverage. Seojin coldly retorts that they are free to slaughter every single one of the hostages if that is what they desire. The robed figure is stunned, struggling to comprehend how Seojin could disregard the lives of the villagers, especially when their deaths were meant to serve the grand revival of the empire. Seojin wears a chilling, predatory smile, remarking that such a fate would be a perfectly glorious death for the villagers. Outraged, the robed figure demands to know how Seojin dares to act this way, while insisting that he receive his payment now that the negotiations are complete. Seojin reminds the robed figure of their promise to provide a demonic being to serve as an experimental test subject. Seojin points out that, fortunately, they have found a specimen right here in the room. As a monstrous creature emerges, the robed figure screams at his lord to get behind him, terrified by the audacity of the human. Seojin sighs, feeling that everyone is determined to get on his nerves today, and wonders how a mere human dares to look down on him. The robed figure shrieks for his subordinates to kill them all, while Seojin remains eerily silent and composed. A dark, menacing smirk spreads across Seojin's face as he prepares to unleash his true power. The title card appears. Mr. Devourer, please act like a final boss. A voice calls out, questioning if he is awake. Seojin wakes up groggily, confused by the sudden morning interruption. A maid insists that Seojin must wake up, despite his desperate plea for 5 more minutes of sleep. Seojin groans, questioning why they even care about the time of day, while the maid playfully points out he said the same thing hours ago. Seojin suggests it is time to use that item, causing Mealy to panic as she realizes he means the forbidden spell that causes total annihilation. The city skyline is bathed in a blinding, magical light as the spell begins to manifest. A massive explosion of light erupts, and Seojin screams for her to turn it off, terrified by the sheer power of the magic. Seojin is left reeling from the overwhelming intensity of the radiant light. Seo-jin questions if demons are even capable of using holy magic, but Mealy clarifies that the spell, known as genocide, is actually radiant magic. Mealy hands Seo-jin a strange breakfast dish, insisting he eat what has been prepared for him. Seo-jin stares at the bowl of roasted goat meat and vegetables, which appears to be moving on its own. Seo-jin wonders where the original ingredients went, noting that the dish looks like a homunculus, though he quickly retracts his comment when asked. Mealy announces that a reply from Mr. Patrick has finally arrived, responding to the messenger pigeon sent after their return from Judica. Seo-jin leans in, closely inspecting the object, pondering if it truly is a magic tool for communication. Mealy explains that by pouring mana into the device, it activates the connection. A skeletal face appears on the mirror, clearing its throat as it tests the connection. Seo-jin immediately mocks Patrick for his strange-looking nostrils, while Patrick retorts by asking why he is being picked on. Patrick confirms the connection is working and mentions reaching out to assist with monster recruitment, noting Mealy's hard work. Seo-jin interrupts to ask where Patrick obtained the communication tool. Patrick reveals he borrowed a fragment of the mirror from Battery's room, leaving Seo-jin surprised that she would lend it so easily. Patrick explains he traded the blood of a homunculus to Battery since he, as a Death Knight, lacks blood of his own. Patrick realizes the potential issue. The blood he promised was supposed to be Renee's, but she is not currently present. Suddenly, a voice rings out, claiming to be right there, catching everyone off guard. The connection falters and breaks, leaving the group wondering where Patrick disappeared to. The connection snaps back, and Patrick continues his attempt to explain the monster recruitment details. An ominous threat looms, claiming it is already too late for Patrick as a blade is prepared to take his head. Oblivious to the danger, Patrick persists in discussing the extermination request and the compiled monster information. Mealy notes that Renee has no recollection of the monsters mentioned, but Seo-jin spots something attached to the back of the letter. Mealy discovers a list of monsters not included in the original request, which Patrick claims took significant time to compile. Patrick boasts about his long-term monitoring of these monsters, noting their tactical advantages in cave terrain. Seo-jin and Mealy pause, questioning the timeline of Patrick's long-term observations. Seo-jin asks if Patrick has been tracking these monsters since before they began their own recruitment efforts. Patrick begins to respond, but his voice trails off. The magic tool buzzes and flickers, signaling a loss of signal. Seo-jin concludes that the connection has been completely severed this time. Grand Duke vows he will not let the target escape his retribution. Grand Duke stands over the defeated demons, declaring that demons can never be trusted. Grand Duke comments on the sheer number of soldiers prepared, while a subordinate asks to keep a surviving monster. Grand Duke coldly states he will now collect his compensation. Grand Duke stands over the defeated Demon King Marmolia, his victory absolute. Marmolia desperately warns that the other Demon Kings will retaliate, but Grand Duke dismisses the threat entirely. Grand Duke admits that he is actually grateful for the situation. Grand Duke declares that because of this turn of events, they now have the perfect opportunity to eliminate Seo-jin. Seo-jin scoffs at the Grand Duke's pathetic threat, his eyes burning with amusement as he asks what could possibly be so funny about an attempt to eliminate him. The Grand Duke finds the situation ridiculous, mocking the very idea of his own defeat while dismissing the threat posed by his opposition. The Grand Duke continues his cold rant, emphasizing that Seo-jin is too naive to grasp the true, soul-crushing terror of the ancient monster he faces. A subordinate steps forward, advising the Grand Duke that Seo-jin is no longer worth their time and thanking him for the valuable information provided. Seo-jin questions the feasibility of the plan, his gaze locked onto the hooded figure beside him. The hooded figure vows to meet the demand perfectly, claiming he will craft the ultimate homunculus to serve their dark purpose. Grotesque, reptilian creature writhes amidst the carnage of discarded weapons and fallen warriors, signaling a dark ritual in progress. The system interface pulses with a mysterious energy, marking progress as Seo-jin prepares for the next phase of his ascent. The party navigates through a desolate, rocky canyon, the landscape scarred by ancient power. A massive, leathery wing unfurls, cutting through the stagnant air of the canyon. Seo-jin, Mealy, and their companion rest atop a flying creature, noting that they had a traitor hiding within their own ranks. A skeletal summon interjects, advising Seo-jin that trust is paramount and that he should personally handle the recruitment of new vassals. Mealy announces their arrival, the flying beast descending toward their target destination. The group prepares for action, their expressions hardening as they reach the location of their next objective. The skeletal summon explains that the guardian golem of Nihit is their top priority, as its regenerative properties make it the perfect dungeon defender. They finally locate the massive stone entity, confirming this is the lair where the guardian golem resides. Seojin observes the colossal form, questioning if that is truly the target they were searching for. The golem stirs, its eyes glowing with a faint light as Seojin recalls the warning that it endlessly regenerates. Mealy suggests that if the magic stone core remains intact, they simply need to extract it to stop the regeneration. Mealy points out a logistical issue, wondering aloud if such a massive creature could even fit inside the cave entrance. The golem smashes through the terrain, its sheer size dwarfing the surrounding environment. The group watches in awe, noting that despite its bulk, the golem possesses a terrifying amount of strength. Mealy prepares to use her powers to restrain the golem, urging the others to seize the magic stone before it can reform. Seojin reassures Mealy, thanking her for the guidance as he prepares to make his move. With a calm command, Seojin launches himself toward the golem, intent on finishing the job quickly. Mealy watches in disbelief as Seojin dives headfirst into the fray. Seojin strikes with lethal precision, his form a blur as he pierces the golem's defenses. Mealy cries out in alarm, desperately calling for Seojin as the battlefield crumbles around them. A massive, earth-shattering impact rips through the terrain, sending debris flying into the sky. Watching the carnage, a voice muses that Patrick has certainly secured an impressive asset. The ground erupts in a violent display of power, shattering stone and throwing dust into the air. Seojin stands amidst the wreckage, a manic grin spreading across his face as he revels in the destruction. Crushing force continues to pulverize the environment, leaving nothing but rubble in its wake. High above the chaos, a bizarre flying creature carries its passengers toward the horizon. Seojin commands Mealy to stop hesitating and locate the magic stone immediately. Seojin brushes off his outfit, annoyed by the dirt as he prepares for his next objective. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, whispers begin to spread about the recent mysterious events. A cyclops murmurs in disbelief, questioning the rumors that the stone mountain golem has simply vanished. Rumors continue to circulate, claiming that even the silver wolves of the canyon have been subjugated. A group of cyclopes huddle together in fear, wondering if humans are behind the recent string of defeats. Their leader silences the panic, insisting that their location remains a secret and there is no cause for alarm. Mealy and her companion watch the cyclopes, whispering about how massive they truly are. The cyclopes jump in shock as the intruders reveal their presence, demanding to know how they found them. Panic sets in as the cyclopes realize their hidden sanctuary has been compromised by the invaders. The Cyclops leader declares they will not surrender easily, despite the overwhelming situation. Mealy sighs, realizing that diplomacy is clearly off the table with these stubborn monsters. The Cyclopes stand frozen in a moment of awkward, terrified silence. Mealy and her companion move through the woods, unimpressed by the lack of resistance they encountered. They reflect on how shockingly easy it was to defeat the Cyclopes, much to their surprise. Consulting their list, they identify the next target on their agenda, a monster called Yaksha. A mysterious figure greets them, surprised that they actually managed to navigate their way here. The stranger hangs upside down from a tree, calmly mentioning the rumors of the Cyclops' defeat. The stranger boasts about their exceptional information-gathering skills, which have kept them hidden from humans. Mealy challenges the stranger, implying that they already know what is about to happen. The stranger acknowledges the inevitable request for them to join the dungeon's workforce. The stranger agrees to the terms, but insists that there is one condition they must meet. The stranger turns their attention to Seojin, asking if he is indeed the one known as the Devourer. The stranger cracks their knuckles with a sinister grin, eager to test their mettle against the legendary Devourer. Mealy bristles at the audacity of the challenge, stepping forward to shield Seojin from the disrespect, but Seojin calmly accepts the terms. Seojin stands unfazed, flanked by Mealy and their companions, as he prepares to engage in the duel. Energy crackles in the air as the Grand Duke readies his power, clearly relishing the prospect of a high-stakes spar. The Grand Duke drops into a combat stance, goading Seojin to unleash his full potential. Seojin's eyes narrow, a cold, predatory light flickering within them as he considers the challenge. The night sky looms silently over their location, indifferent to the brewing conflict. Tension breaks as Seojin collapses, completely drained and fed up with the relentless pace of their journey. Exhaustion sets in as the group finally rests, with Mealy noting the danger of their constant, high-stakes activity. Mealy offers a makeshift meal, apologizing for the lack of preparation while Seojin looks on in disbelief. They review their progress, confirming that the golem is their only solid recruit thus far. Seojin reflects on the fallen, noting how easily the Cyclops and Yuksha were dispatched, while Arachne chose to retreat. Despite the losses, Mealy remains optimistic, highlighting the massive haul of loot they managed to secure. The group marvels at their pile of spoils, eager to uncover what treasures were left behind by their enemies. They begin sorting through the magic tools, curiosity piqued by the strange items they have acquired. Seojin scans the collection, wondering if any of these tools could be used to break through Patrick's defenses. A sudden flicker of movement catches Seojin's sharp eye. He holds up a mysterious, glowing red flower, its origin unknown. Deep within a hidden facility, machinery hums with a cold, sterile energy. A hooded figure expresses their gratitude for the high-quality test subject provided. The contact confirms their loyalty, stating they are merely fulfilling their duty to the Empire. The hooded figure marvels at the condition of the subject, admiring the beauty of the experiment. The subject floats in a vat of fluid, barely conscious as the experiment continues. The contact smiles, clearly satisfied with the progress of their grim work. They agree that the experiment is proceeding exactly as planned. The hooded figure notes that the external appearance is irrelevant to the success of the data collection. They warn that the subject will inevitably break down within 2 days. The discussion remains tense as they debate the stability of mind suppression. Seojin coldly dismisses the concerns, declaring that the outcome is all that matters, regardless of the experiment's cost. Seojin eyes the mysterious object with a predatory glint, questioning its true potential. If it can truly do anything, he has already locked onto his target. A chilling resolve settles in. He has already decided exactly how to weaponize this power. Examining the glowing red flower, Seojin questions Mealy about its nature, wondering if it qualifies as a magic tool. Mealy observes the flower closely, noting that its active magic has been exhausted, leaving only a basic preservation spell behind. The companion marvels at the flower's beauty, while Seojin remains silent, his mind already drifting elsewhere. Suddenly, the companion spots a familiar shadow manifestation and exclaims, recognizing Seojin's signature aura. Seojin abruptly grabs the companion, silencing his surprise with a sharp command to stay still. The companion struggles, confused by the sudden contact, while Mealy watches on, completely starstruck by the interaction. With a flick of his wrist, Seojin finishes his work, the residual energy fading as he confirms the task is complete. The companion is visibly moved, stunned by the sudden transformation and the beauty of the result. Seojin observes, reflecting on how much the companion has changed since arriving in Nihit, noticing a newfound dedication. He senses a hidden desire in her behavior, realizing he has never truly given her anything of value before now. Overwhelmed, the companion timidly asks if she truly looks good, her eyes sparkling with uncertainty and hope. Seojin confirms it looks good, offering to provide something even better later, while addressing her as Renee. Tears of joy well up in Renee's eyes. She is truly happy with the simple gesture. Seojin simply responds with a cold, detached, "I see," watching the scene unfold. Renee eagerly asks if they can finally rest, but Seojin shuts the idea down immediately, noting they have 2 more stops to make. Seojin lets out a heavy sigh, clearly exhausted and dreading the additional tasks ahead. Elsewhere, a young girl lies on a couch, staring at the ceiling in pure, unadulterated boredom. She stretches out across the furniture, the silence of the room amplifying her lack of things to do. With a long, drawn-out sigh, she mutters about how incredibly bored she is. She begins to thrash about on the sofa, desperate for any form of stimulation. Finally, she collapses again, the exhaustion of doing nothing weighing heavily on her. A voice warns Miss Wooin that despite feeling better, she must remain in bed to avoid drawing unwanted attention from the nobles. Miss Wooin refuses to sit idle, convinced that staying put is far worse than the risks of being discovered. She leaps from the couch, determined to ensure that Riez remains peaceful. She pauses by the balcony, looking out over the city with a sense of lingering unease. Deciding it is safe to venture out, she prepares to leave, only to be stopped dead in her tracks by a stern voice. Seojin leans in with a gentle, disarming smile, asking if they can have a quick word. Mealy recoils, clearly startled, and snaps back that he should at least knock before barging in. Seojin remains unfazed, explaining that he didn't knock because he had a hunch she was planning to slip away. Mealy stammers in denial, frantically trying to hide her true intentions. Seojin presses the issue with a pointed question, causing Mealy to deflate and reluctantly admit she was indeed lying. Setting down his tea, Seojin shifts the tone, mentioning he has been meaning to bring up a serious topic for quite some time. Mealy looks up, curious and slightly apprehensive, as Seojin asks her about Garrote. Mealy's expression darkens as she confesses she hasn't been able to face him since the incident involving his arm. She grips her hands tightly, her voice trembling as she takes full responsibility for his injury. Seojin interjects, telling her she doesn't need to bear the weight of the entire Empire's problems alone, though he acknowledges her heroic mindset. His gaze intensifies as he reminds her that the Black Wolf Knight's order is willing to die for the Empire, Garrote included. He emphasizes that Garrote sacrificed his arm for the greater good, leaving Mealy sitting in heavy, uncomfortable silence. Seojin adds that Garrote isn't even bothered by it, urging Mealy to stop feeling so guilty. Mealy murmurs a quiet acknowledgement and Seojin pivots, asking if he can request a favor from her. Mealy asks what the favor is, and Seojin brings up the artificial creatures the Empire once studied. He notes that there have been recent reports of incidents at a research facility, leaving Mealy visibly confused. Seojin explains that the remaining artificial beings have escaped, but assures her that the facility was far enough from town that no civilians were harmed. Mealy jolts up, panicked, insisting that they need to warn everyone immediately. She stops herself mid-sentence, realizing the gravity of the situation. Seojin firmly states that this incident must be handled in complete secrecy. He warns her that she cannot go to the front lines right now, as the imperial family would find her presence highly suspicious. Mealy looks at him, bewildered, and asks exactly what he wants her to do then. Seojin reveals he has already coordinated with the security at the palace's West Gate teleportation hub and instructs her to meet him there in 3 hours. Mealy scrambles to get ready, shouting that she'll be prepared immediately. She pauses, suddenly realizing something. Seojin reiterates that she must arrive in exactly 3 hours. Mealy nods firmly, accepting the mission. Seojin lets out a breath of relief as he finishes his tea. Stands up, muttering that he needs to hurry. Just as he moves, he hears a noise at the door. A voice from the other side sarcastically thanks him for opening the door. The tension spikes as Seojin's crimson eyes narrow, heavy with the weight of an unspoken, suffocating breath. Pope Euronisia III greets him with a chilling, artificial smile, remarking on the long absence of Sir A.R. Cold atmosphere of the Grand Hall fills the space between them as the Pope questions if he should address him as officer now. A door clicks open, and the Pope demands to know what motive could possibly bring him to this place. Seojin retorts with a sharp jab about the Pope serving masters other than the king, drawing a mocking laugh in response. The Pope's eyes glint with hidden intent as he claims he only came to check on the Empire's celebrated hero. Cutting internal observation notes the blatant lie. The imperial hero and the Pope have never crossed paths until this moment. The Pope dismisses the concern, feigning exhaustion and claiming he is far too busy for these trivialities. Seojin stops in his tracks, his expression hardening as he asks if the Pope would believe he came here specifically to see him. The tension reaches a breaking point as Seojin demands a private audience, the air heavy with impending conflict. High above the city, Seojin stares out at the horizon, completely baffled by the absurdity of the current scheme. He reflects on the sheer madness of proposing such a deal at this critical juncture. Fireworks erupt over the city, a vibrant distraction masking the dark machinations unfolding below. The streets roar with excitement as the Diana Silver Deer Raid Squad makes their triumphant return. Seojin watches from the shadows, noting that this mercenary city thrives on the constant influx of these raid squads. The target is clear. Devourer is lurking somewhere within this bustling urban maze. Take down an ancient monster, he knows he must embrace a dangerous, high-stakes strategy. Sir Stormen confirms that preparations are complete and the forces are standing by for his command. A hooded figure confirms that their own side is equally prepared for the operation. Seojin presses for details, demanding to know how they intend to track down the Demon King hidden within the city. The hooded figure admits that an ordinary human lacks the power to perform such a feat, leaving the question hanging in the air. He reveals his hand. He plans to exploit someone else who is currently hunting the Demon King with even greater desperation. Seojin demands a status report, asking exactly how much time remains before the hero arrives. With only 78 minutes left, they prepare to summon the Demon King, confident that Mealy will lead them straight to their target. The hooded figure promises a rare and unforgettable spectacle as the plan moves into motion. Nearby, the tavern erupts in cheers as mugs are raised in a boisterous toast. The group celebrates surviving yet another dangerous dungeon run, marveling at the miracle of having 0 casualties. The jovial mood is abruptly interrupted when one of the men asks Barchus where he is headed, only to be met with a crude declaration that he needs to step away to relieve himself. Barchus stumbles out into the dimly lit alleyway, the laughter of his companions echoing faintly behind him as he clutches his head. Overcome by the effects of the heavy drinking, Barchus leans against the cold wall, fighting the urge to vomit as regret washes over him. A sudden, ominous sound breaks through the silence, prompting a passerby to remark on how someone has clearly overindulged in their cups. A concerned figure approaches the slumped Barchus, asking if he is all right, unaware of the lurking danger just inches away. Barchus recoils, his senses sharpened by a foul, unnatural stench that fills the air, leaving him frozen in confusion. Before he can react, a grotesque, pale creature lunges from the shadows, latching onto him with lethal intent. Panic surges through Barchus as he draws his blade, his mind reeling from the impossible sight of a monster invading the city. Barchus desperately parries the creature's clawed strike, the impact sending sparks flying as he struggles to hold his ground. Sweat beads on his forehead as he realizes the sheer, overwhelming strength of the beast pinning him down. The creature's singular, unblinking eye locks onto Barchus, a silent harbinger of the nightmare unfolding. Barchus stares in absolute horror as more of the pale abominations emerge from the darkness surrounding him. An officer watches from a distance, his face twisted in disbelief and terror at the carnage beginning to erupt. The city is consumed by flames as the officer grapples with the scale of the destruction, questioning the insanity of these orders. A hooded figure sternly silences the officer, warning him to watch his tongue despite the clear injustice of the situation. The officer laments the inhumanity of the third eye alchemy experiments, never imagining they would lead to such a public massacre. Calm, chilling voice reassures the tense group, promising that the entire city will not be completely wiped out. The officer recoils, his voice trembling as he demands to know what such a cryptic statement could possibly imply. A massive explosion rocks the foundations of the city, sending debris flying into the night sky. As the dust settles, a cold voice announces the arrival of something they have been waiting for. A colossal, monstrous limb smashes through the architecture, dwarfing everything in its path. The officer stares, his mind struggling to comprehend the monstrosity that has just appeared. The officer gasps, realizing that yet another homunculus has been unleashed upon the city. The officer shouts in protest, pointing out that the destruction contradicts the promise that the city would be spared. In a state of panic, the officer warns that at this rate, the entire population will be eradicated. The mysterious leader turns, a look of realization dawning on his face as he questions if this was the plan all along. His eyes widen, the weight of the conspiracy finally pressing down on him. A cynical smirk forms on the leader's face, confirming the darkest suspicions about the orchestrated chaos. He dismisses the concern, coldly labeling the civilian lives as nothing more than a small sacrifice. Final observation is made. Seojin does not intend to completely annihilate the city, leaving its fate hanging in the balance. The fact that the ancient monster is not executing any destructive activity at all must mean he has some other purpose rather than destruction or plunder. He might even start fighting against the homunculus destroying this city, depending on the situation. A chilling laugh escapes him as the realization hits. He gestures to the inferno below, calling the spectacle of the Empire's citizens being sacrificed for the nation's development beautiful. His eyes widen in sheer horror at the sight before him. He struggles to comprehend the sheer madness of the person standing before him. The scale of the destruction is completely insane. Amidst the chaos, they realize with dread that the fire is consuming the location of their inn. Panic sets in as they desperately deny the reality of the situation. In a frantic state, he screams out in disbelief, horrified that his bed has been destroyed. They remark on the immense size of the tree, comparing it to the Graphinia forest. With the monster recruitment finished, they look forward to finally getting some rest. She notices something is wrong with her mount and asks what the matter is. Suddenly, a sharp cry rings out as the group is startled. She senses a sudden shift, her eyes locking onto the source of the disturbance. The realization hits them as they look toward the city, wondering if their inn is truly in danger. They turn to him in a panic, calling for Seojin. He loses his composure entirely, wailing about the destruction of his bed. She offers him a place to rest on her lap, trying to calm the situation. Her eyes narrow as she detects a strange, lingering demonic energy. She questions if this could be the work of Marmolia. She observes that someone is foolishly scattering their mana into the air, asking him if he feels it too. He looks at her, confused, and asks what the matter is. She mentions Lady Renee, prompting a curious response from him. She asks for his permission to go and investigate what is happening. The city burns, and the screams of the dying echo through the ruins. City burns, and the screams of the dying echo through the ruins. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rings out, "Hurry and run," as survivors scramble to escape the carnage. A weary fighter pauses, letting out a heavy sigh as he prepares for the next wave of slaughter. The battlefield is overrun. The fighter glares at the encroaching horde, cursing the sheer number of grotesque creatures swarming the city. A new arrival lunges into the fray, shouting gratitude for the support while identifying his group as the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force. The fighter recognizes the name immediately. The Ursus Red Lion Raid Force is a legendary A-class unit, and their presence could be the turning point in this desperate struggle. Burgess confirms the area is clear and introduces himself, seeking information on the origins of these monstrous invaders. Examining the fallen remains, the fighter notes their artificial nature, though they clearly differ from the known homunculus, Zephyr. Despite the mystery, the fighter remains focused. One target stands above the rest in importance, and Burgess confirms they are both heading toward the same destination. In the distance, the source of the calamity looms, a towering, pulsating entity amidst the inferno. Burgess offers to follow the fighter to the source, but the fighter shuts him down instantly. Approaching that thing is a death sentence. The fighter warns that the danger is universal. He urges Burgess to listen closely to the environment, sensing something hidden in the cacophony. The fighter notices Burgess trembling. Is it fear or something else entirely? Burgess denies the fear, but his expression tells a different story. The fighter realizes the truth. He is the one shaking. He advises Burgess to stop pushing himself so hard. Protecting the city shouldn't cost him his life. Burgess insists on taking the lead, urging the fighter to leave the rest to the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force. With a grim nod, the fighter relents. He entrusts the mission to Burgess. Burgess accepts the request without hesitation, his eyes hardening with resolve. Burgess surges forward, leaving the fighter behind as he charges into the heart of the fire. The fighter drops to his knees, finally allowing himself a moment of respite amidst the destruction. Suddenly, a voice pierces the smoke. "Here, I'm over here." Nearby soldiers clutch their heads, ears ringing from a high-pitched magical resonance that feels like it's clawing at their eardrums. Soldiers look up, shielding their eyes as they gasp in horror at the sight before them. A monstrous, pulsating creature stands amidst the wreckage, unlike anything they have ever encountered. The soldiers realize this is the source of the city's ruin. The mana output from the creature is staggering. They cannot afford to underestimate it. The creature begins to glow, manifesting multiple magical sigils in the air around it. The soldiers scramble backward, shouting for everyone to retreat as the situation spirals out of control. A mage analyzes the reaction. It's just detection magic, not an offensive spell. But why would it be searching for something now? The creature's aura intensifies. If it's a threat, they have to eliminate it immediately. The soldiers prepare their defenses, the commander barking the order, "Let's go," with volley firing. The battlefield erupts in blinding light as a massive discharge of energy tears through the air. Seojin realizes the strategy is holding, shouting for the team to keep the pressure on. A powerful counterimpact ripples through the zone, forcing a guttural cry from the target. The commander senses a shift in the tide, his instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong. Realization hits. The assault isn't actually damaging the enemy as intended. A massive, searing beam of light cuts across the field, leaving the commander stunned. Seojin launches a lethal strike, his intent clear as he prepares to finish the fight. The enemy gasps, the weight of the assault finally breaking through their defenses. Seojin descends upon the target, his shadow-infused form radiating pure, overwhelming power. A blinding flash consumes the area as Seojin strikes, the intensity of the clash reaching its peak. The eyes of the adversary widen in sheer terror as they witness the true nature of their opponent. Impact sends shockwaves through the environment, shattering the ground beneath them. The commander is thrown back, the sheer force of the collision leaving him reeling. A colossal explosion of energy rips through the battlefield, vaporizing everything in its radius. The commander hits the ground hard, barely clinging to consciousness as he lets out a pained groan. Struggling to speak, the commander realizes that what he is witnessing is beyond human comprehension. The commander watches in disbelief as the entity before him defies the limits of mortality. A dark, mysterious presence emerges from the smoke, taunting the fallen commander. The commander stares up, awestruck by the sudden appearance of a winged figure in the sky. Mealy descends, her presence cold and commanding as she addresses the broken figure before her. Mealy stands tall, her gaze filled with a mixture of pity and disdain for the mess left behind. The commander cries out in agony, recognizing the figure as Mealy. Mealy raises her weapon, her resolve hardened as she prepares to end the conflict once and for all. Dark magic surges around Mealy, crackling with an ominous, violet energy. Days have passed since the events of Judica, and the aftermath still lingers in the air. Mealy navigates the ruins, questioning why she still feels that lingering, dark demonic presence. Mealy glides through the air, her eyes scanning the horizon for the source of the power. Spearwoman descends through the air, her glowing spear trailing energy as she surveys the burning battlefield below. Spearwoman locks eyes with her target, calling out the name Marmolia with sharp, focused intensity. Hovering above the wreckage, Spearwoman questions how her opponent could retain their humanity even after assuming such a monstrous, distorted form. The tip of the spear crackles with volatile, dark energy, pulsing as it prepares to unleash a devastating strike. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Spearwoman declares she has no intention of showing any pity to her adversary. Kicking off her assault, Spearwoman activates high-class magic, the Black Annihilation, channeling a massive beam of destructive purple energy. The impact of the magic tears through the battlefield, drowning the surroundings in a cacophony of roars and violet light. Spearwoman watches the devastation, her expression shifting to one of sudden, sharp realization. Chaos erupts among the survivors as they scramble in disbelief, questioning how a demon king could have possibly defeated such a monstrous entity. Spearwoman remains composed, noting that the enemy seems to have no interest in the survivors, forcing the remaining raid members to prioritize a retreat. A lingering doubt gnaws at Spearwoman. She questions if the entity she just blasted with pure destructive magic could really have been finished off so easily. Surveying the battlefield, she reminds herself that even the elite A-class raid members were forced to retreat in the face of this struggle. The pile of rubble begins to shift and bulge, signaling that the threat is far from over. A nearby mage freezes, his eyes widening as he senses a sudden, unnatural shift in the surrounding mana. The mage gasps, realizing in horror that the properties of the residual mana have fundamentally changed. Spearwoman watches in silent shock as the remains of the monster begin to stir once more. A clawed, skeletal hand bursts through the debris, coated in a dark, viscous substance. Spearwoman grits her teeth, her expression twisting into one of intense frustration as she realizes her mistake. A grotesque, pale form pulls itself from the ruin, emitting a pained cry as it re-emerges. The raid members panic, shouting in confusion as they witness the monster clawing its way back to life. The creature staggers, its body trembling as it stands atop the wreckage, clearly damaged but still active. Spearwoman instantly triggers mid-class magic, Mute Dagger, manifesting a sharp green blade of energy. The attack connects with brutal efficiency, slicing through the air and drawing blood from the confused combatants. The creature moves with uncanny speed, catching the soldiers off guard and forcing them into a desperate state. The soldiers look on in sheer terror, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in the tide of battle. The creature flashes a sinister, knowing grin, its eyes burning with a dark, predatory light as it prepares a magic explosion. A massive, blinding explosion of green energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in a wave of destruction. As the smoke clears, the creature stands amidst the smoldering ruins, completely unfazed by the carnage. Spearwoman descends to confront the entity, calling out the name Marmolia once again, her voice steady despite the tension. The creature looks up, its expression flickering as it attempts to recall a name, stuttering out a partial "Emelj." The creature looks up, its expression flickering as it attempts to recall a name, stuttering out a partial "Emelj." It cries out in agony, feeling its own body melting away in the intense heat. The creature clutches its chest, trembling as it gasps. "It feels like I'm going to die, but I think..." A sinister grin spreads across the creature's face as it declares, "I think I can kill you before that happens." The creature lunges forward with a guttural roar, while Spearwoman instantly manifests a glowing magic circle to counter the assault. Spearwoman unleashes a massive burst of energy, forcing the creature to recoil as the ground shatters beneath them. The creature is sent flying backward, its body tearing through the environment as the impact echoes across the battlefield. Spearwoman maintains her offensive, channeling dark energy through her magic circle to pin the creature down. Jagged spikes erupt from the earth, surrounding the creature as Spearwoman continues to exert overwhelming pressure. Spearwoman hovers in the air, watching as the creature struggles against the encroaching destruction. A concentrated blast of energy detonates, engulfing the area in a blinding flash of light and fire. Spearwoman watches the chaos with a cold smile, remarking, "Finally, you seem more like a demon king." Creature lets out a horrific, ear-piercing scream as its form continues to destabilize. Spearwoman glares at her opponent, her eyes burning with intensity as she prepares to finish the fight. The battlefield erupts into a series of massive explosions, tearing the landscape apart. A cloaked figure observes the carnage from a distance, asking, "Are you satisfied?" To which the other replies, "Yes, I am. I can now see why you were so confident." The observer watches with a sharp, calculating gaze, his red eyes reflecting the destruction. He adds with a chuckle, "Fufu, if you wait more, you'll witness an even more intriguing sight." His companion smiles, responding, I can't wait for it." Dark, ominous thought echoes. Everything is proceeding according to the plan. Spearwoman strikes again, her weapon clashing with the creature's defenses amidst a flurry of magic circles. The creature attempts to counter, but is overwhelmed by the sheer force of the collision. The creature pauses, its eyes widening as it realizes its physical form is failing. Struggles to maintain its stance, its body literally melting and cracking under the pressure. The observer notes, however, that body won't last much longer. Spearwoman powers up her spear, shouting, "I'll be able to win if I can just hold my ground." "Stop right there, Marmolia." Creature's eyes narrow, filled with a mix of shock and desperation. The creature is struck, blood spraying as it lets out a sharp ugh. Spearwoman engages in a tense standoff, cackling, "Tee-hee-hee," while the creature stammers, "Why you?" Spearwoman moves with lethal speed, her strike cutting through the air. In a final, decisive movement, Spearwoman drives her weapon into the creature, ending the confrontation. Spearwoman lets out a twisted laugh, taunting her opponent as she prepares to inflict a painful strike. Blood spills from her lips as the intense pressure of the combat takes its toll on her physical form. A sudden, powerful energy manifests as Sylphid's rejection, forcing a violent repulsion of the incoming attack. The sheer force of the rejection sends the creature reeling backward, its form destabilized by the raw magical output. The impact triggers a massive explosion, leaving Spearwoman gasping for air amidst the wreckage. Wheezing and exhausted, she laments her depleted mana, realizing she has reached her limit. Memories flood back of that fateful day protecting the teleportation hub under Seojin's command, where she was left broken and helpless. She sighs, dismissing the intrusive, haunting thoughts of her past failures as she collapses. Gazing upward, she begins to accept the encroaching darkness of her final moments. Apologizing to Seojin, she finally understands the true weight of her mortality. She lies motionless on the ground, lamenting that she couldn't complete the mission entrusted to her. With a final, quiet breath, she calls out to her father as the light fades from her eyes. Nearby, a companion watches the aftermath, voice trembling as they ask if Mealy will survive. Seojin remains calm, noting Mealy's hidden strength, though he is clearly unsettled by the sheer intensity of the demonic power just unleashed. With a knowing smirk, Seojin reassures him that Mealy is an exceptional demon king. A dark, wolf-like entity perks up, acknowledging the statement with a sharp, alert gaze. Suddenly, Mealy stirs, her golden eyes widening as she senses something emerging from the shadows. She gasps in disbelief, recognizing the presence of Seojin as his shadow begins to envelop the area. Looking toward the towering structure, Seojin reflects on the successful capture of the Demon King. He observes the aftermath of the battle, noting that the modifications to the formula yielded significant results. He explains his research process, detailing the delicate balance between seeking power and mitigating the dangerous side effects like those seen in Nifrim. His expression darkens as he contemplates the risks he has taken to achieve his goals. He admits that the entity he unleashed abandoned all safety protocols, prioritizing raw power above all else. Despite its instability, the sheer potential of this newfound strength is undeniable. Seojin concludes that this sacrifice is a necessary step toward the inevitable subjugation that lies ahead. The atmosphere grows heavy as a figure notes that the target seems to be taking his time. A chilling realization sets in. If Demon King Melge has no connection to Devourer, the current conflict might reach a premature end before reinforcements can even arrive. The urgency mounts as he desperately seeks any shred of information regarding Devourer's whereabouts. Suddenly, a command breaks his focus, urging him to look toward the unfolding disturbance. Eyes widen in sudden, sharp shock as the true source of the power becomes clear. The sight is undeniable, a terrifying, unmistakable mark of power. Mealy stands amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, trembling as she calls out to Seojin, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the mana. A monstrous entity emerges from the shadows, letting out a guttural, pained cry. The creature's eyes glow with a malevolent, pulsating red light as it shudders in the dark. Towering over the battlefield, the entity is bathed in an unnatural, shifting spectrum of colors. The beast lets out a piercing, desperate scream, its form contorting under the pressure. Mealy remains trapped within her protective circle, watching the chaos unfold before her. The creature lunges forward with predatory speed, closing the distance in a blur. With a savage strike, the creature attempts to overwhelm Mealy, but she stands her ground. Mealy channels her remaining energy, bracing for the impact as a vibrant pink barrier flares to life. She unleashes the Frozen Spear, a powerful counterattack that manifests as a crystalline structure of freezing energy. The impact resounds with a deafening crash as the creature's assault is halted mid-air. Mealy gasps in pure shock as the creature is suddenly encased in jagged, biting ice. She watches in disbelief, questioning how her own strength could possibly produce such an overwhelming output. She reflects on the battle, noting how she had poured every drop of her mana into pushing the enemy away, expecting to perish from the exhaustion. Her hand reaches out, trembling as she wonders why Seojin's residual mana still lingers within her. Not only is she alive, but her wounds have vanished. She suspects Seojin intervened during their time at Rie's. She activates Life Detection, a skill that emits a green aura to scan for any lingering presence of her foe. The frozen creature struggles, its voice fading as it whispers its final, dying breath. With the threat neutralized, she sighs in relief, finally declaring that the struggle is over. Mealy covers her mouth, still reeling from the physical toll of the intense combat. She realizes that had she overused Seojin's black mana, she would have surely been destroyed before the enemy could even close the distance. The danger was far too great. She resolves to return to Seojin immediately to uncover the truth about this mysterious mana. A powerful crackling sound echoes through the space as she prepares to depart. She pauses, sensing something behind her, and turns around with a questioning look. Grotesque, multi-eyed entity erupts from the ground, its presence triggering an immediate, instinctive alarm. Mealy recoils in sheer terror, gasping, what is that now?" Her eyes widen as the entity begins to consume the remains, prompting her to scream, it's devouring Marmolia's corpse. The horror intensifies as she realizes the implications, whispering, "No, it's absorbing her mana?" Fighting back her panic, Mealy steels herself, thinking, "Curses, I don't know what's going on, but I have no responsibility to take care of that. Marmolia is dead, and I have done my duty as her friend." She prepares her escape, planning, "I'll divert its attention with a simple attack and get out of here with teleportation magic." But before she can act, a violent backlash hits her, forcing a painful cough. Mealy crashes hard against the ground, the force of the magical rebound leaving her reeling. Spitting blood, she groans, "Damn, it's the rebound, the cost of using unfamiliar mana." Desperate to escape the encroaching entity, she forces herself up, crying, "Move, I have to stand up." The entity lashes out, its viscous tendrils striking with lethal speed. The impact leaves her incapacitated, forcing a pained "ugh" from her lips. She is sent flying by a massive explosion of energy as the entity continues its relentless assault. Dazed and barely conscious, Mealy can only manage a confused, "Huh?" Just as the entity closes in, a mysterious figure intervenes, causing her to cry out in shock, "Who?" A massive wolf-like creature arrives, catching her as she falls, prompting a cry of, "Lady Renee." Overwhelmed with relief, Mealy clings to the beast, sobbing, and zoons. Lady Renee looks on, remarking, "I was wondering what was taking so long. I didn't know you'd be going against something like that." Mealy replies, "Apologies, Lady Renee." A massive, viscous entity of glowing yellow slime surges forward with overwhelming force. Seojin stands his ground, his dark aura flaring as he prepares to intercept the incoming attack. With a swift motion, Seojin meets the slime entity head-on, their powers colliding in a burst of blinding light. The impact shatters the surrounding terrain, sending shockwaves through the area as Seojin holds the line. Entity recoils, its form rippling as it questions the nature of the power Seojin just unleashed. Seojin stares back with cold, piercing eyes, offering a mocking challenge to his opponent. In the distance, a maid calmly pours tea, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, while a confused companion watches on. The maid maintains her composure, insisting that such preparedness is simply part of her duties. Back on the battlefield, Seojin swings his arm, manifesting shadowy tendrils to further suppress the entity. The slime entity is violently constricted, its yellow mass warping under the pressure of Seojin's darkness. Seojin remains focused, his movements precise as he tears through the entity's defenses. The entity continues to struggle, its glowing surface cracking under the relentless assault. Debris flies everywhere as Seojin slams the entity into the ground with overwhelming force. The ground craters beneath the entity, the impact echoing across the battlefield. Seojin strikes again, his shadow-infused attack leaving deep gouges in the entity. The entity is pinned, unable to escape the crushing weight of Seojin's power. A final, massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entity in a sea of shadow and light. Nearby, the maid continues her tea service, ignoring the tremors, while her companion looks on with concern. With a serene smile, the maid reassures her companion that everything is under control. Seojin walks away from the wreckage, the entity now subdued and held in his grasp. Seojin tosses the remnants of the entity aside, his expression bored and unimpressed. He acknowledges the entity's durability, though it clearly wasn't enough to challenge him. Seojin raises his hand, dark energy crackling around his fingers as he prepares a new ability. He presses his hand against the entity, forcing his dark mana into its core. The entity begins to violently mutate and expand under the influence of his overwhelming mana. A surge of energy erupts from the entity, shattering it into countless pieces. Seojin stands in the aftermath, sighing at the excessive amount of mana he had to expend. The maid surveys the destruction, wondering aloud where such power could have originated. Debris continues to fall from the sky, marking the end of the brief but intense confrontation. The lingering tension of the battle hangs in the air, with the realization dawning that the adversary they just faced was no ordinary threat. The sheer scale of its power surpassed even the most formidable dragons and ancient demon kings. Or at least that was the initial assessment before the reality of the situation set in. Seojin, visibly exhausted, lets out a weary yawn, while Mealy immediately chimes in with concern, questioning if the grotesque remains might accidentally end up in his mouth. Seojin recoils in genuine disgust, snapping at the others for bringing such a repulsive, contaminated thing into his presence. The atmosphere shifts as it is revealed that the mangled mass of flesh was once known as Marmolia, leaving Seojin visibly confused by the name. As the group inspects the remains, Seojin struggles to recall the vulpine woman, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The memory resurfaces. Marmolia had been bizarre from the start, but then this entity emerged from within her, gruesomely consuming her entire being. Evidence points toward a parasitic organism, a common enough occurrence in these dark realms, yet deeply troubling nonetheless. Seojin continues to express his revulsion, demanding that the creature stop its grotesque behavior immediately. A moment of quiet focus as the true nature of the residue is examined under scrutiny. Renee quickly deduces the identity of the remains, turning to inform Seojin that they are looking at a homunculus. The revelation of the homunculus leaves the group in a state of grim realization regarding the forces at play. A lingering shot of the mechanical armor, hinting at the artificial origins of their fallen foe. The creators are in disbelief, lamenting that their alchemical masterpiece failed to hold out for even 3 minutes. Cold retort cuts through the air, telling them that there is no need to desperately scramble for excuses. It was exactly as expected. No alchemical creation could ever hope to stand against the sheer might of Seojin. The swift elimination of the target confirms that involving others was unnecessary, and they prepare to return to Rie's. Concerned, they check on the Mage Tower Master, who confirms their status while clearly shaken. The announcement that their trade has reached its end sends a jolt of shock through the room. Desperate, the others demand an explanation, unable to accept the sudden termination of their arrangement. Accusations fly, questioning how they could simply abandon the sacrifices made for the Empire's future. The intensity rises, with the warning that all those deaths will ultimately be rendered meaningless. The cold response challenges the very notion that their efforts were anything but futile. A final look at the city, a testament to the lives lost in the name of protection. Casualties were lower than anticipated, a fact that lingers heavily in the air. It is clear now that Seojin cannot be defeated by mediocre power, and that he is someone worth intervening for personally. The The coming war, sparked by this disaster, will serve as the perfect stage for their masterpiece. The outside world, the carnage in Nihit will appear as nothing more than a simple dispute between monsters and men. The truth remains buried, as there is no way for anyone to uncover the reality of this homunculus disaster. A group of warriors marches through the ruins as a voice notes there is a hub around the corner, confirming contact has been made with a planted subordinate. Stormin pauses, his expression shifting to one of sudden concern, prompting his companion to call out to him. Stormin looks visibly shaken as he mutters, "Captain." A massive explosion rocks the teleportation hub as word reaches them that an unknown intruder has arrived. The group watches the destruction, realizing a lone monster in the form of a maid has compromised their position. The realization hits them, it is the dagger maid. They suspect she knows humans are involved in this incident. The order is given to immediately retreat to the mage tower, utilizing its dense mana flow for a long-distance escape. A sudden, blinding strike of light tears through the air as the dagger maid launches her assault. Group screams for their captain as the strike forces them into a defensive formation. A warrior parries the incoming blade, his eyes widening in shock at the sheer force behind the blow. The warrior grunts in pain, his posture buckling under the intense pressure of the dagger maid's strike. Desperate, the subordinate urges Stormin to flee while they hold the line, refusing to let him stay behind. Time is running out and the subordinate screams for them to make haste before the enemy closes in. The ground trembles as they prepare to retreat, the tension reaching a breaking point. With a heavy heart, the captain finally agrees to leave, addressing Sir Gwyn as they prepare to depart. The dagger maid coldly declares that she does not forgive an unplanned death, her eyes burning with malice. Sir Gwyn stands his ground, gripping his weapon as he prepares to face the threat alone. Dagger maid mocks Sir Gwyn, questioning if the rumors of him killing thousands of raid members are true. She continues her taunts, demanding that he show himself as she looms over the battlefield. Footsteps echo in the dust as someone finally approaches the conflict. Sir Gwyn grits his teeth, his hand tightening on his hilt as the presence draws near. The dagger maid readies her weapon, her shadow casting a long, ominous silhouette. The battlefield is engulfed in flames as the remnants of the clash smolder in the heat. Survivors march away, their footsteps heavy against the scorched earth. Stormin questions the captain's decision to leave Sir Gwyn behind, unable to grasp the tactical logic. The captain retorts, asking if it truly seemed like Sir Gwyn was left to face the threat alone. Stormin admits he knows Sir Gwyn isn't alone, but expresses his deep concern for the outcome. He is identified as a being who has received the blessing of a spirit. High-speed projectiles tear through the urban environment, forcing a desperate evasion. Debris flies as the structural integrity of the area collapses under intense pressure. Theogene coughs, reeling from the sudden, overwhelming impact that rocks the battlefield. A shadowy figure declares the command to destroy the teleportation hub and eliminate all suspicious humans. Theogene questions if his opponent intends to keep playing games, to which the enemy coldly dismisses his words, noting that his retreat was merely a stalling tactic. A massive, swirling vortex of dark energy manifests, signaling a dangerous escalation. The mysterious maid strikes, asking Theogene if he truly believed she would be caught off guard. Theogene grunts in pain, his defenses pushed to the absolute limit. Despite his isolation, Theogene is caught in a lethal pincer movement. The enemy mocks him with a twisted grin, taunting that he performed well for a human. Theogene screams a desperate incantation, triggering a sudden, violent eruption of energy. The enemy is shocked to realize Theogene was secretly gathering mana all along, revealing he is no ordinary swordsman. An ancient, elemental force manifests as water and stone begin to surge. The enemy recoils in disbelief as two powerful spirits materialize to defend Theogene. The stone spirit pivots, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. A massive beam of concentrated energy tears through the battlefield, clearing the path. The enemy is forced to retreat, narrowly dodging the crushing weight of the earth. Water surges, creating a defensive barrier that deflects incoming strikes. The enemy strikes at the barrier, but the defensive technique holds firm. The enemy is caught off balance as the environment itself turns against her. The enemy attempts to break through the wall of force, but the pressure is too immense. The impact creates a shockwave that shatters the surrounding ground. The stone spirit slams into the earth, shaking the very foundations of the hub. The enemy crashes into the debris, finally pushed back by the overwhelming force. Dazed and injured, the enemy looks up, realizing the tide of battle has turned. A massive wall of wind and stone seals the area, trapping the enemy inside. The storm is fueled by an immense amount of mana, effectively closing off the entire sector. Seojin glares at his opponent, declaring this payback for underestimating humanity and ordering the monster to stay trapped. Enemy stares in awe, struggling to comprehend how Seojin can manipulate two high-level spirits simultaneously. Mealy smiles with a chilling, knowing glint in her eyes, remarking that the situation is truly interesting. A dark, ominous hand tightens its grip, the figure coldly addressing the target as a mere human. Within the Nihit temporary shelter, chaos erupts as the raid force realizes the intel on the Ursus raid was completely compromised. Burgess bristles with frustration, demanding to know what the others plan to do when they are clearly out of their depth. Burgess refuses to remain idle, insisting he must venture out to scout the city despite the obvious danger. A concerned comrade urges the captain to restrain Burgess, noting that his wounds have yet to fully knit together. The captain steps in, firmly shutting down Burgess by declaring that he cannot allow him to throw his life away. The captain rallies the group, announcing their immediate departure to the raid site and the magic tower to search for survivors. With a powerful roar, the captain calls upon the Diana Silver Deer raid force to mobilize. The captain commands the troops to prepare for battle, vowing to purge the monsters that devastated their city. Suddenly, one of the soldiers points toward the horizon, his face twisted in shock as he shouts for everyone to look. The legendary guardian golem of the Nihit mountain range descends, leading the crowd to believe they have finally been saved. As the earth trembles, the captain observes the golem with a calculating gaze, realizing it will be a significant asset. Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, a companion asks Burgess what exactly is bothering him. Burgess stares with wide, terrified eyes, unable to process the impossible reality unfolding before them. The massive golem strikes the ground with earth-shattering force, sending debris flying everywhere. Panic ensues as the captain screams for everyone to run for their lives. The city structures crumble under the immense pressure, collapsing into a cloud of dust and ruin. Seojin holds a small, skull-shaped object, mocking his companion for concocting such a ridiculous story. The skeletal entity theorizes that only the Imperial Alchemical Society possesses the means to craft a homunculus of this magnitude. Seojin listens with an annoyed expression as the entity drones on about the standard protocols for defeating demon kings. The skeletal entity laments the cruelty of displaying heads to boost morale, while Seojin looks completely drained. Seojin questions why they would sacrifice such resources just to release a homunculus in the town. Seojin recalls a flying homunculus he encountered while searching for Renee, noting that this new one is on a different level entirely. The skeletal entity panics, warning that at this rate they will be producing homunculi on Renee's level within a few years. Seojin is suddenly swarmed by multiple versions of Mealy, visibly disturbed by the overwhelming display. Exhausted, Seojin sprawls on the roof, jokingly asking if he should just destroy the entire village to find clues. Seojin sits up abruptly, realizing the humans likely kept the Demon King as an experiment and are still watching. Seojin contemplates the terrifying possibility that they saw him too, and that they deliberately left the disposal of the experiment to him. Seojin grits his teeth, his yellow eyes burning with a volatile mix of frustration and acceptance as he declares that if he is being forced into this, he will see it through, warning them not to regret pushing him this far. Chilling transformation takes hold. The skeletal mask manifests, its hollow eye sockets ignited by a haunting, ethereal blue flame. With a cold, ruthless finality, Seojin decides that if the situation demands it, he will simply reduce the entire city to ash.